the Streaminator button.
Ah, the Streaminator.
Punch Streaminator! Let us know when we're live on YouTube.
We're live on YouTube.
We're live on YouTube!
Hey, YouTube. Sorry we left you out for 3 minutes.
If you're on YouTube, sorry. We thought we were live on YouTube. This has been a mad dash.
For those of you just joining us on YouTube, we've got a Kickstarter. We're running the Crooked Moon.
The Crooked Moon.
You can go to thecrookedmoon.com to check out all the deets.
Yep, you got the deets.
We are screaming into our final 48 hours on the heels of becoming the #1 most funded Kickstarter 5th edition supplement of all time.
Yep.
And I'm over the Crooked Moon about it.
When we become the biggest D&D Kickstarter of all time, if we hit it by 3 a.m. tonight Eastern Time, midnight Pacific, I don't know what that is in Europe time, or one of the Europe time zones. I will cosplay Chuckles. You have my promise. Hey gang, we got a whole bunch of folks on YouTube.
Hey, look at the hearts.
Hey everybody. So we are still going to be doing an Endless Nights, or rather, it's kind of more Neon Nights format, but just the topic is the Crooked Moon. I guess until anyone else shows up, I'm joined by my co-host Cream Cheese, the llama. And
Cream Cheese can offer their thoughts as well.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's very knowledgeable about D&D. And so midnight Pacific is what we're. Richie will be joining us soon. Everyone give your love to Cream Cheese. We appreciate it. And so if you want free dice, go to thecrookedmoon.com, back the campaign at a physical pledge. And let's try to. Can you check the questions? I think the questions should be pulled up, Derek.
Let me see if I can window that.
So
steal your Wild Bill mug, Mike.
Go for it. Super chats and hype chats are the priority. But we have chat redemption.
It's not open.
Oh, it's not open. Well, Richie will pull it out.
Yeah, we'll get to the questions.
Captain Zento, hype chat, just got the core box a few days ago. Give it up for Captain Zento. Give it up. We will actually be kind of having a Q&A. It's not just going to be super goofy ass. I mean, it'll probably dissolve to that closer to midnight or at midnight.
Oh, that's what I was forgetting.
What?
There's one.
Oh, we have a countdown. Richie's gonna.
No, the countdown's there. Look.
Oh, that is really cool.
It's really cool.
2 days.
2 days, 4 hours. Gotta give it up. And so basically when we hit 2.33, honestly, once we hit basically become the biggest.
3.33.
It'll technically be before that, but whenever we do hit it, if we're like squeaking it by, but 2.33 is easy for us. Let's cancel out and refund all of the ones from last night. Rich. Refund. Yeah, there's a lot that we missed. Sorry, guys.
Refund. Sorry.
We weren't refunding all of it. We're refunding all of that.
Half of them are go to bed.
A lot of them are go to bed. It was pretty goofy. Thank you, T. Zamora. Okay.
Here we are, 11 minutes ago.
Koalas literally have smooth brains from Toby. That's pretty funny.
Apparently, it's a survival thing.
That's interesting.
Evolutionary. It helps them.
Catch of Censure. Yes, our goal is 3.33. How'd you know? Deck Collector 266. Mikey, your hair is curly. Yeah, so I actually just took a shower and I'm just letting it air dry and I haven't brushed it. So my ends get quite curly and wavy when I don't brush it all out. So it starts curly and wavy. I've not brought a brush to my hair.
Is that a question? Where did that come from?
It's in the questions.
Oh, well, you didn't finish with Toby. Can we know how tall? How tall is the board?
I have the board height. The microphone is covering a lot of it, so I'm missing it.
Yeah. We will measure. I
already have it measured. I already have it measured.
Now this might be off by a smidge, depending on the prototyping process and what we ultimately send. But in terms of what we have, the studio board is
7.5 inches tall.
Really?
7.5 inches tall.
Nice.
That's how tall he is. He's the shortest of all of them. Lil Phil is 9.5 inches tall. Kelly, the bewitching bunny, is, if you count the ears, she's a foot tall. At the top of the head is 8.5 inches tall. If you count the top of her head.
I count the top.
I count the top of her ears, but I mean, I guess your ears could go out. So. So we're gonna keep going.
Thank you, Toby.
Corey says $5 super chat. I'm so excited to receive my book, Tarot deck, and plushies and dice.
Let's fucking
Let's
go.
fucking
Thanks,
go.
Corey. Thanks, Corey.
And this was a question that came up last night, and I think it was asked again in our Discord today about whether or not we would be doing full art for the Minor Arcana.
Yes, they are not. It's not a pip deck. I wish we had listed that somewhere. But there's really no good way to have information on anything outside of the page itself.
The add-on description.
No, the add-ons don't have descriptions, or I can't edit them.
On the page, the graphic.
Oh, that's what I mean. It's on the
add-on
page.
section.
But that's the only way to do it. Pretty wild. So if you want to see Classway Truckles, we need to hit 2.33. So we're already like $3,000 in on the way. So we are humming. The ads are running. Don't worry, folks. I'm trying to hit it too. By 3 a.m. Eastern time.
Let's get into an endless night thing.
Yeah. Those are the announcements.
Hold your questions. Submit it. We're holding on to your questions, and then we're gonna rapid fire a bunch of them after we have a little discussion talk, a few questions, that sort of thing, and then we'll get to your questions. If we see a super chat, I don't know if we can collect those, so maybe we just jump on those right away. How do you want to super chat?
Yeah, let's just cover
We'll
those.
prioritize super chat and hype chat first.
Did we read this one?
Yes, we got that.
Okay.
So super chats and hype chats we will prioritize.
Only because the questions asked with redeemed channel points on Twitch coalesce in an easy-to-use window for us, whereas the ones on YouTube, they just go flying by. So we want to make sure everyone gets heard. What do we want to start with, gentlemen? The general subclass makeup, where we talk about the subclasses in general, or do we want to go immediately and talk about the Horned King Patron?
I think subclass philosophy is where we should start.
Okay. In broad sense, what is our subclass philosophy?
If we're talking subclasses, can you update the stream title, please?
What is it?
I have monsters there because that was just what was on the schedule.
Well, subclasses I feel like is a lot more exciting for
cooler.
folks.
It's cooler.
It's more exciting for folks.
Yeah,
so.
I totally agree.
Okay.
And we canceled it.
We are going to hit monsters later.
That's fine. I think including subclasses,
Let me-
just add it.
let
Subclasses
me,
and monsters.
I'll do it.
Since we're not doing spooky stories.
So
Thanks,
why
Producer
don't
Rick.
you start with the philosophy and I'll update it.
Producer Rick, everybody.
Philosophy in terms of what specifically?
Just like how we approach it.
How we approach it from a design point of view and from a theme point of view, I think both are really important.
So our philosophy on subclasses, the number one thing, and many of you will be very shocked to hear us say this, is the theme. That's right, the theme of the subclass. We don't start with mechanics. We don't even really start with the class per se. But how we sort of started this process was...
Well, we do start with...
we do to a degree, right?
Go
But
ahead.
so
What fantasy do you want to play?
what themes or fantasies would work in a folk horror setting?
Yeah.
Obviously, you'll see from the various subclasses, there's kind of a broad range of themes that we're touching on.
Yeah.
And we're lucky because folk horror has this breadth that other genres might not. And so some are a little more gothic, some are a little more folk, some are a little more cosmic, some are a little more body horror.
Yep.
But we think that they all tie very well into folk horror. And
some are a bit medieval feeling, some are a bit 1800s feeling, and everything in between.
10s, 20s feeling.
Yeah, some are 1930s feeling. But basically, kind of from all of from that whole breadth of it, I think we kind of included all of the vibes and themes that we wanted to.
Anything else from your end as the creative director?
I think that so basically once we established that we wanted like every single class to stand alone, so what we wanted to do was basically make sure that every single subclass was adding something that the other subclasses of the class were not, officially published by Wizards. Obviously, we can't know every single third party or popular
No,
Reddit
it's hard
subclass.
to know if somebody has made a homebrew version of a subclass or something along those lines. Certainly, that would be hard to be exhaustive. But generally, we see gaps, right?
Yes. And we also wanted to make sure that we were being broad enough with our subclasses, and we weren't being super prescriptive. We have an identity and a main inspiration of the kind of vibe that we wanted to represent with the art of our subclass, right? And the vibe. But we also didn't want it to be so narrow. I think a lot of my problems with a lot of third-party subclasses that I see, and sometimes with first party, is that the theme is so narrow and specific, and it pigeonholes you so hard of the kind of character that you play, that you're not, that it feels very prescriptive. And so we wanted to basically have it be the core theme of it be very distinct and clear, but also not super prescriptive.
Mechanically, if you wanted to deviate and take these things and reflavor them in such a way that makes more sense for your character, that is feasible.
Yep.
Because we're doing some crunchy things with the mechanics, right?
Yeah.
That's the other flip side of this, is we start with the theme and we go, here's what's happening here. How do we execute on that? Make sure that that they feel intertwined. But if we've done our work, we've done a win-win situation where you both get the what's written on the tin in terms of the flavor that we're trying to evoke, the theme that we're trying to evoke, and you get something where you go, oh, I could see redoing this as a character who, an example that I would give is, not everyone has watched Beneath Dark Wings, but Toa is a really good example of a barbarian that doesn't use the classic barbarian tropes.
Yes.
The rage is more of a battle trance. He's a very kind person. He doesn't go into a violent rage.
Yeah.
Right?
It's spiritual, right?
But he's benefiting from the rage mechanics, and he's benefiting from the subclass mechanics in such a way that he's able to flavor it and turn it into his own thing. I think that will be successful if... I think we will have been successful with any of these subclass designs if you can do both.
Yeah, and I think that, like, you know, there's a lot of things where, you know, and I think that's where we have some mechanical ideas. You see the playtest now of the Horn King Warlock. You've seen some very initial ideas in our Heart and Harvest, the Curse of Shredanya one-shot that we did. I think most, if not all of it, will change drastically. And I think that's the cool thing.
But not the themes.
Not the themes of the characters.
Mechanically, how we execute those those ideas.
Exactly right. And because at the end of the day, the mechanics are, we are only succeeding based on how well the mechanics enforce the fantasy that we're trying to achieve.
This is the same philosophy we have with our art. This is the same philosophy that we have with our storytelling. This is the same philosophy we have with our character creation process. We are always willing to throw everything in the trash and start again from scratch if we don't feel that it reaches a certain threshold, that it doesn't meet a certain standard that we care about. And so that's going to be true certainly throughout the book. But in the subclasses, that's especially important because you're going to be living these and breathing these characters.
And what we're going to do is, and for the playtest, and we're seeing a lot of people call out grammatical and spelling errors. And this is actually something that the Dungeon Dudes helped us, clued us in on. We are going to be extremely clear that for playtest, we will not be at all looking for grammatical or spelling or punctuation or proofing.
Yes.
It will only be on feel and mechanics.
Yes. And I'll add on to that.
Looking for that.
What we would like to hear though is the 5th edition voice. You know, if something could be phrased in a certain way that would be closer to what you would normally expect from core D&D, that is beneficial. If it can be framed in a clearer way or a simpler way, or if it's confusing you, or what if how does it interact with this rule? How does it interact with this sort of situation? That kind of feedback is extremely valuable. Yeah,
and we'll have some like suggestions of how to actually assemble parties. Just to playtest these subclasses. To have as much of a control as possible. Got some amazing feedback, or some advice from Monty from the Dungeon Dudes, and in just their outstanding game design.
I'll pause there because we have $10 super chat.
Yes, super chat. So enthusiast with $10 Canadian.
Thank
you
you.
Have physical sets of Kickstarter dice you can show on camera? No. So we do not have the physical. We have no physical prototypes of the dice here, and I think that we've discussed this before. But basically, the way that it works is that molding costs and tooling costs, especially for custom dice is extremely expensive. And so one of the reasons that we went on Kickstarter is that if you want to offer dice, the upfront investment in order to have custom dice is absurdly expensive. So that's why you see a lot of Kickstarters, they just keep standard numbers, Arial font or standard font style, because you can just use the molds the factories already have.
Yep.
And so the upfront cost is almost nothing for that. And we said we could go with standard numbers, but fuck that. We want to have cool folk horror stuff. And so in order to do that, we have to create brand new molds for all of these dice. And that is an extreme, speaking just very bluntly, extremely expensive endeavor. And so we wanted to make sure that we locked in everything before we actually went through and made those molds and made that investment.
But at the end of the day, the renders that you see use a custom font for the numbers and have, for the maximum value, custom icons. Yes. Those icons we have handcrafted. We have worked with an artist to create, and those will be what is featured on the finished dice.
So the numbering and the symbols, that's all staying the same. That'll all be the same. TBDs are like the shape of the D4. May change.
I like a Roly Boy.
I like a Roly Boy too. There's a lot of really amazing shapes of D4s.
I can even demonstrate it here. This set of dice that I have, it does the Roly Boy. If you don't know what the Roly Boy is, it's where the D4 is one of these sort of long, sort of like a stretched out D6, right?
Yeah.
It's not the pyramid form factor. I love rolling these. That may not be for everyone, but we're gonna make that decision as we get into the prototyping phase to decide what is going to be the most satisfying dice we can deliver to y'all.
Yes. Let's see. Taylor Wetzel, I want to call out. Do I get the dice with the $150 box? You get a set of Wicker Man dice. So the set of the Sharp Edge resin Wicker Man dice comes.
Pumpkin King.
And if you order now, you'll get your Pumpkin King dice. That won't come in the box though. That will come additionally.
Yeah. If we are shipping you something physical, and this has been a question a couple times, so I'm going to reiterate the point. If we are shipping you something and you have backed the Crooked Moon before that timer is up, then you are going to get the free set of pumpkin dice because we're already shipping something to you. We can throw in the Pumpkin King dice.
Yeah.
And so to make the distinction, people have asked, do I have to back a physical tier? No, because if you back a digital tier and you get a physical add-on, like you decide to go with the deluxe digital pack and then you add on a tarot deck, that counts as physical because we're shipping you something.
Yep. So that is how you do it. And so, yes, the core box includes one set of the Wicker Man dice inside. The deluxe set comes with one set of Wicker Man resin dice and then the Ghost Train metal glow-in-the-dark dice, and then the all-in box has everything. But more particularly, the special extra dice that it gets is our Labradorite gemstone. Precious gemstone dice. And that is the Crooked Moon emblem.
I cannot.
The Ghost Train, of course, the Ghost Train and the Crooked Moon set also come in resin version for each of them because we wanted people who could not necessarily afford or want a metal set who love resin dice. Me personally, I generally prefer plastic dice over metal and stone. I would want the option to have a Ghost Train and a Moon set. So that is it. So thanks all for everything. That
I'm gonna snipe a question that's redeemed. We will get to the redeemed question soon, but I want to answer this right now. Where can we read the Horned King subclass info? TheCrookedMoon.com will take you to the Kickstarter page. You can either look in the index or you can scroll down to find the free playtest materials section that we just added right before we started streaming. That will, you can click on the image or you can click on the link. It'll take you to the PDF. The PDF is all of the free playtest material that we added. So it'll have the monster stat block for the Hypnovolthen if you want to run a monster that we demoed on stream a few weeks ago. Or you can go to the Horned King Warlock Patron. You can read every feature that would come with that subclass from level 1 to level 20, and you also get some additional magical items that are required for the subclass.
Yeah.
There are special rules depending on the options you take when you take that subclass, and we're going to get into the weeds here in a minute. But there are special rules that might benefit you to brew magic potions, and if you brew magic potions and you roll a certain thing, you're going to be able to benefit from some of these custom magic items. So we're demonstrating 3 different types of content with this release. And it's all has been beautifully rendered by our designer, our layout
Gordon
and graphic
McAlpin.
designer. Thank you.
Legendary layout designer from MCDM, Beetle and Grimm's, and other amazing resume.
A lot of the MCDM stuff. Flea Mortals, right? I believe.
Flea Mortals at MCDM,
A tremendous designer. We're
at Game
thrilled to be
Con,
working with.
We had a little verbal spat with Matthew Lillard because he was upset that Corner was splitting his time with the Crooked Moon and Beetle and Grimm's. Obviously, all in good fun. We're joking, but that was funny. That was funny. We realized that we were competing for Gordon's time.
That
was fun. And I want to put that in note, not to diminish the amount of work that went into everything there, but that is basically what you're seeing there is just the draft. It hasn't been gone through the full Vantress workshop process.
That's right.
And so it is going to be even more polished and beautiful and delightful. So if you like what you see there, it is going to get better, and there's going to be a ton of it.
We want to hear what's working for you. We want to hear what's not working for you, especially what's not working for you. And it will be going through all of us. We're iterating, we're going back and forth, and it goes through an editor. It goes into the book. It has to fit in the design. All of these things are part of the process that you're helping support. That is what Kickstarter literally means is making it possible for us to spend the time to create the subclass of everyone's dreams, hopefully.
Yeah. Let's get back to the agenda.
Subclasses in general.
So I want to wait for Richie because obviously he's likes to talk about theme, and when it came for kind of the process, he was heavily involved. So why don't we just talk about the actual playtest materials?
I was going to dive into what subclasses will be available.
Oh, let's do that.
I was just going to name them. We can get into the weeds of each one if we want to, and then spend some extra time on the playtest materials.
Let's do that.
Folks have been asking, and so I think now is the time for us to describe what subclasses are going to be available in the book. We have 15 total because we've unlocked 2 additional stretch goals. The original 13 plus 2. The original 13, we are going to have the philosopher subclass. This is a wizard subclass that is going to be the proper alchemist, sort of the classic transmutation, the classic sort of deconstructing and reconstructing materials, transmutation circles.
That was so we'll start with, why don't we start alphabetically?
I am doing it alphabetically by class.
Oh! So the reason why the philosopher is first. That's very funny. That's very funny, Derek. Is the philosopher subclass was going to be our artificer subclass.
That's right.
We've made no secret of that we were hoping to try to find a way to do a little sneaky, not actually violate any IP, but we wanted to just see if there was any kind of way where we could have some sort of artificer subclass. And I guess I'll admit, I think we just didn't dig deeply enough when we first had that idea.
That's right.
And so when we actually dove in to make sure, can we do this, we found out that no, we couldn't even call it a tinker. We couldn't even call it we couldn't rename it. Any kind of implication whatsoever would technically be illegal.
Not illegal, but put us at risk, let's say.
Put us at risk.
And so rather than risk stepping on Wizard of the Coast's toes, we want to make sure that we're doing everything by the book and abiding by everything that they did. To make third-party publishing possible, they very graciously put out the source reference document and made it available in the Creative Commons. And so leaning on those basic rules requires the artificer to be unavailable and requires the wizard chassis to make for a philosopher. But it's still going to evoke that theme. It's still going to be Full Metal Alchemist-esque. I saw that in chat. Yes, it's still going to be the sort of Saint Germain character from Castlevania. It's still going to be the works of Paracelsus. It's going to be that really classic, proper alchemist. And we haven't revealed the art for it yet. And I'm sad because it's
I was
fucking...
actually going to suggest if
it's fucking badass.
So transmutation circles, the concept of deconstruction and reconstruction is going to be important.
Very, very important.
And for lack of a better term, the homunculus, we are going to have to rename it because the homunculus is already
the
thing. But the concept of Iliaster, the concept of anim, of ether, the concept of the fifth element, the quintessence is another word for it.
Quintessence. And the dwarf in the flask. For
Dwarf in
those
the
of
flask,
you who...
the homunculus. There's a couple other words for it, but that concept we wanted to include. So I'm actually sending Richie the PSD. So he's currently.
We're gonna get the final stamp. Maybe we can reveal that later tonight.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna send that to you. So yes,
and we just got a thank you. That enthusiast. Just bought the corset. This is the second.
Enthusiast just bought the corset.
$5. Thank you. Can't wait. Buy them while you can, guys.
Thank you so much.
Guys and gals, buy them while you can.
Thank you.
You only have this amount of time. It's never going to be the prices are never going to be this low. You're going to be able to get exclusives that are only available for the next 2 days and 3 hours and 43 minutes and 29 seconds, 28, 27. Let's fucking go.
Thank you so much. And Jacqueline Wilson just convinced their mom to get the all-in box for both Christmas and a birthday present. Thank you, Jacqueline. Give it up for Jacqueline for going all in. Oh yeah. We are what percentage of the way? We are 6% of the way to the
How are you
chuckles.
calculating this?
I don't know. People are saying percent.
I assume if we go
3.33, and that's 100K away, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, I see.
In the loading bar, we are 6%.
The loading bar.
So we still have till 3 a.m. and Europe comes in and just fucking they saved the day. Really.
They do.
Europe really saves the day.
I always wake up and I go, thanks, Europe. I was already doing that, but now I have an extra reason.
Yeah, so yeah, everyone doing it from 3.23, that is correct. That is the correct way to do it.
Thank you.
So that is our Philosopher Wizard subclass.
And without going into too much detail, that's the theme.
That's the
and
theme.
Mechanically, that's what you'll be able to playtest when we release those materials.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the Artificer, the Philosopher, or rather, it's the Wizard. It's the Wizard. There's no Artificer in the book. It is the Wizard.
Yeah.
It is one of our two wizards.
Now, we can actually get to the true alphabetical order of things.
Yes.
We're going to be talking about the Barbarian subclass, the path of the experiment.
Yes.
And you've kind of gotten a little bit of a taste of it if you've been paying extra close attention in the trailer. Isn't that right?
Exactly right, Derek. And why is that?
Because if you watch closely during the trailer, there's a scene of someone being made into the path of the experiment. There's a brief clip of a syringe. You see the fallen Hugo holding down struggling patient, let's call them.
Yes.
And they are experiencing the equivalent of the experiment.
Yeah.
And so this is your Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Exactly. This is your Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. This is your Bane. From Batman. This is your...
for fans of Witchlight, this is your Torbeck.
Your Torbeck, of course. This is your... And to be fair, for all the people who are really the lore masters for the Witchlight fans, this is not Witchlight being pumped. Although, if you want to make it Path of the Experiment Barbarian...
We're not going to stop
It is Witchlight. Absolutely do that. The idea is that it can be whatever... Shimmer from Arcane. Dr. Mundo. My pasta maker. If you haven't seen the Harley Quinn show, the animated show, they do Bane very, very well. It's
I haven't.
Very funny.
I haven't.
It's an excellent show.
Where can I watch it?
I thought it was going to be cringe and terrible, and it's on Max. It's on Max. I strongly recommend it, and I usually don't recommend things lightly.
No, he doesn't.
And so this was something where we found lacking. Obviously, we knew we were going to have a barbarian subclass in the book, and we didn't want to just do rah angry guy. What was it? Kill the goblins, fuck the barmaid, ale and shiny things.
Right.
We wanted to have something where you basically might be in your normal day-to-day life would be relatively normal. You may not be the gigantic hulking monster.
Right. This is a crucial thing to it. We're going to be executing mechanically and thematically throughout the story. But the you will have when you're not raging and when you're not benefiting from the features of the subclass, you will Dr. Jekyll.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you'll transform into something that's absolutely mega.
Yes, exactly. And so I think that we'll try to reflect
the
that
Hulk.
mechanically. The Hulk.
Duh.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
We haven't talked about that.
I mean, I'm not a big comics guy, so that's not where my brain goes, right? But that's exactly right.
Outstanding pull. Outstanding pull.
Yes. And so we wanted it to be where like you could flavor it. And we want to flavor it where it could be a variety of ways. Are you injecting yourself? Is something triggering in your blood? You could flavor it as a lycanthropy if you wanted to.
Gamma radiation.
You could flavor it in a variety of ways. But the idea is that your raging is not just getting angry, and man is literally too angry to die. It is a physiological transformation that is being triggered by some experiment that you have done to yourself or has been done to you.
This really, I think, does the win-win scenario we were talking about when we're philosophically discussing our approach to subclass design,
Yes.
because there are obviously so many applications for this kind of a subclass. I could see it going in a million directions. The hardest part is choosing one. If you're going to try to have like a narrow theme of your own character, the hardest part is trying not to be the Hulk and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And no. My imagination goes wild when I think about this class.
Exactly right. What else we got? Is anything else on the subclass, Rich? Because you're just joining us, basically.
Yeah. You missed our brief artificer.
Oh yeah, you didn't have artificer. We decided a lot about the artificer, the wizard. We gotta stop saying that.
The
philosopher on the way back from Origins was like a lot of the back and forth in the discussion that Richie and I kind of just talked in the car for hours about it, and it was a struggle to get there. Why don't you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like
I'll be right back.
Alchemy, the concept is so broad, right? And when people think of alchemy, you think of video games where you're brewing potions, right? And that's what alchemy is and alchemy systems. So I mean, yeah, the only other thing to add is just it's been sort of like a guilty pleasure, not really a guilty pleasure, but like just a personal pet project of mine. I really wanted a classic alchemist. I'm a huge fan of the Artificer class, and so that's why we sort of decided, hey, let's try to fix Artificer and do the Alchemist at the same time. Once we sort of realized, hey, there's really no way to do this. Wizard is just an obvious choice for it, and I love wizards too. And so, I think what we can say is that we're going to try to keep it like relatively wizard agnostic, meaning it's not going to rely a lot on class features. It'll be sort of standalone for now. And I'm super, super excited for the Alchemist. In terms of the Barbarian, the Experiment, I'm a huge fan of Arcane, and I'm a huge fan of Zaun, that region, and so Derek and I talked about this concept of a good doctor character that used a lot of like biopunk kind of chemtech in the concept, and this is really a chance for us to kind of explore that and really have that sort of, when you're not raging, you're not a big strong person, right? And so I'm really excited to kind of dive into that and hopefully get to a point.
The role-playing possibilities are so exciting to me.
It's amazing. Yeah.
You know, you can have you can speak loudly and also carry a big stick with this character.
Yes. Yeah.
Or speak quietly, I should say. I'll wait for Mikey to get back here. But let's check for a question or two. We're gonna catch up real quick. 30 minutes ago,
Cash of
Sesher. Is our goal 3.33 million tonight? Yes, it's our goal in one specific way, especially if we hit it by 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or midnight Pacific. We will be. Mikey has graciously agreed to cosplay as Chuckles. So he will get the garb, he will do the makeup, he will do the whole thing, and at some point, similar to what I was doing with Bitsy a couple days ago, we will have a Chuckles cosplay. I can't wait.
So if we hit it,
tell your friends.
It's doable. We'll see what happens. We sort of answered that from Productive Panda. Thank you. How many dice in general do you guys use when you DM? From Chronic Smallbean.
So
DM?
Yeah.
A lot.
Mikey has a mountain of dice when he DMs. I have a core set, and I usually have 1 or 2 d20s that I only ever use for that campaign.
Can I disagree with you on that philosophy?
Wait,
Well,
but
okay.
years ago, Mikey was like, you can't just have 1d6.
Oh, I already gave you that feedback years ago.
Because you're gonna have monsters, and you're gonna be like, oh, this megaton monster hits you.
Doing the math, pausing.
No. To automate monster running, I have a set of generic dice that I have at the side, so that when I do, you know, fireball
That's
or
fair.
something like that, I'll go like this.
I retract
I
my
have my
statement.
core set, and that's campaign specific, and then I have generic DM dice that I take to every campaign.
Hypno-Vulpin, a Hypno-Toad in wolf's clothing. I love that.
Ha.
7 a.m. GMT? Yes, that is actually 7 a.m. I thought it was 8 a.m., but you're right.
Nice. Digi the raccoon, welcome Digi, wanted to ask for the topic, what is your Druid subclasses? We will have 2 because we unlocked an additional Druid subclass. We will talk about them very soonly. Also, for Mikey, to imagine my party staring in confusion as my Owlin and Angry Borb are trash-talking each other. My Owlin and Angry Borb are trash-talking each other, but it's all in hoots. That's hilarious. I love that. I can imagine it.
That's very cute. The answer is stay tuned. We're gonna hit the Druid. We're gonna hit Druid very soon. Real quick, Charlie Reese with a $20 super chat. Thank you. Hey, love the show. I first found you on TikTok and was surprised to discover your Kickstarter. It's looking awesome, and I can't wait to see what else you come up with. Thank you for adding more grimdark to the game I love.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate that.
Cash of Sesher with another question. Can I be the official live counter for Twitch? I've been doing it for the past 3 days. We're not gonna stop you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Strawberry boba tea.
Boba tea.
I said it in the Discord earlier today, but I decided to go all in.
Woo!
Love that I can be a part of this journey.
Let's go. Give it up to the all-in.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're going to be one of those
really appreciate
collector
it.
coin owners, one of the Kickstarter exclusives.
You're in the club.
Only available in the all-in box.
Yeah.
I want to flip it. I can't wait to flip it. See what I
what?
get the first time. To flip the coin.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, some folks I'm sure would treat it very preciously, and that's fine. You should. But I'm still going to give it a little flipsy.
And you know, nothing has to be official as far as counting. Anybody can count. Whatever you want to do, folks. We're pretty close, actually. I mean, you know, we're not close, but we're on a good clip.
We're moving.
Okay.
Let's pause questions and get into B for Bard.
Oh, we forgot an announcement.
What?
You will want to be at PAX Unplugged.
Oh.
You should go to PAX Unplugged if you are on the fence. If you're on the fence about PAX Unplugged, we're going to be having a hangout officially, and stay tuned for more.
This is why we miss Andy.
Yeah.
Andy would have remembered.
You will want to be at PAX Unplugged. Do it.
See you there.
If you want to. Sorry. Anyway, continue.
Bard.
Bard.
B is for Bard. Our subclass for Bard is called the College of Whistles.
Correct. And this was a early subclass for me.
Well, we had two options, didn't we?
I've not heard this story.
Oh, maybe.
If we did.
Maybe it wasn't early.
Was there another subclass theme that was maybe the
We can talk about it, yeah. I mean,
yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
So, can we say it, even if we end up doing it eventually? Like,
yeah.
So, the Bard's a really good example of, if you remember earlier when I said, sometimes we start with not even the class, what I mean is that one of our concepts for the Bard early on was a Pied Piper sort of class.
Oh!
That was like about vermin and would play and could summon swarms of rats or pigeons or weasels or any other vermin and plague.
The college, oh god, what was it called? Was it the College of Vermin? No, it was something.
It was a vermin tide or something.
No, yeah, it was a Pied Piper. Yeah, it was a Pied Piper Bard, which we'll probably still end up doing at some point, frankly. Oh no, it was the College of Carrion.
College of Carrion.
And it was going to be about calling forth carrion crows or birds or swarms of anything.
Yes.
The College of Carrion. God, that's badass as fuck.
That's right.
Stay tuned for the College of Carrion by Legends of Adventures. Man, I'm good, folks. Anyway, I'm kidding. Yeah, and it was going to be a Pied Piper thing. That's right.
We ended up with the College of Whistles, which I had a chance to taste in terms of its theme on our Crooked Moon one-shot, Heart and Harvest. And this is our, effectively the Vagrant. If you're familiar with Edge of Midnight, this is the bard that rides on ghost trains using whistling, other forms of music, and to call forth and command spirits.
Yeah.
And so that, if you've seen the art, you've seen this sort of like vagrant-esque person walking forward with an instrument, and you can see these ghosts sort of swing around. And the idea is that the spirits are emotive, that they're emotion-esque in important ways. So they can whip up spirits to be sad or angry or joyful, And this was, I loved this theme.
The core inspiration, right, was the Vagrant, right, himself. And so we knew we wanted to have a Ghostlight Express class. And so this was the example of when I thought of, like, oh my god, it's called the College of Whistles. And it's a
unlocked it for me,
double entendre of train whistles. Or the fact that in many folklore, whistling can call forth the spirits. So they say, like, don't whistle alone, or don't whistle while you're walking in the dark, or at night, don't whistle at night. And so it's a double entendre of where if you don't want to play it as just a hobo, a rail rider, you can. And so the idea is really, it's about, because I think that the College of Spirits does not actually do a good job evoking the kind of thing we're trying to do.
Hell no.
And it's more of like stories from those that are dead. This is about basically having ghosts for friends, and ghosts and calling them around, without it being without it being an actual pet class, subclass.
I loved it. We have, and obviously all of this is subject to change, but what I got to playtest on that night included a bindle.
Oh.
Which, of course, is that sort of classic 1930s aesthetic of, like, the person who walks the rails and
a hobo sack on a stick.
Yeah,
that's what a bindle is. Yeah.
And
I think that's an example probably where it works really well for Caprice, but it's too narratively prescriptive, where you have to basically theme it as a bindle.
It's a diet bag of holding. I think that any character who could carry something could potentially leverage in that way, but if it ends up feeling too prescriptive, then I still think that is a very cool magic item that could end up in the game.
Oh, absolutely.
I think having them being a wanderer where they can have everything they need in a single bag.
That's true. It doesn't have to be. You're right.
It doesn't have to be
a wanderer. Yeah. I like the wandering aspect of it is really true. That's a good point.
Vagabond.
You could have like an Uncle Iroh style character, like wandering through with his
Sungi horn.
Sungi horn.
And he also played something.
He also
else.
played the string instrument.
Yeah.
There are possibilities.
And his ties to the spirit realm, right? Where there doesn't have to be a single train in sight, and I think we'll have some spells that are train themed, right? But you could just choose other spells and have it be more like Avatar spirit realm.
Yeah, it was a very fun concept of the bindle, and like the order of operations, very Dr. Game & Watch.
Let's race through the rest of these because we're moving to get to the Warlock here.
Oh, we don't have to rush to the Warlock.
No, we're at Cleric.
No, we don't have to. We don't have to rush.
We don't have to rush.
Oh, we don't have to rush?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take our time. Harvest domain. The Harvest Cleric. Great art. Beautiful art.
Yeah.
The worshippers of harvest deities use their powers to ensure bountiful harvest of crops, orchards, etc.
This is one of those ones
Cycle
that
of life.
early on, I didn't put my foot down per se, but I think, Mike, you had a couple ideas.
I had
right?
a couple ideas.
And I'm like, it has to be a goddamn Harvest Cleric.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, well.
Well,
is
so
that
the reason why
thematically-
is that my original thought for Druid was the Circle of Wicker Druid.
Yes.
So that was actually, the stretch goal was from a scrapped idea that we had cut. Correct. Was where I'm like, oh, well, we know the Harvest thing is already the Druid, so we need a different Cleric subclass. So it's not just like, it's a little bit more distinct. I mean, there were a couple of ideas for Cleric.
Cleric is such a great chassis.
Yeah.
You can do so much with Cleric.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was probably the hardest to narrow down.
It has always felt like a cop-out to me that everything Harvest related they say, and it's even in the PHB.
Yeah, it's horseshit.
Use the life domain.
Yep.
And it doesn't feel right. It like the Harvest gods are so classic and they're so fucking folklore.
One of my favorite gods in Forgotten Realms of all time is Shantae.
Sean, yeah.
Fucking awesome.
And, you know, life is so generic and is just the healer. It's the priest from World of Warcraft, right? It's just the generic healing class.
Yeah.
That we wanted something whose features were very specifically, you know, they would have corn dolls or wheat dolls, and they would worship sun gods or goddesses or fertility or the goddess Easter, the pagan goddess Easter. Demeter, like there's just so much theme there that that's not really gotten at. With
And
the
I think
mechanics.
that the idea of this, that you know, the element of its of harvest is about like the full life cycle of it's not just life.
No.
It's life, it's death, and it's rebirth.
And rebirth.
It's the full cycle
Rebirth,
of it
yeah.
in the harvest.
Yeah.
And that's important. Which life clerics, life for everybody. Like there needs to be more. So, once it finally clicked for me, I think other subclasses, other domains I thought of was the nightmare domain, because there really isn't a fear-based cleric, and I would like to eventually one day do a fear cleric, a nightmare cleric, a fear cleric.
Save it for Crooked Moon 2, the crookening.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
I think we talked about a blood god for a hot second.
Blood god. I mean, I cannot. I am sure. I haven't looked this up, but I am sure there are hundreds of blood cleric out there.
Yeah.
Plague cleric, which I'm sure there are hundreds of plague.
Yeah, we talked
clerics.
about that.
A plague cleric of a plague god.
Is there a magic cleric?
Yeah.
Is there a lust cleric?
There was
Wizards of the
very
Coast.
briefly. There was very briefly in UA the love cleric.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And it got reworked twice.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's Unity?
Nope, they got rid of that. It's now peace, right?
Peace.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
pretty
I
sure
love
it's
that subclass.
Peace
though.
is an amazing subclass.
That's an awesome
though.
subclass.
Yeah, they did a very good job with that. Yeah.
I'm just thinking like covering off on the 4 chaos gods,
Yeah.
right? Blood,
Yeah.
magic, plague.
So, Nightmare, Blood, and Plague were 3 top contenders, along with Harvest. And so we went with Harvest.
For me, if I got a chance to play this, and it's on my short list of the ones that I would want to play of our subclasses. I would go full Midsummer with it and just get really crazy. Like
the intention.
it doesn't need to be all bright and happy, but it can look that way. And it's that really fun, like sour sweet
the juxtaposition of
Yeah.
like aesthetic and theme.
It's a very folk horror. I mean, that's worshipping the old, like, you know, it's fucking Lord Summerhouse says, like the reverence of the old gods, to love it and to fear it. Like the fear is part of the worship. Anyway,
And oh nope, it's out of my brain. I lost it.
Oh
well. Well, that's because D is for Druid.
yeah.
That's good enough
He
for
is
me.
for the druid that he. What?
I was going to go in a Cookie Monster direction. D
Oh,
is for Druid.
It's good. Yeah,
that's
that's fine. Well, with the Blasting Company, I was trying to, you know, it's one of their songs.
This was probably the hardest.
This was the last one.
The last one.
This was the very last one.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because I originally had the idea of the Circle of Wicker Druid,
Yeah.
And so once we had the Harvest Cleric, I think we had to, at least for an initial
For
offering,
our base.
for our base,
Step back and
I'm like, well, I don't know what the fuck to do. And then we basically decided that there is technically a Fae Druid in Circle of Dreams, but it is the worst subclass in the game, I think. Where it doesn't evoke the theme, and by Fae they mean
Feywild.
Feywild, and Feywild is not the kind of Fae that is present in folklore. The Fae they are the Barrow folk. They are the She. They are the people of the mounds. They are the people of the deep dark woods that are tricking you. They're stealing your children. They are going in and they are doing.
They're like killing you.
They're killing you.
Yeah.
And so basically, what we wanted to do was that, okay, for this druid, it has to be the circle of, and so that's why this is the circle of the old ways druid. And it had to very much feel like the old style, the druids of old, that is probably not historically accurate, but it from the folklore, the zeitgeist of what Julius Caesar and the Romans wrote about, the ancient folklore of the English Isles, of the deepest, darkest woods, and the folk that live there, or the gods that live there that may not be gods of how gods that are like, monotheism or even polytheism, but the gods of the trees, the gods of the spirits, the gods of the land. A big inspiration is the weirwood trees and the old gods from A Song of Ice and Fire.
And here's a quick anecdote. If you crack open the PHB, there's this beautiful little box that has like a few sentences of lore.
Yeah.
And it's about the old faith that some druids worship. Mm-hmm. And it is so fucking evocative.
Yeah.
And they're religious, but it's these old gods, these dead gods, these gods of the land. And that one box is a huge part of your character and characterization.
Yep.
And then you go to pick your subclass, and it's land, and land just makes me a caster, and I get 2 more spells.
Yeah.
Or I moon, and I turn into animals.
You have to do all the work. And the DM has to do the rest of the work.
And so it's like, I want a subclass that evokes this box in the PHP. That evokes the old faith, and that's what we're going for. That there are standing stones. If you want to make it rune themed, you can.
Yep.
And so hopefully there's lots of thematic
and you saw a little bit of that. It's where, I tried to, tap into the green dreams or the dreams of the green sea.
Right. We talked a lot about that.
Basically, the idea of all of the trees and the natural world is kind of all connected together, and being able to move your consciousness around through that tree network.
Right.
So we'll see. Right. Oh, and then the main feature is, I think that Wizards had succeeded recently in subclasses where you replace wild shape with something else, right? You can still wild shape, but you have the option to do this. And this is kind of like the main core. And when I had this distinction, that's when it locked in for me. As this is the Wood Woes subclass, and the Wood Woes, which has been implemented into D&D as a Wood Woad, which is fully Bark Man, is the Wild Man of European folklore. And so it's the shaggy, hairy man that has a shield and a club, and usually a crown of branches and leaves, and he protects the wilds. And so I wanted to basically have that form be, to be hairy, and basically the idea of where bark, however you want it, you basically become like the Green Knight. You become the defender of the wild in a way where you get this big shield, it's defensive,
right.
There's the sap, and you're able to go in kind of in a melee in a way that you're not blasting people with spores, and you're not turning into
I could see Yornir very easily being this subclass. Yep. Coming up there and his staff turns into true ice from League of Legends, right? And he's just clubbing people, and he gets this icy shield. Damn, cool.
So the Green Man and the Green Knight, it all comes from
Green
the same.
Knight, yep.
Yeah, it comes from the same folklore. They're the same basis. Yeah.
Before we continue into the land of F, fighter.
Yes.
I think we have to take a brief cul-de-sac for 2 reasons. One, I think we should pause and answer some questions.
Sure.
And 2, we've got another druid to talk about. So before we do,
that's right.
Let's talk about.
We got Charlie's super chat.
Let's redeem some channel points.
If they're allowed to share the playtest stuff with other people, such as their DMs. Yeah, it's on the page.
Yeah. It's free.
It's totally free for everybody.
Yep.
Stevie Mark, I'm meeting up with my D&D friends tomorrow, and I'm wondering if I can show them the small bit of playtest stuff. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, it's all public.
It's all public. It's on the page. Everyone can download it. Fumpkin Wimdy, what subclass factors into the legally distinct version of Thomas the Tank Engine that's part of the secret stretch goal?
Oh, everyone's theorizing that it's a
The theory that
a Ghostlight Express subclass for 3.5.
3.5. Oh.
For the next.
We already have one.
Even though we already have one.
We already had one.
Well,
we already have
but
one of
like
those.
turning into a train or
Oh,
something.
literally turning into a train.
That's fine. Can confirm that maybe it is. For Back to the Chain Warlock, if you cast a concentration spell, can you maintain it in familiar form? From Capitorin.
Oh,
yes.
You know, we haven't clarified that. Maybe we need to add language. That the answer in my mind is yes.
Yeah, it's just like Wild Shape.
It's a diet Wild Shape. It doesn't change your mental state. And so if you're holding your breath on a magic spell, that's how I always think about concentration, is you're holding your like magical breath.
Yep.
But
And then you transform.
As a familiar can speak.
Right.
Yes.
And
Wild
there
shape
are rules about that in
Right.
the subclass.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll talk in more detail about that kind of specificity when we get to the Horn King Warlock.
The Bespoken, will the draft ergot be a thrown potion, or is it a repercussion of rolling 2 1s? Hidden by the DM until consumed, just wondering what the potential use is.
So in the subclass, you are able to roll for potions, and some of the potions, you're basically brewing. You're at the end of a long rest. The idea is that you have spent your some of your long rest time doing the classic cauldron-y brewy action, and so you are the one who is benefiting and acquiring this. If you have a vessel for it, you would be able, and you have the alchemical reagents necessary for it, you would be able to essentially create this spell and benefit from having that potion now in your inventory. And then you could share it with whomever you like or use it however you want.
Where can we read the Horn King subclass info? Asks Skeleton King.
TheCrookedMoon.com. Go to our Kickstarter page, scroll down to free playtest materials, download the PDF, print it out, share it with your friends, read it.
Where on the page is it?
It's about, well, it's in the index. You can certainly find it that way, but the actual...
Like how far down is it?
Yeah, I'm going to find it out right now for you. It is...
So we can tell folks.
33% of the way down the page. So if you're looking at the scroll bar...
It's above the tiers.
It's just above the tiers.
It's just above the tiers. Because that's when you really realize, oh shit, the page is totally different. We'll get a Ghost Train model. Well, there's one on the screen right now.
Yeah.
So yes. Ontario Rockhound. Now that you mentioned Labradorite dice, sorry if this is not specific to the Kickstarter. As a big mineral collector, I'm curious on what your folks' favorite minerals are.
Let me just make sure that this is a mineral.
A mineral? I don't know if I have a favorite mineral.
It's a metal. Does metal count as mineral? Why not? I'm gonna say
Yeah.
bismuth. And the reason is because I always like, whenever I see it or hear it referenced, I go, yeah, baby, work that bismuth.
That's funny.
It's all right.
I've always really liked turquoise.
Oh yeah, me too.
Our grandfather lived in Colorado.
that's my answer.
We'd fly in and out of Denver Airport, and like all the little gift shops and stuff. They had these like I think it was the Zuni tribe would make these little animal fetishes that you could sort of that they would like the local craftsmen would make them and sell them in these shops. And there's a lot of turquoise used throughout the design, and I've always really liked the color. Is it also our birthstone or no? Is turquoise a birthstone? Maybe not.
I don't know.
I don't recall, but I will snipe this from chat. Let's get down to bismuth.
That's
That's really funny.
Thank you.
To defeat the hummus. That's funny. Dougal Keen, did I hear correct that Derek is now full-time with Legends of Vantress?
Not yet.
Not yet. But God, I fucking hope it's soon.
Yeah.
2, for most stretch goals, you have a new one every 250. Why is the next stretch goal 3.5? Is it too epic for 3.25? The reason why is it gets to a point where every... we wanted the later stretch goals to be epic and awesome, but they're also very expensive, right? So like every stretch goal we unlock, it incurs a big additional cost to us. And we knew that the higher ones in our last few days, we would start to kind of, in our understanding is the last 2 or 3 days moves a lot faster than the middle of the campaign, right? When we're sort of slowly unlocking those stretch goals. So, really, it's just because we have just a handful of cool, bigger, more expensive ones to go.
And you'll also note that for the first million, we were going up in increments of 100,000.
That's right.
And then we switched to 250, and now this is the pivot point to 500.
Yep. Pagan Jake, I noticed the expanded spells for the Horn King Warlock include Hex, even though Hex is already a Warlock spell.
I'm so glad you brought this up.
Spell from Pagan Jake?
I'm so glad you brought this up. And I want feedback on this, especially, because it is an intentional choice. I am well aware, because the Horn King Warlock is my baby, I'm well aware that the Hex spell is on the Warlock spell list. Why would you include it in the expanded spell list? Is it a joke? Is it stupid? Did we mess up? No. Maybe we should have 3. Maybe we have an additional third spell, but...
I would say you can't say that you didn't mess up. I would say that, was that an unintentional mistake?
No, it was not. It was an intentional...
No, I know.
It was an intentional choice. And the reason is because one of the later features gives you a way to... modifies how concentration works for items that are on your expanded spell list. So if you read the rest of the subclass, you will see that there's an interaction there, which is why Hex, which is a classic for most warlocks, is something that is going to benefit from your subclass. I thank you for bringing that up. I'm guessing that is not the first time we're going to get that question, and that people who look at it and go, these people don't know what they're doing, and walk away from the subclass, maybe that's why we included it, but...
I almost didn't post it.
Yeah. A few hours ago, Mikey was like, why is this on here? And I was like, no. I did it on purpose, I swear.
We're doing it live, folks.
Yeah, to live deliciously, I think is the...
Yeah, next time we'll do like an asterisk and maybe call it out, right? Just to sort of explain.
I think it needs clarification.
Or the feature, anyway, we'll play with that.
It's not obvious, but...
Raging Jester, does the addition of cryptids involve those from around the world, or is it more focused around Western cryptids?
I think that's something that we're interesting to get some feedback on. I mean, I think that we have. I think that basically what we're thinking is kind of terms of
your classic cryptids.
Your classic cryptids. We're not thinking of monsters from actual folklore around the world. We're not considering those as cryptids.
Right.
We're considering of the
Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, Mothman, Jersey Devil, Snallygaster,
Flatwoods Devil, Flatwoods Monster,
that sort of thing.
That sort of stuff, yeah.
And, that's already a list of how many.
Yeti,
yeah, so. Harley Chaos Gremlin, off tonight's topic. Tomorrow I'm going to be a clown. I expect to get asked how I decided on it. Would it be okay if I use that as an opportunity to pitch the Crooked Moon to people? You can always pitch the Crooked Moon. Yeah. Especially we're in the last... Not quite last 48 hours.
Yeah, we're 3 hours and 7 minutes away.
Yeah.
Right. In fact, word of mouth, sharing with your friends, your family, your pets, is the way that this is going to continue to grow. Yeah. That's how it has been growing, and so it's really the only way. We heavily encourage to share this thing because we want more people to benefit from the joys of folk horror.
Yes, Red Pirate Robert says pop culture cryptids. Yes, that is the
Hollywood
Snallygaster,
cryptids, right?
Yeah. The idea is that it's not folklore is already something that we're tapping into. Where It's not just things from folklore, but again.
Another question I wanted to shout out that I altered my pledge to snag the core box. Thank you, Solaris Stardust.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have hit the 830 wall hard, folks.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's slowed down.
We've hit it hard. It's wild how that works.
Which set of dice in the Crooked Moon launch is your favorite set, says Delightful Llama. Speaking of Delightful Llamas, I'm torn between the Graveyard and the Ghost Train.
Those are both very good.
This is sort of this is selfish, but Swamp Hex.
I also have the selfish answer. I'm just reminding myself of the name. It's not here.
The Shadow Cult is probably
the Shadow Cult is what I'm thinking of. Yes.
I'll say Chuckles the Clown then.
It's just obvious.
It's a great set.
TR Necromancer, Derek, how can we get you to change out your Labouche dice?
I will not be changing out my Labouche dice because I'm ride or die. myself. But if someone were to gift me with LaBouche dice, I wouldn't not use them. Is what I'll say.
There you go. You heard it here first. Are there 2 Warlock subclasses because the playtest shows Horn King Patron, but the stretch goal shows the Great Fool What?
Are there 2 Warlock subclasses?
Yes,
Yes, there are. Yes, there are.
So every stretch goal subclass is going to be an additional subclass to an existing class, if that makes sense.
That is correct.
Aw damn on YouTube. Thank you, mods, for grabbing some questions from YouTube.
Thank you.
Anyone else, any other mods that see some questions on YouTube that want to throw it in the Twitch queue, please go ahead. Since you're discussing the names and ideas of classes, are you going to do the same with the races? I don't know if we ever added that as a topic. We could. We're going to be streaming all fucking day.
I'm going to put it here as a maybe.
Yeah.
Races.
We're going to be streaming literally all day
lineages.
on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's a great Wednesday topic.
Yeah. We
Getting into the weeds of the lineages and why they're all.
We're going to go live at like 9 or 10-ish. And we're going to be live until midnight. So it's going to be crazy. Real quick, Ballsy Ninja with the super chat. Just wanted clarification on when shipping is charged. Shipping will be charged right before we fulfill. So if we hit our targets and we're shipping in September of 2024, that is when you'll be charged for shipping. If we're early, it'll be before that. If we're late, it'll be after that. But it will be around, basically right before we ship out the stuff, is when we will charge shipping. And that was one of the things that we, talking to industry folks at, not Origins, what's it called? Gamehole. Is everyone's like, oh, how are you guys doing shipping? And I would tell people, and they're like, thank God you did that. Because I did it this other way, and it was this horrible disaster.
Yeah.
So,
oh, that's good. I hadn't heard that.
That was a little lucky, I guess. What were you going to say?
Oh,
Your eyes got wide.
I said Origins and GaryCon so many times when I meant GameholeCon. At GameholeCon.
Yeah.
And I couldn't, for whatever reason, I was brain farting the whole time.
Thank you, Lone Guard, for asking that for Aw Damn.
Ace Ninja Viking. What sort of inspiration does the Hypno Wolf come from? My friend, who's also doing an all-in box, thank you, says it reminds her of a creature from Native American folklore.
Anything that is similar to that is just entirely coincidental. The primary source of inspiration, at least from where I'm coming from, is a combination of Over the Garden Wall, episode 1. The old grist mill with the dog, and Big Bad Wolf tropes from Grimm's fairy tales, with the idea of God. Is there some sort of
It's like not a will-o'-the-wisp.
Obviously not a banshee. Kind of like a will-o'-the-wisp.
Like a will-o'-the-wisp.
Like a will-o'-the-wisp.
It's pretty classic.
A hypnotic, basically the hypnotic charm of like an angler thing, right?
Anglerfish.
But the idea of rather than like hearing something and being entranced, it's the idea of the eyes, of the beautiful eyes, and calling towards you. And I thought the idea of it being something of where basically you're walking through the woods. And the reason why it was hypnotic is that I had the idea of wouldn't it be cool of a wolf, rather than dressing like your grandma. This is where it came from. Dressing like your grandma. You think you see your grandma.
Yeah.
You think you
Which
see
is
a
a
loved
very
one.
cool concept, yeah.
You think you see a loved one rather than it like
it's horrifying.
It's a horrifying thing where you think you see a loved one
and you crawl into
and
it.
you crawl and you walk up and you just crawl inside and it swallows you. Right?
It certainly had an effect on me as a player.
Yeah.
During our one shot.
It was really cool.
Very effective.
Yeah. Call from the Jungle Book, Deadlight from It. Yeah, it's very classic monster trope.
Yep.
One or two more, and then we'll dive into.
Flubbertink. I'm not very good at typing in a way that makes sense. So sorry in advance. Hypothetical regarding the Horn King Warlock. Could you theoretically use Pact of the Blade's melee attack, Curse, then the Malediction reaction, provided the creature you stabbed attacked you, then cast Hex? Could you essentially put 3 different hexes on an enemy in the span of 2 turns? Because that's wild.
I'm gonna have to capture that. That gets so into the weeds that I think that's more of like a Discord response where I really want to like think through exactly the order of operations of what you're describing before I give you a clear answer. I think that the reaction requires the trigger, and so maybe I need to make sure that that's 100% clear. But that's great feedback. That's exactly the kind of question that we want to hear from.
There is a thread in our Discord
Yes.
about the playtest, and there is a there's a channel in the VIP Discord if you're in there.
Yeah. That kind of question is exactly what I want to hear, so I can be like, okay, could I do this in this order, and is it clear for a game master or dungeon master to sit down and rule it properly so they understand, and is it clear to a player what they can and can't do?
Real quick, Dice Goblin J, or Dice Goblin J with a $5 super chat says, or asks, will physical copies take longer to receive than digital copies? We're planning the same delivery window. So what that means is they will probably be delivered because email is faster than shipping from fulfillment centers, but it's not like it's going to be, we're sending the PDF and then a year later we ship the physical stuff. We're planning on fulfilling all in the same time frame. Thank you for the super chat. We got that. Rip a Wildthorn, I have an idea. Please ignore if not possible. Would there be a way to reverse the Barbarian subclass where you could play as a kind of slow big guy, and then when you use the trigger, you become a crazy, smart, powerful science alchemy guy? That's interesting. That's probably not
this subclass.
I don't know if that works for the Barbarian chassis.
No.
But it's an interesting concept. I'm trying to think if that's like a theme in lore that's
sure
really
it is.
used. Yeah.
Usually like an animal like Gorilla Grodd or something, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like it's a big ape and then he gets super smart. Or Pinky in the Brain, like it's a mouse.
It's a fun idea though.
I love that idea.
Hyena, I backed the core box. How do you plan on adding elements accessible for the visually impaired? We have a very well-respected and experienced layout artist.
Yep.
And so he's very mindful of that as he's laying out our book. And so we're using like everything's high contrast. And I believe the PDF you will be able to pull out
so
the text and stuff.
Gordon and I have already talked about this because accessibility is something I care about very much. But the PDF will have the mechanisms for accessibility baked right there into the document itself.
Yep.
And it will be we will be releasing like a hyper high contrast one for those reasons. I care about it very much personally. It's something I do professionally as part of my job, and it's something that I will be applying along with Gordon's terrific design guidance.
Perfect. Tramp Tuna. Not entirely sure if this has been asked before. I've never played D&D, so I have zero knowledge. Bear with me. When you all as a group are choosing your characters for a new campaign, does the DM have final say, or do you as a group keep it very democratic in the process? Not sure if that makes sense, but I've always been curious. You guys are absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
And thank you for opening a new aspect in my life. And now it's very near and dear to me. You guys, thank you. Thank you
so much for the kind words.
1 million or 3 million LOA.
Woo!
Thank you, Tramp Tuna. The DM does have final say.
Yeah.
The DM can always veto or just flat out reject or delete a character from a campaign.
Any character.
I learned that going into Edge of Midnight.
Yeah.
We definitely, as a group, we feel very much where there's like decision rights. No matter what it is, we don't vote on anything.
There's no voting.
Nothing's done by committee here.
Yeah.
Despite us being extremely collaborative.
Yes.
So that being said, right, like when Nikki came to, the first time we ever really did this was Curse of Shredanya. And Nikki came to us and said, hey, I've wanted to do this module like legitimately for years, and I want the party to be gothic horror as fuck. And so let's do this, but you have to play something that fits the gothic horror theme. And so there was lots of, that was a major constraint that we had when we were building the party. And there were some characters, and I won't get too deep into it, but there were some character concepts that were flat out no. They're like 2 or 3 that were flat out rejected.
Yep.
Go back to the drawing board and start over.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
I'll riff on those points. Gravity Gracie. Seeing as the Philosopher subclass was meant to be an Artificer initially, will the subclass be able to use a tool set as your arcane focus instead of a wand, crystal, staff, etc.? We'll see how much of the Artificer class we bake into it. We probably won't try to pull from the class to bring into the Wizard class.
I think you can, the art has like, there's chalk and there's vials and, there's all sorts of
various stone, like a
stones,
philosopher's stone, right?
I think that can be used, but it's not going to be like built. We're not going to try to basically graft an Artificer chassis onto a Wizard.
Right. Lieutenant Dragonfish is in a certain angry bird inspired by a certain scarecrow in League of Legends.
League of Legends is a big inspiration just across the board. We've been playing it since beta, so Fiddlesticks is definitely a big inspiration for Jericho, my character, and the Harvest Terror. And so, this is a plush version of Virgil, which is Jericho's crow, which is definitely inspired by Swain and Fiddlesticks from League.
So, yeah, you could say yes, indirectly. Captain Crumch, out of curiosity, did you have any issues regarding the identity of the fighter subclass relating to the stigma around fighters being basic? Oh, did we? Is that our next class?
I think well, Circle of Wicker.
No, let's not do stretch goals.
Let's circle back if we have time.
Then let's jump right into the Barrow Guard. We're jumping right into the Barrow Guard. This is our Death Knight subclass.
Yeah, you could call it a Death Knight.
This is less about necromancy and evil and more about harnessing.
It's less about. It's not a necromancer.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Right, but harnessing spectral power.
Yes, it is in harnessing spectral ghostly power. This is something where I think this was one of our first. Actually, no, we had other fighter ideas.
Oh, we had like
several fighter ideas.
2 others.
Yeah.
That we were considering, and both of them I'm like, Mike, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But then it came down to basically fighters in general. I feel like a lot of subclasses are very basic, and they don't offer a lot.
They just generally suck, and they don't have any theme to them.
Yeah.
Outside of just using weapons.
And yet, I believe that it is the most played class.
Oh yeah, human fighter.
Yeah. It doesn't get much more standard than that.
Yeah.
And so this was something where we wanted to do, if you wanted to play a Death Knight style character, if you wanted to play the Dark Rider, if you wanted to play kind of the White King, W-I-G-H-T, right? And so the idea was that, wouldn't it be cool if there
King Leoric from Dota, or he might have been in Diablo
too. I think he was renamed from King Leoric.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, the Skeleton King. I think he was turned into the Wraith King.
Yeah.
Because of Diablo.
Yeah.
And so the idea was that basically we wanted to have a class that was kind of your Dark Rider, your Death Knight. And so the idea is that you don't have to play evil at all. Right, it's not a necromancer, but it's the idea of wouldn't it be cool if it was a fighter that basically kind of took up the weapons and armor of long dead knights and kings and other kind of, dead things, and used it to either protect the burial places or go out and unleash the spectral, ghastly Barrow nightmares.
This actually started as the Dark Rider subclass.
Yeah.
And we sort of moved it away from needing to incorporate the mount.
Yeah.
So that it could exist regardless of whether you have
we thought,
mount or not.
Do we use this opportunity to fix the Cavalier? It's like, no, we don't.
No.
And so,
maybe a feature in there, might have something related to it, but
yeah. So, I think that's very.
Yeah.
There's like glue on my shirt.
I hope it's glue.
Yeah, it's like it's from a name tag.
Oh yeah. I think that's. So I think that's the idea. I think that you would be able to easily theme it in a variety of different ways. Like the art that we have is kind of like, some guy took up the sword and helmet. There's a little bit of a dragon motif to kind of make it feel medieval.
Yes.
You can also see him kind of in action again during the wolf attack scene of the trailer.
A lot of the but some of the inspiration was from like the Northmen. If you've seen that film,
the Draugr,
where he goes into the Barrow and takes the sword and animates this Draugr of like an ancient king, and he fights it and he gains that sword. If that sword gave him sort of these like Draugr powers, that's the Barrow Guard.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm super excited.
Anything else on the fighter?
I just think that in general, fighter subclasses need more theme.
That's why I really liked the giant one, the Rune
Knight.
Rune Knight.
He's a very clear
It's very
theme.
clear because it adds elements of mysticism, and the Psy Warrior are both excellent subclasses, in my opinion. Granted, I haven't seen a Psy Warrior played.
You really like Psy Warrior.
I just think it adds a little bit of something,
Right.
you know?
It needs a little something.
It needs a little something, man. That's all, you know. I think just being able to fight with a sword and do a little like force push or, you know, little Jedi type shit is fun. Anything else? And I hate the Eldritch Knight. That's my hot take. I don't know if people like it, but
I think
as someone who's played an Eldritch Knight in a home game, I don't care for it.
it's going to be a lot of fun to play.
Yeah.
The Barrow Guard, and I think that you're right. That little extra something's in there, but in such a way that it's going to be flexible enough that you can take it in any of the thematic directions you're describing.
Yeah, I really like that. If you're just joining us and want free dice, go to thecrookedmoon.com and back our Kickstarter campaign at any physical product. You have like a little over 48 hours. Just over 48 hours.
Yeah.
Last 2 days.
M. We go all the way from F to M to talk about the way of the pestilent haze.
The Monk.
The monk.
Monks are tough.
Monks are very tough.
Monks are very tough.
Monks
folks.
have a rough chassis to start with.
And it's not that it's a bad chassis.
No.
No.
It's
Not
just,
at all. I love monks. I
I
shit
love-
on them. I fucking love
It's
monks.
just tough. I feel it's Druid is actually quite similar. It's difficult to add subclasses in a theme where it feels cohesive and deliberate and good. It requires more work.
Yes, it does.
I believe.
It does.
And so one of the things, an idea that I had of like, well, wouldn't it be cool to kind of get more medieval and Renaissance, you know, kind of an older vibe class like the fighter.
Yep.
And people love plague shit. And so we have to include one plague subclass.
Yep.
Because for when it comes to horror, people love plague. And it's a vestige of the old English countryside and all of that, right? And we have
Well, like Black Death, the
province, the
film.
Black
Yeah,
Death, the film. It's a classic folk horror.
It was so
have
pivotal
a
to
province,
Europe,
yes,
right? That it
yes.
was, yeah, we had to.
In Druskenwald, that's all plague themed, and that's where the Plagueborn, the rat folk, are from. And so I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I kind of took some of the ideas from the scrapped College of Carrion, and then kind of wouldn't it be cool to have monks that basically would like have, not envenomed, but like disease claws or weapons or their hands in order to basically use disease up close and personal to scratch, and then have a swarming mechanic, right? Where you're basically dealing with vermin. It doesn't have to be rats. Rats is what we're doing, but it basically any kind of disease. You could do bugs, you could do birds.
Pigeons, weasels.
The idea was vermin. Have vermin and have disease and have it on the monk chassis to basically justify why are you up fighting with your hands, right?
Right.
Well, I mean, spreading disease and, you know, spitting on shit.
Mine's going to be rabid cats, I think.
You honestly could do that if you wanted.
One idea that I had was you could go like Plague Doctor themed, and you could fight a Kali style with the two, are those kunai?
Yeah.
But have it themed like the Plague Doctor staff with like the blades
that's
or
really
like
fucking
the
good, actually.
Raven skull with the beak.
Yeah.
And using two of them.
That's
that could
really
be cool.
fucking cool, man.
Yeah, so. And I think for all of these, we wanted to make sure that the theme wasn't so specific that you couldn't retheme it. And so I think for every single one of these, there's some breathing room in how you decide to theme your subclass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not just a rat person. You could be any kind of plague. And we also pull on a lot of the leprosy, like communes.
Yes, yeah,
Right.
exactly. So, and the idea of it feeling kind of like a Renaissance medieval monk,
Yes.
but, you know, with the plague woven in.
Yeah.
There's some plague doctor aesthetic, there's some monk aesthetic, and the leper's bells, right? And so the idea that you're using bells to kind of to swarm and control vermin, I thought it was kind of cool.
It is kind of cool.
Hello,
Thank you for the
Raiders!
raid.
Welcome, Raiders.
Thank you for the
Worthless
raid.
warrior.
We are, it's our weekly talk show, and we are in the last 2 days of our Kickstarter campaign, The Crooked Moon.
That's right.
If you want free Jack-o'-lantern Pumpkin King dice, go to thecrookedmoon.com. You get these free set of dice, full set, 7 pieces, by backing the campaign any physical product.
And you can see the timer right there. How little time is left.
You got 2 days.
It has to be. We're never offering these dice again, so it has to be in that limited window of opportunity. If you back a physical tier or physical item that we are shipping to you, you will get a pack of Pumpkin King dice. They're beautiful.
They're very cool.
I love the way of the Pestilent Haze. The art slaps so fucking hard.
Oh yeah.
I immediately fell in love with the subclass, and I don't think you have to go in this direction, but the direction I go in is leaning into the bubonic plague. It wasn't just the bubonic plague. These urban centers, this very city-esque vibe that I get, is also something that I think is a nice new flavor for Monk. Oftentimes with the Monk, you immediately go into like I'm in the mountains and there's solitary, or I have a limited brotherhood of monks, or that sort of thing. This I could see very much as
you could do
an urban monk almost.
Yeah.
Is how I would drive with it. Because plagues of all shapes and sizes were just constantly, especially in the medieval ages.
You could have like a cloister in the sewers,
Oh,
like the early sewers. And they're in the shadows and they live with the rats.
Pretty fun. That's pretty fun.
You know what's after M?
Paladin.
P.
Paladin.
You got it.
I got it.
The Oath of Castigation. This, I know that Mace had a lot of fun with this, and during our one shot, and this one was super, super fun to create. In fact, the difficulty with the Oath of Castigation is not going to be making sure that we hit the themes of it, but like what we pick mechanically to do with the subclass. Because you could do so much, and you only have so much fabric in terms of subclass features that you get rewarded with as you level up throughout a given class. This is your Witch Hunter subclass. This is a executioner, jailer,
jailer, torturer,
fanatical worshiper of harsh gods, and
it could just be the law. Like the idea is that it doesn't necessarily have to be a god that you're using.
Right.
So their librum that they have as part of their aesthetic is that it could just be. It could be a religious tome. It could be a book of the law, inspired by Malleus Maleficarum, the tome of hunting and killing witches.
When we were finalizing and landing on this subclass, Mike and I were on a walk one day, and we're like, you could go through the themes. You can be a witch hunter. You can be a jailer. You can be Javert from Les Mis, an inspector. You could be a crusader, just full-blown crusader knight. You could be a warrior priest.
Yeah.
There's so many themes you can do in this. And that's one of the reasons why I really, really, really wanted this to be the Paladin. Because we had a different idea for the Paladin for the first chunk of our concepting phase. Do you want to talk about that?
Well, before you do, I think that mechanically, it's not just like the rules won't say if it's a witch, then you get these benefits.
Right.
It's magic use in general that you're allowed to target specifically with this. It certainly will play nicely with a folk horror story for those purposes. But Witch Hunter, it's broader than that. To your point, is that there are a lot of different applications for this sort of executioner style Paladin. What were you gonna? Your question to Mikey though.
The original idea for
was a blood knight.
Yeah.
Was an oath of crimson or oath of blood, something like that. And so another sanguine subclass, that idea that we had, leaning hard. I mean, because I feel like blood knight isn't actually a thing that's offered. There's the infernal thing, the conquest. Which is kind of like devilish.
Yeah.
But, leaning hard on like the Crimson Stone or something, and, leaning hard on the Dracula folklore of that. And having Blood Knights is a classic trope in fantasy. And so then we decided, the Paladin has to be the Witch Hunter. We have to have a Witch Hunter, and it has to be the Paladin.
Yep.
And that was an obvious choice. And so we shelved the Blood Knight. And we went with the Oath of Castigation, and kind of it all just Witchfinder General is one of the classic, the three Unholy Trinity. And at the end, another movie in the Unholy Trinity of folk horror is The Blood on Satan's Claw. And that whole story is ended and dealt with by a giant magical sword in the shape of a cross. And so, like, just that kind of shit, that kind of like witch hunting, demon hunting stuff that isn't really, it can be implied in the general Paladin chassis, but we wanted to kind of bring that up very intently.
I think mechanically of the stuff that we've put together, this one is going to be Horn King Warlock. I hope survives as much intact as it is, because I really love the way it's written right now.
It's getting torn to shreds.
But
to shreds, you say?
The Oath of Castigation.
All of these subclasses are going to get basically fully retooled. When we go through our full design process.
The Oath of I wouldn't disagree, but I think that when it comes to the Oath of Castigation, of the things that will survive, it'll also have the most survivability, even if it's very little. But at the end of the day, there are things in there that, like, it might change in terms of the rules, but the actual thing at the point that it exists, that will survive.
I agree. I think it's very fun.
Any other thoughts regarding the Oath of Castigation Paladin?
No, I think I've said everything that I wanted to.
Let's talk a little bit about... Actually, we're taking our time, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We still have 5 more classes to go. I think we answered some questions.
Yeah, let's do it. Out of curiosity, did you have... Oh, we answered this one. Thank you, Captain Crumch. Skeleton King. The Horn King subclass says that your familiar can't be certain things. Why and what can it be?
Oh, let's dive in. Why don't we? I have it open right here. One moment. If you're referring to the Pact of the Chain, the fact that your familiar cannot take certain forms, that was something of a trade-off. That's because of the patron. It's intended to be mapped and tied to that way, but in exchange for more powerful specific benefits on top of it. That was the intent, if that's what you are referring to. Now that may change it. That's another example of something that might change very dramatically because we unlocked the familiar's stretch goal, but. The intent was we want it to be one of the other Pact of the Chain items rather than something like a pseudo-dragon or a quasit.
Yeah.
It doesn't... A witch with a pseudo-dragon or like a... It doesn't feel witchy in the way that we want to...
Or folk horror.
Yes.
Doesn't feel folk horror.
It doesn't feel folk horror witch.
And that's not something... And again, the playtest feedback will tell the story, but that's something that we may do in a number of these subclasses. We might take something away from the broader chassis of the class to give you something more specific or more evocative of the theme that is being achieved.
It doesn't. It doesn't get more classic for a witch's familiar to be a cat, a rabbit, a crow, an owl, right? Like, and so I think that it's just an extra option, right? You can do this, or you can do...
Yeah, and I think it'll probably
closet.
be something similar to the Tasha's stuff, or like basically it's a choice, right? If you want to have all the other features, but keep the thing about the Warlock that you like, I think that makes sense.
I want to snipe this one. Linolette, why is there a sheep in the stream?
We're consulting with the sheep.
Unbelievable. This is a llama, very clearly. Don't you see the blanket? He's very sensitive to being called a sheep. I'm kidding.
That's very funny.
I hope that answers your question. Studio Killers writes, at one point I believe Nikki mentioned maybe adding a third eye to fill the goat plushie. Is that still a possibility? Loa Aw.
Is it possible? Yes, because like everything, we reserve the right to change the design at any point. But what I would say is that it is a very small group of folks that don't want it to be cute. They want it to be gross and weird. I think the majority of people would prefer a cute goat. That's my
And they've
take.
already purchased a goat that has 2 eyes.
Right.
I'm in the minority in wanting a third eye, but I agree that the two eyes is just what makes sense.
Maybe we'll poll the people that bought one.
Ooh.
That's something we can do, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
we're gonna be able to put surveys out easy.
If enough people lobby for it, but if it's a bunch of people that lobby for it that didn't get it, that's the thing. It's like, oh, if you didn't get it because they didn't know that, it's a bit of
Well, it's kind of the same thing with like, it's also like playtesting, right? The people who are going to take the time to answer are going to be the people who don't like it, right? The people
That's
who
true.
like it aren't going to take the time to say anything. So, you know, it's one of those things. The people who are vocal might just be a vocal minority.
Good question.
Good question.
Lone Guard, YouTube from
Slinky.
Slinky has a question about Withering Hex. When it says the first time you hit a creature with Eldritch Blast, is it once per turn or once per encounter? Ooh, that's a level of specificity. Again, let me remind myself one moment. Withering Hex.
I'm certain it's once per turn.
Yeah, that's the intent. It says on your turn. Yeah, the first time you hit a creature with Eldritch Blast on your turn.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's because I know that as you level up, you get additional shots of it. So the intent is not to make it the second and the third and the fourth, but on your turn, you get more turns per round.
You get more chances to hit.
Raw, all of them hit at the exact same time, right?
Really?
Like we always say, oh, you killed this one. Okay, you can switch it around. Technically, you're not supposed to be able to do that, right?
Because it's a single spell, correct.
Yes.
You're doing
They
a
all-
blast, and they all go
Yep.
to their different targets.
We obviously homebrew house rule it that it's
They're like martial
sequence.
attacks, right?
Yeah.
This is what I get for never playing a Warlock.
Yeah.
You guys recommended a good, I don't know what to call it other than a roll box, so not to damage the dice. Also hearing
A dice tray.
Dice tray or dice tower.
Also hearing the Druid subclass made me think of the Fae of Ireland. That's exactly the
or a-
point.
Very
Yeah.
good. Very
Oh
good.
yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what we're thinking.
A lot of us use, or some of us use one of these guys.
So I much prefer this to a rolling tray, or I much prefer a little game mat. And I think most people use this for Magic the Gathering, actually. Right?
They was
Yes.
popularized by Magic.
They mostly use it for like card game playing because with they're neoprene game mats.
It's literally like mouse pad.
and we offer neoprene game mats in the Adventure shop.
Oh, we do. That's right.
So the merch store.
There's also a lot of great independent creators on Etsy that make wooden dice
Yeah.
trays that have
Or leather dice
or
trays
felt. Yeah, leather.
that snap together.
So I always recommend Etsy. There's lots of options out there. What are your thoughts on ceramic dice from Lady Alexandrana? I have never used one.
I
It would
don't have
depend
any.
on the theme of the character. I personally just prefer plastic dice.
I would be worried I would just break it.
Yeah.
I've
I would
used
also be
ceramic
worried.
knives before, and I always just break them or chip them.
Yeah.
I've never been a fan of ceramic
I
knives.
have two sets of metal dice, and they both roll like shit and have gotten scuffed up and lost their paint.
Yeah.
And
And
that
they've been
bums
very
me out.
expensive too.
And they've been extremely expensive.
I tried wooden
It's like
dice.
$500 a dice.
I tried wooden dice, and I
Yeah.
got really nervous that they were starting to like warp, and that they weren't going to be consistently random. And I would have the same consistently random concerns with ceramic, that they would slowly chip or change their shape, and that they wouldn't be rolling evenly across the 20 faces or however many faces. I would like to roll one though to find out how it feels.
Perfect. Tigri Cappuccino. The Beast of Blight and Wicker Man especially are such cool designs. How did you come up with their designs? Oh, this is from Skunk Sniff.
Thank you,
Thank you, Tigri, for asking that for Skunk Sniff.
Thank you.
The Wicker Man was obvious. That was like literally the first boss that we had. A living Wicker Man was one of the early bosses in the Prime campaign before we started streaming. The idea of a living Wicker Man has been a dream of mine to showcase off, as Evantress forever. And there's two symbols that when people think of folk horror, the two things you think of are a black goat and a Wicker Man. And so the Wicker Man was obvious. And if you notice, he's a little bent and he's a little crooked. He's not just like a straight Wicker Man. Because I think we've already said this. It's the lore version. That is the boss fight technically against the Crooked Man. We wanted the core origin of the Crooked Moon and this whole adventure is the encounter with the Crooked Man, and which is also another thing from folklore or a nursery rhyme from that. So we wanted to combine it and kind of have it be a crooked man in a crooked wicker man format. So that was the origin of that design. Yeah,
it's gonna be epic as shit.
It's really pretty badass.
And for the Beast of Blight, we watched a lot of Pixar movies and just copied after all of the moms and all of the
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
It doesn't really count if it's just a deer body.
Beast of Blight was actually a lore kernel initially, where we were thinking for Farron, if you've seen Edge of Midnight, what would it be like if Farron almost like fused with Gorthos, the Archfey of Blight and Rot?
Not really fused.
Not fused, but like she
became a Beast of Blight.
Yes.
Like became her own Beast of Blight.
Right. If she almost like ascended and replaced, or if she was the Beast of Blight, if she became a new Gorthos or whatever else, right? Like there would be, we thought, there would be a core of Farron, this tiny little petite satyr character, but this Gorthos is this massive, rotting, disgusting stag made of flesh and bone and wood and wicker and rot. And so if you see my storyboards, you see where, I wanted to keep those proportions kind of correct. But then in terms of the final execution of what it looked like, about her hanging down like that, there were two inspirations. One was the ritual, and
classic folk horror film, not classic as an old, but
and probably more of an inspiration was the founding Titan from
Attack on Titan.
And to me, the idea of just like
the long stringy hair and the hanging thing,
right.
It implies. It's the implying of like the human shape is not the important part.
Right.
It's everything else. It's like almost consumed and dwarfed by it. So it's really pretty badass.
Great question.
Good question. This is going to be extremely late, but turquoise is the December birthstone. There you go, Mike.
It's our birthstone. Who knew?
Thank you for the board measurements earlier. The Wicker Man is 71.6132 borbs tall, according to Dino. Also getting trained for a job tomorrow, hoping this all goes well. We'll be able to back through Good Moon, hopefully. Thank you, Toby. From April Sawyer on YouTube, does the STL work with filament printing, or are they made for resin? They should work for both. That's our goal. The tests we're doing are resin. But our goal is to have the models professionally supported. We'll pay someone just to kind of go in and like once the models are totally final,
they're
not final yet, and they'll need to be tweaked for the factory too. But then go in and actually add the supports, and we'll work with them to make sure that the supports work both for resin and STLs.
Queseraze or Queseraze just upgraded to the core box. Thank you for upgrading. Really appreciate it. We are so close to our goal of 2.33. We are, 333.
3333.
If you guys are willing to vamp for a minute, I'm going to use the restroom.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
If you just have the book and then, of course, get the dice, does the dice add shipping costs for me?
Yes.
Yes. Everything that you add will potentially impact your shipping, and that entirely depends on the country and location and the carrier.
But the biggest increase will be if you're just getting the hardcover book and add on the dice.
Yes. Well, it would be if you're getting stuff anyway. If you're getting free bonus.
So the way to get the cheapest shipping for physical stuff, I believe, is just getting just the book, because that counts as media mail, which is a lot more affordable. But as soon as you add anything else
to it, if you want the free dice, then
or want anything,
anymore.
It can no longer be media mail. So will it inherently increase the cost of shipping?
Yep.
On a percentage-wise, considerably.
Richie, are you okay? Says Kesh. Yeah, I've been sick this is day 13.
Day 13 of illness.
Yeah, it sucks. I'm on the mend. I'm better than I was yesterday, and I was better the day before, but...
Better than you were the day before.
I can't talk continually because my throat dries out, and then I want to have a horrible coughing fit.
Iceman. I missed this question in the last stream talk, but will any of the physical products of the Crooked Moon still be purchasable after the Kickstarter ends? Yes! The Pumpkin King dice here will never be available outside of the Kickstarter. And in the all-in box, you will be able to get the all-in box, except you will not get your name in the book. The name of the book is only for people who supported us while the Kickstarter campaign was going.
That's correct. We got that. Iceman, I missed this question in the last...
Oh, yeah, we already
sorry,
twice in a row, so X out of that. Regime. Oh. He's not a llama. He is not a llama. His name is Cream Cheese.
That's really good.
I am not a llama. That's really funny. Thank you, Monk.
My name
is Cream Cheese. Arrow Conductor. Speaking of Little Phil, he should get a second set of horns that are just short and stubby right behind his main horns, so he feels like a non-traditional goat, but still cute. All good feedback. All good feedback.
The point of Phil is that we want him just to feel like a goat, right?
Yeah,
At least personally, I just want him to be a black goat.
Like he's a cute baby goat, but he has black fur and he has red eyes.
Yeah.
And that is he's a little black Phillip. He's little. I mean, if you see the goat from the trailer, it's just the initial form of the beast that stalks the wood is just a gigantic, shaggy black goat. And then he gets the third eye, and then he gets the
crown of thorns.
I just know in the trailer he already has a third eye.
Yeah.
But in the original Edge of Midnight campaign, it was just a giant black goat.
Derek. Oh, he's not here. We'll save that.
No. When speaking of the subclasses, says Transflare, will the capstone for the philosopher perhaps be in connection to the idea of the philosopher's stone? Maybe a homunculus giving our tips roots. There will be a philosopher's stone connection. There will be a homunculus connection. There will be transmutation circle. The chalk in the circle. All that will be part of the subclass.
Yep. Dwarf in the flask.
Yeah. Stay tuned. Lone Guard from Sapphire Centauri on YouTube. Oh, sorry. Serpentare. So, sorry, I need to basically go back and forth to read because of the...
Are there any other folklore creatures you thought of introducing and are interested in, like the Greek winged siren, kelpie, selkie, black shuck, and such? We are inspired by all of it.
Yeah. All of it is fair game for inspiration.
But the goal of this book is not to be like, the kelpie's here now, and the siren is in the book. And,
Kobold Press has been doing that for years. Yep. The Kobold Press has literally... At this point,
I'm sure every single one.
Every single mythical creature, folklore creature from just about every culture and folklore from history just turned into D&D form, parlance. Anyway, that is what we're doing here. We're gonna kind of just create our own. Yeah, so Slinky just did thank you for the $20 super chat.
Thank you.
On YouTube. You have a question about spellbinding. That's a question for Derek. Richie and I did not look at any of the playtesting. That was all Derek and Andy, and so we are unable to answer those questions. We have we're getting a lot of questions. I think I sent you the thing.
Oh.
I think we sent you the thing. If you could answer all of the questions on the comments that we're getting
on Discord.
Well, not necessarily on Discord, on the Kickstarter page.
Oh, on the Kickstarter
page. As well
page.
as this question. Slinky asks, I have questions regarding the spellbinding, aka the 6th level ability. The way it works is, provided you have the spell slots to accommodate it, when you use the ability, it would be possible to cast a 7th level spell instead of 6.
That shouldn't be how it works. One moment. Let me pull up my working doc here.
We'll take a look at that.
I'll get you an answer.
Arrow Conductor, funnily enough, I first came across you guys in June, and one of June's birthstones is Moonstone. The Crooked Moonstone.
Yes.
Red Pirate Roberts, if you were to pick a different horror theme from folk horror to another supplement, what theme would you do?
Oh. Wait, do you be a different horror theme?
For a whole book?
Cosmic.
I
think cosmic
There's
horror.
enough gothic horror out there. There's a lot of cosmic horror, too.
There's a lot of cosmic horror, but I think that we could do a very fun take on cosmic horror.
I think I would combine cosmic and gothic.
So just Bloodborne.
Oh, just Steinhardt.
That's Steinhardt's.
Fuck.
Yeah, no, that's already been done.
It's been done. Never mind. I thought that was a cool idea.
Yeah, sorry.
I guess it is a cool idea.
No unique ideas under the sun.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why it's one of the biggest D&D Kickstarters of all time. It's
TR Necromancer. Follow from my earlier question for Derek. What are you currently using for Labouche?
Oh,
random bin dice from Gen Con?
Yeah, random bin dice from Gen Con is the answer to that question.
Do you manage to answer Slinky's question?
I think I have an answer.
Okay.
If I can say it out loud. Is it a question I should be answering on the?
Yeah, it was it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the way it's worded, choose a spell that you could normally learn when you gain a level in this class. At 6th level, you can normally learn spells up to slot level 3rd. So I'm not sure how you're interpreting it to get to a 7th level spell.
They're probably thinking, oh, well, technically I can learn it later. But these are really good.
So he said sorry. Okay.
Oh.
Did you figure out, Slinky? We want to make sure that we're
Thank you for the hype chat. Really appreciate
the
it.
hype chat is huge and important. And
Or,
these are the
super
kinds of
chat.
questions that we need to beat these subclasses into submission with.
we need. Well, this is all very helpful. All of the basically everyone needs to beat these.
Try to break
game design.
Try to break
like
it.
a rug.
Yeah.
We want the most constructive feedback you can possibly give.
Yeah.
And we can't promise we're going to change all of it, but we are going to take all of it to heart. And so Derek is our man as far as answering all of those questions.
Flutie Goose for Derek. I always hear you telling people not to eat dice. Have you tried offering the alternative of sugar and dice? If not, I highly suggest like sugar cubes.
Like sugar cubes? Oh,
right? That's
I
kinda
think I read
dice-esque.
that on our Discord. Someone suggesting
okay.
that. And what a charming idea to scare someone in the middle of dungeon mastering is that you could like sneakily put a cube in your mouth and then like make a crunch with a monster sound effect. It would be horrifying. Use that. That's a very effective idea.
I want to get your answer to this question, but Jacqueline Wilson has actually given my answer on YouTube. Cosmic and deep sea horror.
Oh,
I think deep sea horror, if there was enough for Ocean Hunter, the Sega made, if anyone here is a true aficionado of arcade games, Ocean Hunter is one of my favorite video games of all time, made by Sega. I had thought about if I ever got rich, I am going to buy a full cabinet of Ocean Hunter. And so with the crooked moon, I'm kidding.
When you're thinking deep sea, are you thinking go in and underwater and be that deep sea? I love that. One of my favorite games, it's the sequel to probably one of my favorite game of all time, the original 1993 XCOM UFO Defense was XCOM Terror from the Deep. And the idea was basically that you were a squad of alien fighters on the ocean floor, and you were in bell diving suits, and you were like fighting aliens underwater. Sending a party down and being able to do that shit underwater for the adventure would be fucking sexy as hell.
Yeah, and I don't know if you could do like a full book about that, but to me, that's the kind of thing where like deep ocean shit is like
cosmic deep sea Art Deco.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Aquarius Rose on YouTube. Which of the classes or bosses were the most fun and terrifying they create?
Well, we'll talk about bosses because we're going to go through all the subclasses.
Beast of Blight is my go-to. Beast of Blight or Chain Reaper. Because they're so much more powerful than their Edge of Midnight counterparts. They're like so different.
I'm biased when I say the Harvest Terror as far as terrifying. I think the idea is that it's going to be the idea is to up the fear, right? Because that will be encountered, that'll be one of the earlier bosses in the game, in the adventure.
Yeah.
And so the idea is that you're kind of fighting, you go from fighting the first boss of the game, which is like a ghost train, which is scary but a little goofy and silly intentionally, right?
Right.
And it's kind of this giant fucking thing at level 3 or whatever. And then the idea is that you go in and you're realizing, oh my god, we're fucking Wickermore Hollow now. We're dealing with what the fuck is this? And really terrifying the shit out of your players in the very beginning as far as dealing with the Six of the Fallen. That to me is like, we have to make that scary as shit.
The visibility, being in the fields, limited. Yeah. Anyways, we'll talk.
Feisty. I know his character LaBouche is an Oozoid in the new campaign Stardust Rhapsody. Is it something you guys got from somewhere others could get to? Or was it a homebrew you all did? It is not available anywhere else. It is a unique race from our setting of Stardust Rhapsody or whatever the setting ends up being called. It's nothing you can get yet. But
I would say, however, because if you want something close, the Diet Oozoid is what LaBouche was beforehand.
yes,
The Plasmoid.
The Plasmoid.
Yeah, for a lot of our races right now, we've done some home brewing to them. There will be more home brewing, as we go. He's been very busy.
What?
And so some of the races right now aren't as homebrewed as they will end up. But Plasmoid has a lot of great fun features that are similar to an Oozoid. There you go.
Thank you. Great question. Local Pumpkin King Lewis fan here, morbidly Maven. Is there anything you can tell us about his vibe or personality? Totally understand if we have to wait to find out, though.
Who?
The Lewis. What do you think, Mikey?
Oh, this guy.
What can you tell us about the personality of Lewis?
I mean, he calls himself the Pumpkin King. What else do you need to say? He's very, he just very vibe, and he thinks he is the king, and maybe he's right. You know what I mean?
And his name is Lewis. That's important that you know that.
We're almost caught up.
Yes.
Taylor Alia Hexwiz 101. Another question. This is my first Kickstarter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My first event in D&D.
Thank
3,
you.
I use quotes from you guys 24/7, especially my fucking legs.
My fucking legs,
Thank you
Grigo.
all bringing a new exciting thing into my life when I really needed it most.
Pleasure.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very
for the
much.
amazing support and
For
really
tuning
appreciate
in,
it.
as they say.
We got a raid from Bards of New York. Let's get a shout out for them mods if we could.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the raid.
Thank you
Well,
for
If
the
you're
raid.
just joining us and you're new from the raid, first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. This is our weekly talk show.
Our weekly talk show.
But it's vibing because we are in the final hours of our Kickstarter campaign. It ends in 2 days, approaching 48 hours, and is a folk horror supplement for 5th edition D&D if you're into that sort of thing. And we've got campaign setting, adventure, 15 subclasses, 13 races, bunch of monster spells, feats, curses, items, and the like. We've got a ton of minis. We have a full tarot deck. We have a bunch of dice, including the free set of jack-o'-lantern dice you get here. All you gotta do is back the campaign. As long as you get any physical product, we will throw in these Lewis dice. They were originally called the Pumpkin King, but the Avances fan community has basically redubbed them as the Lewis dice. So,
and in the adventure, we have Lewis.
yeah,
Lewis.
Target can't trademark that, can they?
I'm not committing that.
I mean,
but
we
the
have to
concept
have a
of Pumpkin
harvest
King-
horn named Lewis.
There needs to be a
Chat, what do we think? Can we get a poll? Should there be a harvest
They're all
horn
gonna say yes.
named
Of course
Lewis?
they're gonna
You're gonna win this.
Adventure of the Crooked
And he
Moon.
calls himself the Pumpkin King, but he's really not. I don't know. I mean,
Well, people look back and say, "Wow, that was a cringe."
what a cringe
at the time.
2003 reference.
Yeah, that could be thinking, "Wow, it really dated itself." It's
What
like,
if we name him Louis and spell it Louis?
Louis is pretty good.
The French way. The French way.
Louis is pretty fucking good.
Right?
Lewis
Like-
good.
Louis, you could have Louis, and he can be in the
Aloysius.
Drowned Crossroads.
And then people like, if you know, you know.
Everyone's into it. Everyone's really fucking into it.
Lewis.
Aloysius, and he goes by Al.
The Pumpkin Prince. Oh my. There in Jack Against us, too cringes to be free.
That's kind of true.
That's actually true.
That's pretty true.
To
Embrace
allow
the
yourself
cringe.
to be cringe is to truly be free. I agree with that
Amazing.
sentiment, honestly. The Pumpkin Prince Louis is actually pretty banger. I don't hate it.
Derek, can we get a?
Oh. Well, sure. I'm so excited that I got a dread against the DM.
That was. Did no one actually mention that as their favorite moment last night? Was that last night?
No, someone said it. Someone said it.
2 nights ago.
It was
Was
two
that
nights.
last night?
2 nights ago.
I think I called it out.
It was 2 nights ago.
It was 2
Last
nights
night
ago.
we were just
Last
hearing-
night was
Last night
the
we were
fucking
just vibing.
delirious fever
Yeah, we
dream.
were just vibing last night.
That was the funniest fucking shit.
That's all thanks to Rich. He was the one who suggested
I
it.
called it out. Yeah. Oh. Well, just because the way that you said it and just the juxtaposition was so shocking.
Because I was doing the voice, and then I read the ability, and then I went back into the voice again. No, it's really funny.
Oh, what a great session that was! Holy fuck!
I kicked Bitsy.
It's one of those things that it's like the large maw William space bass.
It should have been trout. It should have been
Space trout, damn it. Yeah, it was,
shit.
And the Keurig thing. It never stopped being funny.
Yeah.
That was something that just didn't stop being funny.
No.
never got
Once
old.
you have a running joke during a session, you're just vibing.
We are at 3.26 mil.
Oh wow!
Can we get to 3.33333?
Repeating.
Holy shit.
If we hit 3, what's he doing?
73 left. 73?
Oh.
73?
I mean, I think we're going to get a big fucking surge after midnight.
I think so too.
Because that's when the 48 hours.
That's when Europe wakes up and says, "Oh, D&D in it," and they save the day.
Yeah, that's how all Europeans sound.
Yep.
I'm allowed to say that because I heard it once.
Let's get back into it, shall we?
Let's do it.
Let's shall. Why? Because we're R for Ranger. And we're talking about the Grim Harbinger.
Grim Harbinger, I think that was one of the earlier ones.
That was like an all-you thing, where you're like, this is the range, and I'm like, sounds good.
Yeah. Well, because the idea is that when I had initially pitched the idea of Scrim to Andy, he was a ranger.
Yes.
And the idea to me is it's something cool as fuck to be a ranger, but have the vibes of a church grim or a bargist or a black dog / black shuck or whatever it is, right? And to me, that vibe is so fun and so cool, and there's really no way to evoke it. So I thought that was basically like my immediate thought for the Ranger. And so this is the subclass. The Grim Harbinger Ranger is a subclass of where basically you kind of call upon a church grim, and it's a shadow dog in the art. But I think the idea is it can be whatever kind of creature you'd like.
Yeah.
Because I mean, church grims can be a cat, and historically, a cat, a rabbit. It takes a bunch of forms, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could almost be like what is it called in Harry Potter? That's the kind of the same idea.
Is that a Patronus? Patronus?
Yeah, where it's like this thing that wards off evil,
it's
right?
Spirit. It's spiritual. And so the idea is that combining the whole idea of being like the wanderer, the walker of cemeteries, the walker of the sacred places of the dead, of graveyards, of cemeteries, and the like. Also kind of going in with the omen aspect, right?
Yep.
Of where basically it is the omen of dead, omen of death, omen of doom. And so then the idea, once again, more League of Legends inspiration of the idea of kindred, which I thought was really cool. Of where if you accept death, you get the swift arrow, or in the case in the art, the crossbow bolt. And it's peaceful. Or if you resist it, if you run, then you have the savage wolf. Or in this case,
the violent death.
The violent death that's savage and not peaceful. And so that was the theme of the Grim Harbinger. I thought that was really fun.
Lots of thematic juice there to play with.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Well, and I think the relationship that you could have with your Grim is immediately evocative, right?
Yeah.
I know that a lot of people love to have like a familiar or something along those lines. This relationship will be mechanically tied to you throughout the subclass features.
Yeah, well, there's the Beastmaster, there's the Drake Warden. This is our chance to have a more spirit death theme.
Yeah, it's more
and folk horror as fuck.
It's a more ghostly. It's kind of more of a ghostly ranger, right? And the way that we are articulating it is via the grim.
And there's also the sort of side flavor of the beacon, the lantern.
The lantern, the lantern.
Which is also going to be crucially important.
Yeah, exactly right.
Real quick, Slinky with the $10
super chat.
Regarding my silly question earlier, I misspoke. What I meant was 7th level spell was a spell learned when a character reaches level 7. I never played this spell.
I see. No wrong questions. You're golden. So the to make sure that I'm saying this right, I have to clarify a second time, and you don't need a super chat. I'll just try to keep an eye on it. But here's what I'll say: is your character level and the spell levels that you can cast aren't tied to one another. They use the same word, but just because you're level 3 doesn't mean that you can cast level 3 spells, and just because you're level 7 doesn't mean you can cast level 7 spells. It's a confusing language conflagration in the world of Dungeons and Dragons.
I think it's an interesting question though, because how is it worded exactly?
So choose a spell you could normally learn when you gain a level in this class, but that you do not already know. And I forgot to read this last time. The chosen spell must be of a level for which you have spell slots.
That's the important part. But without that, right? Thinking when you gain a level in this class and I'm level 6, I would become level 7, which would let me cast 4th level spells. Right?
Third for level 6.
Third level. No, third is 5.
I have the matrix right here. 3rd for level 6.
No, but if you're 6, you can cast 3rd. But when you gain a level in this class, if you're level 6, the next level you would gain, if you read it that way, is 7. So again, I think it's clarified in the second sentence.
Oh.
But just it's an interesting point to call out, where if you read it as the next time I gain a level in this class.
Here, I'm going to tell a brief story about rules,
Sure.
because I think it's really important. You're making a great point, because you can interpret things in different ways.
Right.
There's a classic example from early days. Richard Garfield, the designer of Magic the Gathering, is playtesting Magic the Gathering, and he is going around the room and people are playing different games, and he's sitting and he talks to one of the playtesters and says, it may have even have been at like a tournament. This may have been like early alpha days. And he goes and he talks to a player. He's like, "Hey, how are you liking the game?" He's like, "I'm so happy. I got a booster pack and I got the best card in the game. I win every single time."
Oh my god.
And he's like, what card could he possibly have that he's so confident that every single time he plays this, that he would win?
Wins,
and the card text read, when you play this spell, your player loses their next turn.
Yeah.
Not that they lose their next turn, but that they lose their next turn is how the player was interpreting it.
Oh.
They lose their next turn. Next turn, you lose.
Yeah, that's really funny.
And so
Holy shit.
that kind of thing is the kind of stuff that we have to avoid. We have to try to word things in such a way that it can't be open to interpretation.
There's no misinterpretation, right?
And so, Slinky, if you've never played a spellcaster, that's fine. These kinds of questions are important. We want people to be able to pick this up and still have a grasp of what the intent is and what the outcome is supposed to be. Questions from someone who has zero knowledge are as valuable to me as somebody who's going to be asking me the like really hard like multi-classing questions and insanity questions that are going to come.
It's going to be
From 0 to 20, let's go. Yes, the correct interpretation is that when you lose your next turn, you're supposed to skip your turn, and he just Grim Harbinger. I've been making this mistake, and I'm really having a difficulty undoing it. I say harbinger, and that's
most
fucking.
people say harbinger,
and that's not true.
A lot of people have seen the word in video games when they were young,
right?
And your brain sees binger, and harbinger. You've never seen the word before, so you say harbinger. And so because you read that word when you were 12, 10, 13, whatever.
8.
You then take that into adulthood.
I'm aware that I'm doing it. I'm just fucking up.
It's okay.
I've also heard Harbinbringer.
Harbinbringer.
That's one I've heard too.
Yeah.
It's Harbinger.
Harbinger.
All right.
Grim Harbinger.
Let's apply a little rouge and get to rogue and talk about the sinner subclass.
This one was very obvious. I think that with Briggsy with the Grinning Sinner being a part of the book, and Americana folklore being part of the folk horror that we're going for, the idea of going down to the crossroads and making a deal with a voodoo spirit or a devil or some kind of supernatural being.
Yeah.
Really whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
And gaining power over fate in some way, or turning your luck around. To add kind of this this concept of this laid back sinning rogue that isn't afraid of the more frowned upon aspects of life. And again, I think there's a lot of different flavors that you can go for. You can go full-blown voodoo. You can go full-blown like cowboy hellfire and brimstone, and like a hooved goat devil. You could go with like any kind of you go with like pure kind of ghost if you wanted to, or like spectral. I'm trying to think of an example.
I would just say anything like supernatural and fate. Like it's very generally tied in folklore and myth, right?
Right.
And so, so having elements of chance and elements of having kind of this supernatural biz, and then the hex gun, right?
Yeah, having a way where you can have a voodoo gun or a hex gun,
Voodoo gun
was important because it's a lot of time, at least for me, right? Oh, I'm playing a rogue and I have to get a fucking rapier, or have to get two short swords, or have to use a longbow, and so we wanted to have a way to have kind of a ranged weapon that is sort of like the way that Briggsy uses his arcane focus. And tie that into the class as well. So
to answer a question I'm going to snipe from chat, yes, this was the subclass of when we did our Crooked Moon one-shot that Andy played as Shepherd, and he went all in on the sort of poker interpretation, and so his mechanics were very much baked into that. But we are absolutely going to be retooling everything about the way that his class. I know that he was pretty happy with it for that one shot, but it needs to be broader, right? If it's too poker specific, then it doesn't have the flexibility, which is one of our game design goals. But I do think that as Sinner and sort of the gambling piece angle being what it is, and those being pretty intertwined, this will probably be the high risk, high reward.
Yeah. So I think having something that feels like gambling and if poker hand is the way that we do it, or some other way where there is high risk, high reward, that's definitely something that we want to kind of get across.
And that'll be interesting in playtesting to see, do people want that? Or is consistency just what people expect?
Well, the same thing with the experiment, right? Like, people might hate this sort of feast or famine design.
What I'll say is, even in famine situations, Andy and I are totally aligned on this. You should always get a little something for your effort. This is save or suck spells, where you are rolling a saving throw or making a spell attack, and you either get the thing that you wanted or you get nothing, and that was your whole turn. Kind of feels bad. And so a lot of our spell design, our magic item design, our subclass design should be, there might be this amazing thing that could happen, but if it doesn't, you'll probably still get a kernel. It's just that the size difference between that kernel and the mega thing is going to be the biggest contrast in my mind for the Sinner, because you want to roll those dice, you want to chase the dragon, you want to push your luck, you want to do this whole thing, and maybe get a mega nuke, right? That seems, in any interpretation of the class, if you're trying to go, it just seems like a thematic core.
I really think that what we had, the core is there. It's just figuring out how do we make it feel great and not too bogged down. And I feel like, at least the way Andy played it, it didn't feel like it slowed down gameplay. You can replace your buffs, but it's not like you stack buffs.
We unlocked a few cool things about it. I just don't know if they're going to be there. The thing that we built is going to go somewhere. Yeah. But whether or not it's going to be the entire thing the subclass is all about is really what we're questioning now.
Yeah. Let's snipe this. Are you good on Rogue?
Yeah. We're good on Rogue.
Chat. That's a really good question. Thunderbread? Thunderbreaker? Sorry, I can't see your full name because of the way that... Thunderbreaker. Breaker.
Nice.
Yeah, nice guess, Mikey. Good job. $5 super chat, thank you. Have you taken inspiration from the anime The Ancient Magus' Bride? I've never seen it. The animation looks beautiful from what I've seen.
I'm gonna check it out.
It looks really cool, but I know nothing about it besides it being kind of like a Beauty and the Beast monster and his, ooh, cute anime waifu.
Oh, I've seen the art for this.
He is a magical wizard, and he has a skull, a deer skull or a horse skull.
Like that.
Yeah, with horns, and he buys his bride. It's kind of weird. Yeah.
So kind of like a Beauty and the Beast situation.
But yes, it's very Beauty and the Beast reversed.
Yeah.
And they learn to have this sort of... I've seen 1 or 2 episodes of it. But my guess is that what inspired a lot of us, of what we're doing, inspired the design of the Magus himself, with having the animal skull as a head.
Wow, looks fun.
Yeah, it does look really cool. The Ancient Magus' Bride. Maguses, however you pronounce that.
I think it's Magus, but
Magus.
I've heard lots of different things. Should we knock off some questions?
Dealer's choice, really. I'm really excited to talk about the next one, but we're 17 minutes behind.
Will players have an opportunity to try and save or redeem our 6 Edge of Midnight friends in Crooked Moon, or are they too far gone?
I know what my answer is going to be.
What's your answer?
My answer is going to be that the standard adventure is no.
Yes.
But
I would agree with that.
I think that a game master who wants to put that on the table and craft their own story and make that possible, that might be something that we talk about, either alluding to in the adventure or maybe even just the way that we talk transparently on stream make possible. But anyone would be able to do what they want with the adventure and tell that story if they wanted to.
I think exactly right. If you want to use what's in there in the setting guide, the intention is that you should be able to use what's there in the setting guide to craft your own adventure, right? With these
strip it for
figures
parts,
and-
take the
strip it
wheels
for
off.
parts, yeah. But it should be, that you can plug and play whatever you'd like, and there's no reason. But I think that is for the narrative, because of the concept of life, death, and rebirth, it is it's not something where you can kind of like choose either or.
It's also a horror, right?
Yeah.
Right? If this were our version of Witchlight, there would be a non-combat solution to all of this.
So, right.
But that's not the chain, right?
So, like, the adventure itself, we're not going to have, like, branches and what happens if you save or kill. But I think I really like the idea of having, like, a page or a box somewhere.
Yeah,
or a couple
that's
boxes.
what I'm saying.
It's like pacifist mode in
I would argue
that
that should be a page.
And it's hard, and, like, it's just very high-level guidelines of, if you want this extra difficult version that you have to do some homebrewing for, here is how you would redeem each of the characters, and here's how that would affect
No promises on that, because
Right.
this book
No
is going to
promises.
be fucking packed.
Yeah, actually, I think it's a good idea to have like a page or two.
Yeah, just
About like, okay, you want to do fucking Undertale pacifist run.
New Game Plus,
The whole,
hardcore
if you want
mode.
to change the ending and change the whole thing,
Yeah.
here's how you would do it, and then basically it's arming you
Yep.
to do the work,
Yep.
to set that all up.
I'm
We're
so
not trying to
glad
bake
that
it
we're
into
doing this
the-
together because we're so
Yeah.
aligned on this. So
Yeah,
we can't even...
I love it. Exactly right. Exactly right.
We got a $5 super chat from Laffy Taffy Creation. If you had to leave one friend behind in a horror situation, who would you guys leave behind? Mikey. I mean,
Me,
just right away,
absolutely.
immediately.
Absolutely.
Mike, 100%.
Yeah,
It's just
not
obvious.
even close. It's not even close.
Thank you for the $5.
Yeah, it's not even close.
That's funny. Turtle attack. Oh wait, this isn't a question at all. But I've been taking a business class, and we started going over marketing. So all my projects have been based off the Crooked Moon. By the way, I backed the core boss.
Thanks for backing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've gotten quite a few compliments on our marketing.
Thank you very much.
And so that's awesome that you're using that.
It's very cool, Turtle Attack. If you're in our Discord or if you show up later, let me know what your professor or teacher or whatever it is thinking about. I'd be curious.
Yeah, it would be an academic take. Would be fascinating.
$2 hype
XXX
chat from
butts.
XX Beauty Killer XXX1. Are there going to be more voodoo Loa/spirits? Just like with all the other folklore, it's not like we're literally
There's
going to
not
have
actual voodoo.
Papa Legba and
There's
Khalfu
not actual
and Maman
voodoo in the
Brigitte.
book,
Like,
yeah.
it's not actual voodoo. We will be inspired by the folklore of voodoo and Americana and all of that, and have monsters, creatures, characters inspired by that lore.
Yeah.
But nothing specific that we pluck from existing folklore.
Good answer.
We got that. That's great.
Anna Bash writes, no question, just wanted to say you guys are awesome and so is all your fans. I certainly agree with the second
I
half.
agree with that. All of our fans are awesome.
We have the best community on the interwebs. Big Country.
Now you can see the blanket, so now it's obvious it's not a lamb.
Big Country Ben
Exactly right.
90. I can't believe that there are 89 other Big Country Bens. So the Grim is the Ranger's beast companion. Is that a fair way to phrase it?
Yeah. I mean,
Beast companion. It's a
it
spiritual
will
beast
not
companion.
be- we need to decide if it's actually mechanically going to be a beast or not, because I guess that will actually affect the rules. I don't think it will be a beast.
We might do it the way we are starting to go in Icebound, where it is truly a spirit and shaping the magic until you reach a certain level threshold, and then maybe it does take on some more physical manifestation of some kind.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out exactly what type it is, right? And sort of at what point does it manifest into an actual token, right? But I think that, we're inspired by a lot of people like the Drake Warden, right? And
Yes.
I think that's something that we have in mind as we're designing.
Of a ranger done well.
Yes. So, stay tuned. Morbidly Maven says, I think I misunderstood something. I thought there being a Pumpkin King dice, that the Pumpkin King was an actual character that was being included in the game.
Oh.
Like the Horn King. I now see that the little fella paired with the Pumpkin King dice is one of the playable races we can be.
Yes, that is the Harvestborn.
It's the Harvestborn.
Is what we landed on for the lineage name.
If it wasn't a character before, it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you inspired us, Morbidly.
Not committing to that.
But, if we have a horn, then why not, right?
My name is
pumpkin.
Louis.
I am the Pumpkin
I
King.
am the pumpkin.
Louis.
Oh, we got another one from Thunderbreaker. $5. Thank you. For the anime I mentioned, the main character puts herself into slavery because she has nothing and no one else. The Magus does treat her well, however.
It's sort of Beauty and the Beast-esque, right? Where she's treated well. Foxwolf, gotta go soon. Thank you for the $5. All I want is the Chuckles voice, please.
Thank you so much.
If we hit our goal, maybe we'll do Chuckles voice.
We will.
But not right now. Thank you.
Hit the goal. A lot of people canceling right now. So
that's too bad. We're slowing down.
Well, they know that. It's like, oh shit, I only have 2 days to cancel. I made an impulse purchase.
Teen About, what are your guys' favorite stretch goals?
I'll say this because we hit it in the first day, but
we hit a lot of them the first day.
We hit a lot of them in the first day. We absolutely sprinted up the ladder, but it was when we were talking about stretch goals and the Familiars stretch goal came up, and you had the idea for the additional like a cauldron familiar, and I just could suddenly picture the little tiny peg legs of a cauldron pewtering forward in such a hilarious fashion, and of course the art does the work at the same time. That came later, but when you suggested that, I was in love. I loved that stretch goal. There are a lot of other exciting ones, but I'm going to give a shout out to one that might not have gotten all the attention.
My favorite stretch goal is the one that is not revealed yet.
Is it this one or is it the next one?
The only one that's not revealed yet.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
That one.
Okay.
The silhouette. The one that everyone's trying to guess what it is.
Oh, I don't think anyone's even come close.
Go to the section so I can be reminded.
Oh,
Just
sure.
scroll down.
No.
If you haven't backed the campaign, thecrookedmoon.com to enjoy free jack-o'-lantern themed dice. Pumpkin King dice, we're calling them. Lewith dice, we're calling them. And, yeah. They're really awesome. All you gotta do is get a physical product. On the campaign?
Oh.
I feel like I gotta pick one that's actually revealed.
Me, it's the Minions. It's the Minion Minis.
The Minion miniatures.
We're huge fans of Minions, and to get to a point where we can kind of have little Minions to support these big epic boss miniatures is amazing, and it's something that we wanted to do from the beginning, but we just weren't sure how this was all going to go.
Yeah.
And so we're at the point now where we can cover some of those additional molding costs.
The initial, I'll pull back the veil, the initial concept that we had was, like, well before this campaign, was wouldn't it be cool if we could do, and this is actually before Epic Encounters was a thing, by Steamforged Games, which is an amazing, it's really cool. Basically, what if we sold boss fights in a box?
Yeah.
Where you would literally get a map, a stat block,
That's badass.
and
Damn.
miniatures for a boss
That's
and miniature,
great.
and a boss and minions, and you basically have everything that you need to just run a boss fight. What if we sold that? Then Steamforged Games started doing Epic Encounters, which is a similar thing. They have tokens for the minions, not actual minis.
Okay.
But we had always went into, well, what if we could just have our boss fights and have them be, have the boss and the minions, so you have this full, awesome, epic, immersive experience.
Step 1, you put your mini in the box. Step 2.
And so I'm
true.
very glad that we hit the stretch goal, that we are now able to offer the minion miniatures as well. Tokens still would have been cool.
I'm also going to shout out folk horror handouts. That's going to allow us to do
By
some really
popular
unbelievable
demand.
things, and that's the reason why I'm shouting it out, is because folks were asking, and the feedback we were getting made it inevitable, and that was so fucking cool.
So what I'll pick of something that's actually been revealed, just because I'm a sucker. All my favorite shit is all the music, is the Blasting Company music. I want to say the atmospheric music, where you think about and this isn't like unforgettable atmospheric music, but it's supposed to be kind of set it and forget it.
You mean forgettable?
And it's not supposed to be forgettable music. It's supposed to be like thematic but also
It's not like,
melodic.
No.
Yeah.
Each piece
It's
should
music.
be when the DM hits play, the players go, oh shit.
Yeah.
That's
How I think about it, right, is like you think about Donkey Kong Country and the god tier fucking music of these 3-minute loops. And they're full songs. They have tons of melody throughout, but it's still just background music, right? Where it's not like a song per se. That's we really want it to feel like a song that is atmospheric, that you can play on loop for a long time and not get sick of it. Where I think that we've seen a lot of other atmospheric music that's just a lot of vibe without much melody.
Yes. Yeah. So they'll be melodic.
exactly correct, Lady Alexandrana. That's exactly
Are you
right.
do the minion fights like Mikey runs them or Nikki runs them? Yes. Well,
I'll be designing the fights, so
there you go.
I don't know how much difference there is.
Well, I think with Nikki started to do the new thing of like the multiple hits.
Oh, it's like swarm
Required,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. There's been a
Well,
couple.
I think it might depend. You know,
Yeah,
boss.
it'll depend. Yeah. So I guess you'd have to. I don't. If I feel like we do it pretty similarly. What I'll be saying is that I am designing the fights, so we'll see.
Sapphire Serpent. How would you recommend a wanting DM with Dyscalculia play D&D?
I mean, I definitely have some form of that.
You have that,
I
right?
have that. I mean, it's not like severe or anything. But that's, for those that don't know, that's like dyslexia for numbers.
A calculator or a phone?
A phone calculator is good, and then like just keeping things in really basic addition,
Yeah.
and just make sure that you're constantly just doing. I use handwritten notes when I'm doing boss fights. Everything else doesn't require a ton of math besides combat, and so really just making sure. And there are times I guarantee you I fuck up the math, much to certain players' enragement in certain situations. But you know, I'll fuck up math, and it's fine. That, you know, you're the DM, so whatever you say is law. And you know, so I think that basically doing it by hand and making sure that you're rolling. Oh, one thing for boss fights, rather than having hit points and subtracting, what I notice for me is I just have the hit point total and I just add.
Yes.
And for me, it's easier
so much
to
easier.
add
It's so
than
much
to
easier.
subtract.
Yep.
Much easier. And I don't know why that is. Maybe it's the same thing for you. Maybe it's not. But for me, I add up the total till it hits rather than subtracting.
I should start doing that.
It is when I
changed
have
the game.
paper.
It changed the game.
When I don't have D&D Beyond, I start at 0 and I add my damage up until
me too.
and I subtract healing. 100%.
Huh.
Totally agreed.
Yep.
Tuna also refers to herself in the third person.
Tina.
Clearly tune. Mace adds too. Mace is also here. Hello.
Capitan.
Oh, there you go.
En
Welcome.
garde.
On guard.
En garde.
Prince Pumpkin Louis on guard.
Welcome, Engard.
On God is what that actually means.
It's spelled TWO though. I add 2.
Whoa. Oh.
If you're considering
that's
upgrading your box,
I get
now is the perfect time so I can cosplay as Chuckle.
Capitan Hoodie writes, "Will Crooked Moon be compatible with D&D Beyond?" It's not.
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment is the answer.
No.
Never say never.
Never say never.
They have started adding their first third parties on there, but we currently have no plans, unfortunately.
Doug
As much
High,
as we joke, we actually really do enjoy it.
Dougal.
I love D&D Beyond.
Dougal.
I fucking
Yeah, I
love
think
it.
Dougal.
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 Hi. Do you happen to have a bet?
Dougal.
Do you have a bet where the Kickstarter will end at between the team? So excited for this to come to an end. September 2024. It cannot come soon enough. I agree.
There's not a bet.
It's not a bet. We
Basically, what we did, which I will not reveal until after the campaign is over, or maybe never reveal, but we all kind of took pencils down. I keep stealing your shit. Pencils down. Where do we think? What's the number in our head? And it's not a bet. It's not competitive. But basically, just kind of it's number that we thought.
Yep. Yep. We've been locked in for a while now.
Yeah.
Yeah. After those
And-
first few days when we saw it go like nuts,
Then we locked in.
We locked in.
All of us kind of had a range, like a
Yeah.
very wide range. And then once we kind of all digested and processed the first couple of days in the first week,
Yeah.
we
We made some calls.
made some calls.
And
I will see where that is. I'm feeling very confident in mine.
You think so?
Yeah.
I hope so. I'm more confident in mine than yours, but
I'm pretty
see.
confident.
We have the same number.
So do, is it you that I share the number with, or Andy? I thought it was
no,
Andy.
Andy's not. Andy is
No.
is lower than mine.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're the
we
same
have the
number.
same number.
Yeah.
And we arrived at it independently.
We're terrible Price is Right players,
Yeah.
is what I'll say.
We'll see what happens. But yes, we do have an internal gentleman's bet. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Jewel.
Let's see. Clo Eyes Oeamg
Milligram.
writes,
That's pretty funny.
let me see if I can
That's
word
really
this in a
fun.
way that makes sense. So now that the Crooked Moon has exploded, is it weird being the Crooked Moon guys? People have an understanding and concept of you that is completely separate from all of the streaming you've done for 6 years. Like at Gamehole, you were with the guys that were super successful. You were the guys with the super successful Kickstarter. They know nothing about the stories or the characters or the jokes or the community or the people. I don't know. I feel like that'd be a weird change. I can't answer
You
this.
had a unique insight into that because you saw it happening live in person. We mentioned it. We've talked about it on stream. Not at all. I don't think it's weird at all. I think that it's actually not by design.
It was an express goal of mine, personally,
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah.
Where the way that I see it, right, is that what everybody knows us from is just the top of the funnel, which is shorts and primarily chuckles. We can see that every time we go live on YouTube or TikTok, there's always that one or two people, chuckles, 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 chuckles. Like literally, TikTok the other day, it was just someone typing chuckles, chuckles over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? There's hundreds of thousands of those people, right? So for me,
And we love all of those people.
they're all great. They're all wonderful. Thank you for saying chuckles, chuckles, or thank you for saying chuckles in YouTube. It's just one, chuckles, chuckles, chuckles.
It's a war cry to summon me. I'm summoned like a fucking god.
We can the fans that know the characters and stories are the absolute bottom of the funnel. You will never get a majority of people to have that level of knowledge or investment in the brand.
Yeah.
And so in my mind, from an industry perspective, being the Crooked Moon guys that are a successful publishing company and that, had this Kickstarter is just a different flavor, is in my opinion a better thing, not a better thing to be known for, but it's low effort where a lot of people can know about the Crooked Moon, and all you have to do is look at the page, maybe read an article, right? You don't have to invest at all to know about the Crooked Moon, and it lets us just do more and bigger and cooler things.
That's a really good answer. That's really good.
Versus just, oh, there's the funny clown on the internet. And it starts to change the perception of, well, I've told the story before on stream. We walked up to one of the guys in the industry. Why are you guys doing a horror book? You guys are a comedy troupe. And I said, we're not a comedy troupe, right? And for those that have actually watched our campaigns, should know that we're not a comedy troupe, right? And so I think it's actually, in my mind, it's a huge, huge, huge benefit of this Kickstarter, personally.
And what I'll say is that, I think that it will welcome in more people who will then, this is almost like the Crooked Moon is almost like another Chuckles the Clown.
Yeah.
Where basically...
Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to say.
It's that what Avengers is not just content creation. It's not just game design or game publishing. It's all of this, right? It's everything that we do. And so the way that I see it is that, the way that we had 5 years of epic, rich stories of deep storytelling and hundreds of amazing characters, or dozens of amazing characters at the very least, right? But most people know us as Chuckles, right? And that's totally fine. I do not feel a shred of resentment, and I'm very grateful that people find us that way. But it's another way to find, oh, the Crooked Moon, that's really cool. Oh, whoa, this world is amazing. I'm interested. I'll learn more and I'll experience. It's just another form of the top of the funnel that uses more of our vision and our spirit, which is good theme and good story and good aesthetic and good things, rather than just being really funny, right?
Yep.
And so it's another way to do that. And I think that's another reason why the Kickstarter is successful, is because we very deliberately set out to not just be, we want to sell to people who want to play an Evantress. We're offering that. But that wasn't the primary hook. The hook was folk horror. And that's how all of our games will be. I don't know if I answered that correctly.
I think that's fair. Good question. Is the Grim for the Ranger sentient, like its own character?
I think that'll be up to you.
Yeah, that's up to the player and the Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
Tizamora, do you think the next Kickstarter you will do will be less successful? Because it's not your first Kickstarter, nor is it Halloween themed, so there might be less hype. Are you prepared for that? So it not being our first Kickstarter will be a boon.
Yes.
Not a negative. Us, it being our first Kickstarter, I think has been something that we had to push against and fight against.
Yeah.
And actually, we've had less hype than we will next time.
The mathematical, like if you want to go baseline, right, of like how can you judge success? It's basically how many Kickstarters you've had. Mathematically, would normally dictate that it'll keep getting better and better. Not saying that we're expecting that, right? But the idea is that the more that the classic adage is that what's the best thing to come out of your first Kickstarter is your second Kickstarter. That's usually what people will tell, advice.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's one of those things where we have, however, to answer your question, we have thought very closely is that whatever we do, we're coming out of the gate with fucking folk horror, it will never hit this level of theme and aesthetic again for the first time, right? But there are plenty of other themes that we want to do. There's plenty of other things, and it may not have that same kind of appeal as horror, but we think all of the themes that we want to do will have a great appeal. And once again, once you're building that engine, it will,
Well, and I think that it's easy to think that the biggest driver of success might be the theme or the timing matching with the theme or whatever, the content itself. But really, at the end of the day, it sounds kind of boring. But really, what the best, what sort of indicates success is how big is your mailing list and how warm are your leads. That's it, right? And so it's kind of that's when something
marketing,
parlance, but that's sort of the reality of it.
Yeah,
right?
It's the name of the game,
and that it could be anything, right?
But you could say that basically the miracle of first-time publishers with zero liquid hot leads, being able to potentially have the biggest D&D Kickstarter of all time is a total 1 in a billion chance, right?
Well, but you think about how big is our audience, right, across all of our platforms versus 17,000, right? It's actually not not that high of a percentage converted.
It's about leads,
right? Because what really matters is the leads,
the size of your owned audience,
right?
And the heat of those leads. Not to get into marketing parlance,
right?
But that really is kind of the golden rule there,
right? Shadow. Guess what it is. Shadow Fox.
Ellipsis. Shadow Heart.
Shadow Fox. Oh, God! It's because of the profile picture.
Nailed it.
Your marketing is incredible. I pledged $560 on the Kickstarter.
Give it up to Shadow Fox.
Watching you guys has helped me become a better DM, and I can't wait to scare my players. Thank you,
Thank you so
Fox.
much.
Great.
Really appreciate it.
Thunderbreaker with the $5. They've sent Derek a link through Discord if you want to watch the anime.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Much obliged.
Obligated. Yorgrim. Chuckles.
Yorgrim.
Chuckles.
Can we make Yorgrim the next?
Chuckles.
The boog of weasels. Oh, fuck, there's teeth in my gums. I mean, not like that, in a bad way.
In a different way.
Not in the right way.
Not in the right way.
Not in the physiologically correct way.
Right. Oh, fuck, Yorgrim.
Tiny Grimbo, is the final stretch goal related to the hit TV show Chowder in any way? If not, will there be any Chowder references included even in the
So the thing about that is the final stretch goal. You take the crooked moon, and you take the.
Oh, that's really good.
Thank you.
That's really good.
Thank you.
You take the crooked moon, and you take the crooked sun. And you take all the crooked things that seem like fun, and
you chop them all up. and then you're done.
And you turn them all around, and
Rada,
that's what it's all
rada,
about.
rada, rada.
I will endeavor to have at least one very obscure chowder reference in the book.
There has to be a one chowder reference in the book. And the funny thing is that no one will know besides you and me, like on our team.
And Tiny Grimbo.
Well, no, what I mean is that like we can get it by everyone that we work with.
Oh,
and they
well,
won't realize
here's the
it.
thing, is that we're inspired by what we like. And so I'm sure there will be things that just naturally come out that are inspired by the hit TV show Chowder.
I'm gonna sneak in so many Easter eggs. You guys are gonna.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
No idea. Watch Chowder if you haven't. Holy fuck, is it good?
Yeah, it's really good.
Trash Fire Mason writes, I need to take the trash out. Well, that makes a lot of sense.
So appropriate.
Can y'all yell at me to feel motivated to do it? Trash Fire, your fucking username is right there. Take out the trash.
That's good. I believe in positive
It's your
reinforcement.
destiny.
From a certain point of view.
Take the trash out. Trash Fire
It's my
Mason.
trash night tonight too, is what I'll say. And
Oh,
did
that
I
all sounds
remember to
awful.
do that before I left hours ago to come here? Absolutely not.
When do we get the crooked spoon for eating the old person soup?
The older you get, the more you
From
like
Spirit
the
Masquerade.
crooked spoon.
The Crooked Spoon?
That's what
That's a good diner name.
Oh, yeah.
Book 51. As a DM, do you think rolling saving throws once for a group of minions is correct, or each minion has its own saving throw? I think each minion should have its own saving throw, but some DMs think they all just roll it once.
I don't think that there's a correct, is what I'll say. I think it's I've done both, and I usually calls it as I see room for it in a battle. There are some times where I want to move along, and so I will roll for a group of monsters, and other times I think mechanically it's more significant. I would agree with Rich. If I had all the time in the world for every single battle, I would roll for each individual monster.
I agree with all of that. Everything you said. Yeah.
Victor Victorian on YouTube. Crooked Moon has inspired me to actually learn more about D&D. Any tips for newer DMs looking to jump into the campaign beyond practicing? By the way, I bought the core box.
Gotta give it up for Figgy Day. Or for Victor.
For Victor.
For Victor. Thank you, Victor Victorian. Say that again. Hold on. That inspired me to learn more about DM. Any tips for new DMs looking to jump into campaign beyond practicing? Focus on narrative. I know I keep saying this, I sound like a broken record to everybody here, but focus on story over showcasing fun, cool fantasy concepts you come up with. Start small, start the scope small. If you want to have big, epic moments and storylines, put in the work and the time to earn it. That's my advice. Bestie's girl for life now says, now I see Chuckles as Beetlejuice.
Real quick, someone on YouTube basically is asking about. Let me just find the original question. Where this is Kickstarter related. My guess is the question is, can you change your pledge after the campaign ends? And they say what? And Loon answered, but they say, are you sure? Kickstarter's website says pledges cannot be changed after funding happens, from what I can find. So on Kickstarter itself, yes, your pledge will be locked in, but then we're taking all the pledge information and sending it over to BackerKit. And BackerKit will have our sort of post-campaign store. And on that page, you can actually increase your pledge level.
You cannot decrease.
You can't decrease.
Or get rid of things. Once your card is charged, there is no more refunds.
Yep.
There's no more swapping out. There's no more downgrading. But you can add on and pay the difference.
And so, yeah, we'll just charge you the difference between your current pledge and anything you add on or upgrade to.
I love that.
Al Gorgeous, $5 super chat.
Buckaroo.
What was the process like commissioning music from the Blasting Company? Are there creative exchanges? Did you guys give them prompts for songs?
So, I've told this story several times, but so hopefully it doesn't get boring to people. But basically, we were thinking of music is very important to us as a group, and so we said, well, we're doing a big campaign. We have to have music. That's non-negotiable. And we're like, well, who can we find? We got to find someone at least to do the song for the trailer. And I'm like, I want to find someone like the Blasting Company. And who's like the Blasting Company? So we had all this research, and I'm like, what if I just emailed the Blasting Company? And so I did, and they responded in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was insane.
5 minutes. I wrote this big old pitch, gave them the vision, gave them the story, gave it the very high level story, overall vision and mission of what we were trying to achieve, and they were like, we're fucking in. We had a call with them that next week, and we aligned, and the songwriting is very collaborative. The lyrics, I mean, all of it really is very collaborative. We basically kind of send over a kind of what we're thinking.
This is the style.
This is the style.
This is what the vibe should be. This is what you should feel listening to it.
Yeah.
This is what the lyric should feel like. All of that was determined by us, right? Because it's our vision that they're making concrete.
Yeah.
And then Justin took a first crack at the lyrics based on the story you wrote.
Yeah.
And
I
then-
wrote like a 10-page narrative doc, and God, poor Justin had to like fucking read through all that shit.
Yeah.
But he said he loved it. And so he came with lyrics, and then we all just go back and forth, and it's a very collaborative process with the lyrics, and then kind of we go back and forth as far as like they'll put out the sketch, like you heard the very first sketch of Shapeless Night, the current working title of our Ghostlight Express theme. And they'll be back and forth on that. Well, we need it to feel like more like we want to lean in these things we like, these things we want to focus on, these lyrics should change, etc., etc., etc. So it's very collaborative and it's very amazing.
Good
And
question.
if you love the song, go to Spotify or wherever there's music and search Crooked Moon and it'll be there.
And listen to it on repeat.
Yeah.
Absolutely love the idea for music for the difference between the soundtrack and the atmospheric. Will the soundtrack be good to use while playing, or will it be more for listening on its own? Will the atmospheric be more for general, more be general for the DM to use, or will certain songs be aimed for certain places, people?
All of the songs in the base album of the soundtrack will all have vocals versions. It is intended to be a song.
An album of folk songs.
Of folk songs.
Right.
Or songs inspired by the Crooked Moon with lyrics and vocals. There will be an instrumental version that was unlocked in the stretch goal. And those will all be connected to a character or to a theme or to a vibe or something specific. The idea is that you can still be able to put it on. But the intention is not for it to be atmospheric. So you can still play it during the campaign, and I think you should in certain situations. But if you think about what makes a good atmospheric music is the same level of...
It's the same
of
vibe the whole way
time.
through.
So Crooked Moon, our main single, would be difficult to have that be on, because then it's like... then...
Right.
And so the intention is a massive rising swell that goes up, and that's the structure of the whole song, and that's a narrative reason. I think that you can use that as a cue or something like that. But the intention of the atmospheric songs is that it maintains the same vibe throughout the entire song, and then it loops.
Right.
And so you're able to basically kind of have that be like a looping, like a video game song or something like that. And those will be connected to certain locations. And there will be advice on what to play for each location. Boom.
I'm sorry, I've checked out, everybody.
No, keep answering comments if that's what you're doing.
Yep.
Yep, keep it
Now
up.
I see Chuckles as Beetlejuice.
I already said it. I had chlamydia.
How'd I do, Chad? How'd I do?
Since we're talking mechanics, I saw something recently which I thought was weird. What are your thoughts on multi-level party? Like one player's level 5, two are level 6, one's level 7, one is level 8. Levels are different due to reward punishment as a way to try to balance out combat.
Let me jump in.
People
here.
joining campaigns later, or even narrative choices.
No wrong fun.
But
I strongly, vehemently, personally oppose that style. I think the idea is that level is a representation of group advancement, in my philosophy.
totally agreed.
That the level should be the level of the group, and it's A, too wonky to balance, it's B, too feels bad, and C is level, in my opinion, is less about personal advancement and more about the group's advancement through the increasing scope and danger of the story that the DM is trying to showcase. I'm about to fall off of my chair. That is my hot take. A lot of people would disagree with
No, I completely
It's very contra to the old style of D&D, the OG style of D&D. We don't use XP here. The Crooked Moon Adventure will not be balanced with XP. You are welcome to use XP. But and we will even give you ideas of when you can add XP, but it will be entirely balanced from milestone, group, advancement.
A lot of the times, multi-level parties are used as a way to punish the folks that bail or that are flaky, that don't show up. And the people that are there every time, they get higher level than the people that don't show up.
There are other ways to
but you should just fire those people from your group, or don't play with them, right? Don't find these ways to use level to like weaponize against someone as a form of punishment.
Oh, Pirate Barra in YouTube has a great question I want to answer. Will it be a player-safe PDF so no lore gets spoiled? Yes.
Yep.
We can confirm that basically everyone, when they are sent their PDF version of the Crooked Moon, there will be a whole book and then also a player options version that you can send to your players or whatever you need to do. So, or if you're a player, you can just look at that so that you do not spoil yourself on the lore. That is the intention.
I know you guys play instruments. I need to know if there's ever a chance to get an advantage cover with Crooked Moon or a later campaign theme from the P. Never say never.
Never say never, yeah.
Maybe at $40 million we'll...
I would love that, Rich. I would really, really love that.
Maybe. We used to talk about, like, should one of our, like, core, like, pillars of content be D&D music parodies for a hot second. And, remember we talked about that? We were like, what should we do? Like, how can we market? Like, what can go viral on YouTube?
Yeah, oh, well, and so the
parodies go viral on...
What else? Yeah, we were desperate.
Yeah.
We were desperate.
We were
I think I'm vaguely
desperate.
remembering that now. Yeah. It's the same reason why we don't do sketch comedy.
Yeah.
It's just not... That's kind of the same thing as where as soon as you do something... I think that there could be special occasions where we can do something. We love doing special things like that, but it wouldn't be a core part of our content offering.
To me, as a content creator... The worst thing on the planet that I can think of is like for the folks whose main form of content is they put all this work and all this effort and all this thought work into making their piece of content, and then they put it out there, and then for their next piece of content they just sit down and do it all over again and totally think of something brand new.
I have a lot of respect.
And be like, fuck, what do we do next? Right?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that sounds hard.
Yeah.
So, I feel very fortunate that we can sort of tell ongoing stories, and that's,
still a ton of work, but a kind of work that is more suited to our skill set.
Exactly right. Have you played the game Dead by Daylight? No.
Is that, doesn't Derelict Dead by Daylight, or is that another game?
That's the one versus many horror survival
that
game.
Looks very interesting. I don't know, is it balanced? I can't imagine it's very balanced, but maybe it is.
People love it.
It seems very interesting. I love the concept in theory.
They play it competitively, I think. I think there's like a little esports scene.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I love the idea conceptually, I think it's awesome. But I haven't played it, so maybe if the game isn't good, I'm
Feisty.
talking about conceptually.
I have to agree with you that you're not just comedy, you're street entertainers like Wayne Brady.
Oh, well,
I was
thank you.
curious when you practice different voices for your characters, if Mikey and you all completely improv the way your characters speak dialogue-wise, completely in the moment, or if you have a way to practice speaking with the different vocabulary. I'm trying to figure out a way that could help me keep characters from sounding too much the same before sessions with my players.
Thank you, Feisty, for being very kind. What I'll say is I don't practice like what I'm going to say, but what I do practice are accents and dialects that I don't know how to do proficiently. And so I never create a character without having a voice ahead of time. So that's a way that, all of us avoid having characters all sound the same, is that we go into a character with a voice.
Yep.
A character is not finished until the voice is done. And the voice is there. And so the practice is really just practicing whatever dialect or accent or whatever manner of speaking it is, and making sure you are, and so I always reference Barnabas from Icebound. I had to practice a shit ton for months. And thank God, obviously, the global pandemic was awful. But like when I say thank God that I had that time, it's because I was able to practice the West Country accent a lot better, and still not great, but it is proficient enough for Barnabas, I believe. So yeah, just keep practicing the accent and the dialect. How do the vowels sound, and how does the manner speaking?
Monster Mother. I was hesitant to go all in because I've never painted a mini. Yours are so beautiful, but I did it.
Yeah.
Any advice for a novice painter?
Thank you for being an all-in backer,
Thank you,
Mother.
Monster.
Unbelievable.
Monster
Thank you so
Mother.
much. Thank you.
Slap chop.
Slap chop. Go to YouTube and search Slap Chop Miniature Painting and watch all of the videos you can. Highest viewed and highest
makes it
rated, right? There's a bunch of them.
super easy.
Slap Chop Miniature Painting is the fastest. It's the 80-20 rule. You're getting 80-20. You're getting 80% of the value for 20% of the effort and the time.
Yep.
And it allows you to make awesome looking table-ready minis without becoming a super expert. That said, if you actually want to get into miniature painting as a hobby, I would recommend other things, but if you're just trying to get minis to the table and have fun doing it, Slap Chop.
Good question. Another Chloe question, because I like to pick y'all's brains, because you're all so freaking smart. Oh, stop.
Again, this may or may not make any sense. Theme is obviously
My
big with
voice
everything y'all do, but I have a question. Do you think that...
Can you just move the fucking microphone?
Do you think a theme is something concrete or something abstract? Another way to
I'll
put
move it.
Yeah.
Another way to put it is, would you... I don't want to fuck it up.
It's
to
fine.
put it would be, do you think that there is a set number of themes that already exist that you pick from, or that theme is something you can create from scratch, either from yourself or by compiling several outside inspirations? Theme is something that is... The expression of theme is something that's unique, but you're not just inventing a theme, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Here's how I would say it.
Yeah, maybe you can articulate it, Rich.
Narratively, just about everything has been done that exists, right? In broad strokes.
Yes.
I think a lot of people try so hard to be unique and try so hard to be like, oh, well, that already exists. I want to be something totally different. They stay away from everything that's kind of unique and specific or thematic, and they end up being just really generic, right? Because you stay away from all the tropes,
Yeah.
which are thematic and give your character, additional theming.
It ends up kind of like a gray slug.
Yes. And then,
ends up like a gray
I'll just be
sludge.
generic, and that way no one can accuse me of, oh, that's like that, because it's not like anything, because it's generic.
But usually when it's not like that, it means that it's still like other things, but it's just so amorphously like very broad things that it's the fear of comparison that leads to the gray sludge.
Wes Anderson had put it in an interview where all ideas are just 2 or 3 ideas that already existed combined or put together. And I think that's very true. In the
same vein.
Basically, my point is that you look at any of our characters, I think they're all very unique.
I agree.
And they haven't been done before. But nothing about them was just invented from our brains. Because then it wouldn't be thematic.
Well, because our brains exist through
our
instinct
our
and experiences and learning and growing.
And so we're pulling from all of these different themes that are cohesive, where they're all towards a core theme, like Clayton, right? And if you've been around for our various character creation panels or whatever, discussions, Clayton's core theme is ambitious Victorian professor. I didn't invent the concept of being ambitious. I didn't invent the idea of being Victorian, and I didn't invent the idea of being a professor. And he's not the only ambitious Victorian professor that's ever existed, right? But what I do is I take my own personal experiences, observations, things that I like, things that I've seen, watched, read. I smash it all together around that theme and create something new that is also not generic. Is that fair? Is that how you would articulate
I mean, that's really
that?
well said, Rich. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Do not be afraid to use Tropes. TV Tropes is an amazing website. Tropes is really just another way to say theme, frankly.
Yeah. From what we're talking about.
Sanctuary Polaris. Can I just say, y'all really do have a fantastic community. I always get nervous sharing my art because it's not that great, but I shared some, and the compliments almost made me cry. A community can definitely be a mirror, and y'all have garnered an amazing community.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Sanctuary
you.
Polaris. And you know what I'm going to say. Because I haven't mentioned this on stream lately. Where something that has stuck with me, I saw some video self-help or healing or some kind of, you know, I watch a lot of that on YouTube and consume a lot of that material. And there was some life coach of some kind who basically said that if you have your philosophy, or rather, if the culture that you're in does not work for you, it is your duty to yourself, to nobody else, but to yourself, to build your own. And you build the culture that works for you, and you build the culture and the environment that you thrive in. Because you have the ability to, and B, it's the only way that you can thrive. And then, when you do that, and you have the courage and the ability to do that, then you will attract other people who have been going through their life looking for something that they were missing, the same thing that you were missing, and they will be drawn to you like ships to a lighthouse calling the ships home. So I've articulated that as like build the lighthouse, build your culture, build your and you know, shine your light into the darkness. And you basically it's or manifestation, however you want to talk about it, from a spiritual or non-spiritual level. It's basically you get what you get what you attract, right? I think that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why I love doing this, is because of the amazing community that we built, and people are even like, oh my gosh, how the heck is it that there's 7 of you that are all just remarkably, and like, this is their words, not mine. I feel like a fucking jackass saying that, right? But like, it's talented at roleplay and funny and all of this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, it's like we sought it out. It's like we were like doing a casting
we
call.
did fucking job application.
Yeah, it's not a job application. I think it was just manifestation, and it's like basically the people who resonate towards each other share the same general values and vibe.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And I think that's the same case at a much larger scale from our community. Where I think the kind of people who are toxic and negative and dour and sour
and pessimistic
and bitter,
just down on
and want
life
to boom their anger and dissatisfaction into the ether. There's nothing for them here.
Correct.
Because we don't feed that. If you come here looking for that, you're going to atrophy and shrivel off like a fucking.
Well, if you want us to commiserate,
we will
not
not
going
commiserate.
to.
Yeah.
Right. Like.
So anyway, I am very grateful for the community that we've built and the community that has been attractive, and it makes me so happy when I hear not just us, like forget us, forget anything that we do, but it's your community is welcoming, your community is kind, your community is benevolent, your community is positive. And if that wasn't the case, I would be mortified. If we were like one of those creatives, like, yeah, our fans are pretty angry and bitter and like and toxic, and I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Take a look inward and look in the mirror. Anyway, I'm monologuing. I apologize.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is. We got this one right. That was when we just did, right? Yes, thank you, Polaris.
When we even get shit like when people want our community or our Discord or our comments or chat to be a platform for their edgy, cringy improv routine.
Yeah.
It's like, it ain't it, Chief.
Burger Gorgon upgraded my core box to a deluxe box.
Let's go, deluxe box game, deluxe box game. Oh yeah.
After
Metal
being swayed by
glow in the
Nikki.
dark dice. Metal glow in the dark dice.
And getting a raise. Congrats on getting the raise. And they added Phil. Amazing.
Oh, where's Little Phil's? Based on cream cheese. It's very different.
It's pretty different, but still very cute.
I did send Blue Birdie, if is there in chat, can confirm that I did send a picture of cream cheese.
I actually made that here earlier. Something I was wondering, do you have any advice for a 3D printer I should start saving for so I can get printing next year? So excited to test out the Horn King Warlock, by the way. This is a Nikki question.
Yeah.
That being said, we have the Elegoo Saturn 2.
Can't believe, how do you spell that? Exactly how you think?
Elegoo, yeah, Elegoo. I think. I don't know. That's Nikki's
funny
thing.
as fuck. I'm sorry if I don't know if that's something I should be amused by.
But I know she's been happy with Elegoo. And I'm gonna keep saying Elegoo.
I know.
Elegoo Saturn.
That's what it's called.
I think it's 2. It's bigger than the Mars, I want to say. Elegoo's good. And if you still have questions, either Nikki can help you, or ask again next time Nikki's on stream.
I feel really out of my depth. Like, I get like a fight or flight response when someone asks me a question about the Crooked Moon that I can't answer. So like when people are talking about the Horn King Warlock,
it's
like, it's something that I don't know. What the fuck? I literally get like a fucking like traumatic fight or flight response. I don't know why.
Elegoo Saturn 2 says Elijah. That's probably exactly what we have. I think that's what we have. From Pirate Lassie.
That's a great question.
Pirate Lass, and then it's I've always wanted to play D&D, but I never got to play because I have a speech impediment, and I can't do accents, different voices to roleplay a character.
It's not at all required.
You just stole the words
not
out of
at
my
all
mouth.
required. If you want to do different accents, if you can't do different accents, there is no reason why you can't just talk with your same accent, and just your inflection and the way you speak is enough to denote different characters. There are people online that say, that there's the best DMs in the world that have never used another accent, and
that's totally true.
It's
all optional.
It's all optional.
Yep.
It's all your mileage may vary, and that's the thing about D&D, which makes it the best D&D, the best hobby in the world, but also makes it the most your mileage may vary because it's so different. It's so varying. And so it's D&D is all about the way that you want to play. So play the way that you want to play, and the voices you can do should not be part of it. What are you laughing about?
Just you do, Chad.
He's Chuckles the Clown.
Chuckles.
He's Chuckles the Clown, the Crooked Moon. Chuckles is in the Crooked Moon. Yes, he's one of the bosses, the Lord of Fools himself. Chuckles, and He's in the Crooked Moon.
One thing I want to say about
You can buy Chuckles dice, buy a Chuckles mini, and buy a Chuckles pen.
One thing I want to say about the question is to layer on is that we do active roleplay or first-person roleplay, but if it's easier, depending on sort of your own personal case, to do third-person roleplay, that's totally fine too. Yeah. It is a totally valid way to roleplay. And if instead of you acting as the character and walking up to the bartender and asking, tell me, what local news of the Knoll attack? You can go up and say, oh, my character Rodek.
They still were grassy, you know what I mean?
My character Rodek goes up to the bartender and asks
what can I get you?
And asks about the local Knoll attack, right?
Well, shucks.
Totally valid and a completely acceptable way to play if that's easier for you.
Hyena.
That's pretty.
You know what I mean?
That's pretty good.
Why was it a hyena? What was the origin of the no?
Undead Thylacine, just tossing in my vote in favor of lore boxes, for something hard mode redemption options for Crooked Moon PvEG because I'm a horror fan and a sap. I mean, I love the concept. I think we'll definitely do something like that.
Yeah, it is one of those things where, like, for me, there are very few folk horror stories that have a good ending.
Right.
And if there is survival, it is survival at a cost. And the protagonist is never the same. Right? And so, for me, I think there is a place for something like your Undertale, Steven Universe. Let's all cry and sing a song and redeem the villains.
Yeah, totally.
But the Crooked Moon is definitely being written not with that in mind.
That's why it works as an optional page box.
Yeah.
New Game Plus.
I'm saying you can do that.
Monsters, let's guess what it is. Motley?
Monsters Mothers.
Oh, it is Monsters Mothers, because we've gotten this before. Monsters Mother. $5, not hype chat, super chat. I went all in.
Monsters Mother, going all in. Enjoy your coin.
Never painted a mini. I'm worried about ruining them. Any advice for a first-time mini painter? Let's say it again.
Yeah, so if you're still here, and you missed the first time, go to YouTube.com and search Slap Chop Miniature Painting. Slap Chop Miniature Painting. And watch all of the videos, and I strongly recommend following Warhammer miniature painter videos, because I found that D&D, whatever few D&D miniature painting channels there are, they're not as much into the craft. People who are war game miniature painter hobbyists are the ones who are truly into the craft.
Oh yeah, no.
And
do not learn mini painting from D&D mini channels. Do not.
Yes.
Learn from Warhammer, Wargaming.
Warhammer.
Yeah.
Warhammer painting
Yes.
people. Find those. All the top Slapshot videos should be from Warhammer miniature painters.
Yeah.
And they just have the best knowledge, and they, at least for my pea brain, they could articulate it in a way where, for me, someone having no ability, I painted that Jabberwock behind Richie and Derek, and I think it looks pretty fucking good, and it took me an hour. So, slap chop.
Slappo. Jericho is a great question, and then we'll finish out these subclasses. How does it feel to be in the last hour before we hit our final 48? So proud of you all. Can't wait to watch you thrive in the years to come. Also, that speech impediment question y'all answered. I am a mildly successful voice actor, and I have a speech impediment. Don't let it freak you out. 100%.
That's awesome.
100%. I have times where certain words, for some reason, my brain and mouth cannot process. And I have to think of other words to say to get the intention out. I'm sure I've done it on the channel a good handful of times.
Oh yeah, me too.
So yeah, I mean, it's definitely not something that needs to like prevent you from doing anything at all.
Well, it's one of those things where, like, if I, this for me is where I have tons of what do you call uhs and ums and ers. I cannot DM.
There's a word for
I
all
cannot DM without just a copious amount of
yeah.
that. It is something that I have not been able to figure out.
Apparently, you can train that out. Allegedly.
But I've been doing it for how long? We're like, for me to activate fucking DM brain.
Right.
I'm like,
then it's a whole fucking processor that's running at the same fucking time. Hell no. Focal pause. Yeah. Fillers. Yeah, that's a good word for it. All right, Derek.
Folks.
If you could just pull up the next class and we can talk about
Thanks
it.
for
One
handling
moment.
that.
One moment. I'm deep. I'm deep in the weeds
Derek
here.
is deep.
I'm writing fucking essays over here on Kickstarter.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. Make sure you're
The
signing it,
feedback
Derek.
has been fucking. Oh, I haven't been. Holy shit.
Yeah, you
That's
gotta
fine.
Anyway, just start now. Dash Derek.
I like to. So if you get a response on Kickstarter
It's a
that's signed
personal.
Mikey, it's from me. I sometimes forget.
Yeah.
The mug duck eating contest.
Well, no, I can. You keep going. R Rogue. I just.
No. I got you. I'm gonna tee you up. I'm gonna tee you up. Just a minute. Hold on. And but I will say, to your point,
Warlock.
30 to 40% are Hex and Fly are already Warlock spells. So we need to make that extremely clear.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's cool, a cool surprise when you get to the 10th level feature to be like, oh shit,
But
I can cast
you're
those without
You're
concentration.
supposed to be able to enjoy those features at level 1.
We
at level
knew
3.
you were gonna take them anyway, you witchy bastard.
I called out that feedback in my first round when I reviewed it
and
3
then
months ago.
then I gave you the feedback of exactly what I'm giving you right now, which is
We will address it if you call it out. Thank you. Not if you call it out.
No.
For this instance. Thank you.
I think it's cool. But if it's not cool and it feels bad, then we should change it.
There was a good compromise that can be had.
I think we can have a list that combines, hey, here's the extra spells you get, and
Yes.
these other spells also count, even though they're already on the Warlock spell list.
Oh.
Hex, Fly. Find some way to, whether it's in the feature text or we have asterisks
Yeah,
in
rules are all of the name of the game is clarity.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll figure out how to.
Yeah.
This is, it's a work
Sorcerer.
in progress.
Sorcerer. The Sorcerer subclass is called the Crimson Dynasty.
You fought me on that one, Rich.
I did.
I fought you a little bit too.
Everybody did.
And I was willing. I came and I told you I was willing to change the name.
No. I came around.
Yeah.
And I love the name now. Not just because I think that it ties to what we're going to talk about in terms of the theme of the subclass, but because of how it relates the subclass to the larger story of the Crooked Moon and to folk horror in general.
What I like about it now is that Dynasty really speaks to the way that you can gain these powers.
Yes. That was very deliberate for me.
Yep. So why don't you go ahead and talk a little bit about the
So the
inspiration?
Crimson Dynasty is our blood mage. That is the blood class of all. We've mentioned all these things were ideas that we had for blood. We settled on the Sorcerer subclass. And speaking of uhs and ums and ers, that Sorcerer really made sense for us. and especially for me, and the name Crimson Dynasty was very much, I wanted this class to feel like, do you come from a long line of sangromancers or blood mages? Do you come from a line of vampires or other blood things? Or, Dynasty though, I didn't want it to just be bloodline.
Yep.
I want it to be broadly. So it could also be, are you a member of a secret order? A dynastic order, a secret society. And you'll notice that her art, she's in very fine clothes, she's wearing gems, she has a goblet of anima, blood, wine, whatever it is, right?
Oh.
Or it could be something where it's from a long traditional dynasty of like worshiper of a blood god. It could still be a blood god, but it's basically inherent in the dynasty that you have. So that to me was, I wanted it to be very flexible. Where you could play it as a vampire, you could play it as a non-vampire, you could play it in a variety of different ways, and that was why I wanted it to be called the Crimson Dynasty. And to me, that covered all of our bases.
I agree. I think it's a great name.
And I think I sold you when I brought up the Targaryen.
Yeah.
The Targaryen thing of the Targaryens in Song of Ice and Fire, if you don't know, are it's all or the Valyrian. They come from the Valyrian strongholds and whatever from Valyria, and they all use blood magic, and it's this order that is very much related to their blood, but it's also kind of this political and aristocratic
right.
monarch driven thing. So that was a big inspiration. Your Castlevania classic vampire tropes.
Yep.
Big inspiration. More League of Legends, the Noxian vampire shit.
Blood mage.
Not vampires.
Blood Rose or whatever. Black Rose.
Black Rose.
Yeah, I think for this one, right, like, and it makes sense that if Sorcerer's like power is from within, blood being inherent to that, right? It's something within you that you're kind of calling upon. It made a lot of sense, and for me, I love the concept of like, you know, the big manor house at the top of the little folk horror village, and all of the rich folk are having this like masquerade or this party, and then deep in the dungeons, they're doing these dark rituals to like enter new people into the order and giving them these blood powers. It's cool as fuck. I love it.
I agree.
What's next?
Warlock, yeah, Sorcerer, Warlock.
I'm ready to talk about that. Actually, if we could skip it so that I can actually participate, we would go to the Wizard.
I love this
The
one.
Occultist.
God, the Occultist. This, another one, was just an absolute no-brainer. We never considered anything else for a fucking instant, I think, right? In D&D, there is a huge lack of the trope of the learned person that dives into the occult, studies ancient tomes, the professor from these Lovecraft stories. There's always this really smart, intelligent person that, you know, they don't make a deal with these Lovecraftian creatures or these cosmic horror creatures. They don't, you know, stumble upon a relic and get cursed.
Yep.
They are intentionally reading the ancient runes and the lore and the mythos, and they're so steeped in it that they can wield the power of it. And that it didn't exist. And we wanted an option for wizards to be able to really kind of dive into that theme. And if we were going to have a single cosmic horror subclass,
It had to be the Wizard.
it had to be the wizard.
It had to be the Wizard. That was never a question in our minds.
Yep.
And using implements of, you know, calling upon your crystal ball or pulling out your Necronomicon styled, you know, the spell book, but reflavored as,
Yeah.
I mean, that's all the Necronomicon really is. It's
Yeah.
a spell book filled with
mythos and
dark magic
spells
and lore.
I'll be back shortly, but I
Ancient.
will say on this occultist subclass, I think this is going to be the hardest one of all of the subclasses we're designing mechanically. This is going to be the
It's going to be one of, but I think that we'll crack it easier
Because-
than you think.
What do you think will be the hardest? mechanically?
Publish
level mechanics.
I think it's the sorcerer.
Yeah, you have to do the dance with all
blood magic. As someone who built a vampire, and blood magic is a big part of my shit, and trying to represent it mechanically.
It's not just that.
There's a lot.
It's the fact that you have to play a game of matrices with every single. Why can't I remember the name for the subclass? I can't remember the name for the subclass. Sorcerer. Meta magic.
Yeah.
You have to play a game of Matrix with every feature, with every meta magic, with every that's gonna be a whole dance.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think so. Anyway, that's my thought. There could be more. We'll see in a bit.
I'll be back.
So yeah, I mean, it's our cosmic horror. It's the there's some
people are saying you just wanted to do Clayton. I mean, honestly, obviously Clayton. Post-Shadanya works really well as an occultist wizard.
Clayton's a divination wizard.
But,
he's not an occultist. He's not trying to peer beyond the stars.
Right.
This is your old professor at not Miss Hallory, Miskatonic University. Miskatonic University. That has the fucking dark research. This is your Lovecraftian.
You could also theme it as piercing the veil of death, right? It's sort of like a Mysterium style.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It doesn't have to just
doing
be
seances
squids and lobsters and shit.
Into
and
the
starfish.
realms of death and sort of speaking to the dead. You can theme it that way too.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of options here that I think, to me, just do not exist in D&D that I've seen. So really excited to kind of get that out there.
I agree. I think it'll be very fun. Oh, Lady Anne's Journal, kind of like Orpheus, just a nerd version. I can see that. You could flavor it as like a Slotty. You could live looking into limbo and Slotty and that.
And he was a professor,
yeah,
right? So yeah, I mean, honestly, you could really, instead of him transforming with the statue, him literally peering into limbo and learning the secrets.
Yes,
and
learning
that's
the
how he
secrets of chaos. Studying chaos.
Yes.
Basically, chaos theory. You can literally take looking like Malcolm,
Baelish.
Peter Baelish, Ian Malcolm, and all of that. By the way, we're at 3.275, folks.
Oh shit!
We are at 3.275.
Real quick, we're 4 minutes away. Until the website Tabletop Analytics, the day closes. It doesn't really mean anything, but we've been following those stats, and so our day today closes out in 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
If there's something you're going to upgrade, do it in the next 4 minutes.
Yes.
Let's get a really good day.
Let's have a really good. It's 11:11. Our wish at 11:11 is that everyone who's considering upgrading does it now, in the next 4 minutes, and
it would mean a lot.
It would mean we're already at 3.276, folks. Cream cheese. Would love it.
Cream cheese compels you.
The llama compels you. I am not a llama. My name is Cream Cheese.
What news of the Knoll attack?
What news of the Knoll attack?
I need some kind of generic human. Who's the in the Blood Elf campaign? Who's that human knight captain? I need some
Garethos?
Garethos.
God, we need to have a Garethos character. Inhuman.
High elves, get out!
The dwarves and the high elves.
Oh my god.
Well, Garethos is fucking awesome, man. What a great story that was, frankly. We are at I feel we just hit 17,000 backers, and now we're at 17,511, folks.
Wow.
Super Critter on YouTube as a character whose background is Far Realm archaeologist. That's an excellent background.
There you go. I mean, that's literally...
That's it.
That's it.
And the wizard is a perfect option for you.
Yep.
And
honestly, a lot of it was... I think it was at the forefront of our minds because during one of the Patreon hangouts...
I was just about to say that.
Sloss was ADHD, with ADHD... played a professor, a wizard.
Not a wizard, a warlock.
A warlock.
A deep one, the tentacle warlock.
The deep one warlock.
Fathomless.
Yes, the fathomless warlock, but flavored it as a professor peering beyond the veil. And that was the first time that I'm like, you know what? It'd be really cool if that character could be int-based and like based around study, and basically a wizard. So that was a big part of the initial inspiration.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of a dropped. The fact that only the wizard is the only int-based. I feel like that's a missed opportunity.
And Artificer, I think they really fucking dropped the ball.
They dropped the ball a bit on Artificer.
I think that they...
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, we can't touch it, so it is what it is. Tiny Grimbo, it's my first time DMing D&D 5e. I've always picked other TTRPGs, and I'm doing Witchlight Carnival. Any tips? If only Nikki was here. Also, back Kickstarter in the first minute, upgraded deluxe to all in.
Oh yeah.
And you have the Mungdal seal of approval.
This all-in box proves I am great. Gotta give it up for Tiny Grimbo.
I've been pushing the chowder questions on multiple platforms, and finally today my mind was put to ease, knowing there will be something. Yes, there will be something. Even if it's just a very large mustache.
That's very funny.
On a blue fellow.
Rada, have one of the standing
Rada,
stones.
rada.
It's like, go rada, 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 rada.
Or one of the gargoyles named, like, something very similar to Schnitzel.
Oh, that's really funny.
Yeah.
That's really funny. Witchlight Carnival. That's more of a Nikki question.
Here's the thing. She answered a similar question yesterday, I think.
Oh, yeah.
What did she say? One of the things we said is for the Witchlight Carnival, if you're just doing the carnival and you're stopping at the carnival, then take all the time you need. But we spent 20-something sessions in the carnival.
And we still miss things.
Which
is fucking insane.
So if there are some things that you really like and you want to guide your players to, make some things out, oh, this ride's out of order. Or this thing's closed for the day. Like, try to find ways to push your party towards the
Give them
rides,
a scavenger hunt.
Towards the rides you want them to do. And, I mean, they give you the tool of that hour, right, the 8 hours to move them along. Nikki just let us, basically push back time as much as we needed to do, do everything we needed to. Or that we wanted to. So, there's that. And then I think the other thing she said is that, if you want everything to really tie together in an effective way, if you're running the whole campaign, you're gonna have to do some work. Because the module was just sort of like a series of things that happened, written by, it was chopped up to a bunch of different authors.
Very clearly, not Once Upon a Witchlight, but Wild Beyond the Witchlight was kind of the current, I think they're changing this, the modules by committee.
Yes.
Where basically the books are all being written simultaneously by a bunch of different people, and then just slapped together. And it's clear that there's not the buck stopping with anybody.
Yeah. Guiding
the vision. There's a bunch of different ideas that they said yes to everyone.
Yep.
And so chopping it up.
Yeah, don't get caught up on 100%ing it. Think you just another rat in the wall. Plan out at least a rough course you're going to take. Don't let people wander because it's too much. Yeah, totally agree with all that. 100%. Derek's almost back. We can talk about the witch subclass. I think that's the last one that we have, and then we can talk about the stretchable ones too.
Sorry to leave y'all hanging.
The Warlock.
Oh.
Pact of the Horn King.
Yes.
Patron.
Sorry.
Horn King Patron.
The Horn King Patron.
This was like the first subclass. The most obvious subclass. There was no other choice. It had to be this.
And the current playtest materials doesn't have it, but as far as the flavor text, but we'll actually flesh out the flavor text to kind of evoke the kind of patron that it is. But the intention of this...
there is flavor text, but,
yes, but
the flavor text is not specific to the Horn King.
You get this kind of power. And so the Horn King very much is like, this is our witch. But I very much want it to be not necessarily just the Horn King from our book.
Right.
It's not just the Black Goat of the Woods. If it's some antlered thing of the green or whatever, like Old Gods of Appalachia into the green.
Yep, the green.
Or, green is obviously using all sorts of stuff. Could be some ancient, fey-like deer.
Classic, King of the Forest or Spirit of the Forest.
It could be some, fire-themed bull god, right, that demands human sacrifice. It could be some kind of, any kind of creature that has horns, or a human with horns, The idea is that the Horn King can be any kind of entity like that, and we wanted to basically say what is evocative as an entity that isn't just the fiend, right? Something that's witchy. Does that sound right?
Yeah,
That's certainly right.
100%.
Oh my god, no, there's another rat in the walls. The black go to the woods with 1,000 young. Yes, that's another great example. Lovecraftian, old one. I believe it's one of the old ones. I need to tell a story. I think Happy and Chloe were both there for that, and Reed, and I don't know if anyone else was. Where this little girl comes up to our booth at GameholeCon. She could not have been older than 7. She was like 6 to 8. 8 is the oldest. I feel like 8 had to be the oldest. And she picks up the picture of the goat from the back cover. And she's like, this is like the Cthulhu thing, right? And I'm like, are you referring to the fucking black goat of the woods with 1,000 young? And I'm like, yeah, it is. It's kind of like the Cthulhu thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, what a fucking epic
And then her head turned all the way around.
I'm like, what a fucking pull of like a 6-year-old girl.
Amazing.
It was fucking wild. And there is hope for our children.
100%.
It was unbelievable. Anyway, I had to tell that story because I could not believe it when it happened. If Reed, Chloe, and Happy had not been there when it happened, I would not, no one would believe me.
So anyway, Warlock, there is no witch subclass. That's just witch qua witch. If you've seen The Witch, we wanted to make the witch version of the witch.
There are elements that are witchy, but not...
but like, oh, it's undead with the hexblade, or undead, or there's fae, and it's very specifically fae. There was nothing
You
that
can't
like
do it in a pure way.
Yeah.
You always have to have some concession that there's going to be some like passenger along the way that's going to be add noise to the theme.
Yes, we wanted a gross witch in the woods, the Blair Witch, sort of a Slavic or Scandinavian medicine woman in the woods, right? Like that sort of vibe that's so core to witch folklore.
Anytime I was putting together any of the playtest material mechanics, this was something that was on my mind.
Yep.
Was that I wanted people to be able to sit down and have their idea of witch be possible with the mechanics that are on the page. Meaning, if I want to play like a sinister insanity witch, like a Hollywood witch, then I could play that. But if I wanted to play a good witch, if I wanted to play a witch that is all about doing good and is capable of only that both should be possible with this subject.
Maggie McDuff should be possible.
Maggie McDuff
Right.
should be as possible with this as
Yep.
green skin and warts and a long nose.
Yep.
You know, or literally like sneaking out and having a bathtub full of blood in the middle of the woods. You know, just like complete both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, no, I mean, so anyway, it was obvious, that's why she's our poster child. She was on the banner. She's in the campaign image.
She also performs very well in the ads. Let me tell you.
She's a high performer.
Probably
the
one of my
ads.
favorite pieces of art.
Yeah.
That's why she's she's our campaign image.
She is.
Campaign image, yep.
And I like a lot of the art, but she really, really is super evocative, and and just goes to show why it was the first one, right? As soon as you go folk horror and you go, where is this in D&D?
Yeah.
It is such a gap.
Someone asked, have they talked about the races yet? We did say if we had time, we should talk about the races.
I thought we were going to talk lineages on Wednesday. If we
Oh,
wanted
we
to.
could do that. We could talk lineages.
I
on
mean,
Wednesday.
we're only halfway through my initial agenda. Originally, it was going to be Q&A. We're going to talk about the magic items, Q&A, and then we're going to talk about monster stat block.
Let's talk about monsters next.
We could talk about the Hypnovulcan. There aren't any questions. Oh, wow. That's because I haven't been here.
People are so fucking sick of us streaming. We've been streaming almost every day. So, I think...
Do we want to continue to talk Horn King? Because we can get into the mechanics of the playtest material if we have time. But we could also just jump immediately to the monster. I'm already talking through some of the terrific feedback we've gotten on Kickstarter. I will get to the Discord thread that's on our Crooked Moon channel
where people are also talking about the mechanical stuff. All I would say, and this hasn't happened yet, so I'm just getting in front of it, but be as critical as you want to the words and the language I put down. That is why we put out playtest material. It is really important to me that we get pedantic about this. However, be kind and positive. We have a very positive community to one another. So if somebody is offering feedback, that's for me, and I want to hear it, and not to attack each other or try to get in front of it on my behalf. I'm here to absorb all of that, to digest it, and hopefully turn the Horned King Warlock into the witchy subclass of all of our dreams.
If you want to walk through stuff, go for it. That's all you. You're going to have to lead that.
I'm happy to lead. I'm just saying that, like, I would love to talk through how this thing came together and why it is the way that it is. And I could literally read from it if that'd be fun.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it. It just came out.
I'll start with the flavor text because I'm proud of it and it'll almost certainly change. So this is my one chance.
That is true. It's definitely going to change.
It will certainly
It will definitely change.
It's badass. It's badass. Come on. You have embraced the wild allure of the Horned King and, in forging your bond, become his chosen vessel. Though little is known about his origins or motivations, by binding yourself to the Horned King, you have learned how to wield ancient, fearsome magic. Harness the force of your own primal instinct through simple tools and rituals. Charm and wither your foes and grant powerful boons to your allies. As your devotion deepens, you will be rewarded with the Horned King's blessing, sacred rites and invocations that bestow gifts of incomparable potency. The path of the Horned King is not one chosen lightly, but those who unveil its secrets emerge as creatures of both dread and wonder, a force to be reckoned with.
Dun, dun, dun.
Expanded Horned King features. So at first level, you get the expanded spell list, ritual casting, wildcraft, malediction, and cunning. That's a very front-loaded amount, but they're all little things that add up to start you off from level 1 as being able to do more than just a warlock, being able to do some witchy biz. 6th level, you get spell binding. I'm especially proud of this one. 10th level, you get live deliciously. It's OP as shit. And 14th level, you get Found Family, which is almost certainly broken and will need to be playtested insanely if we're going to keep it. Starting with the expanded spell list, at first level, there's Hex.
Hex!
Detect Magic.
That's very funny.
I can see what's happening. What?
I left a comment in the Google Doc 3 months ago.
Have a clue.
Yeah, and I responded. You didn't respond to my response, so it's fucking in there.
Oh no, that's on me.
Second level. We knew you were gonna take it anyway. Fucking, it's in there. Also, and this is true for a lot of the features, there's a lot of, what I liked about it thematically is that there's a little bit of a takeaway and then a greater blessing or boon, and that's what Hex is for, being patient. Second level, spell level, expanded spell list, Alter Self and Blur. Third level, expanded spell list, Bestow Curse and Fly. Fly! Also, fly! Fuck!
They fly now.
They fly now.
She flies
It
now.
does fucking shock me that Bestow Curse is not on the... I double checked this.
No, I know, because you have to take an Eldritch Invocation to be able to use it once a fucking day.
That's horseshit.
Yeah, I agree. Completely. It's like the witchiest fucking warlock-iest
That's
shit.
fucking horseshit.
But they want to force you to waste one of your Eldritch Invocations on that shit.
Fourth level, spell Compulsion. Greater...
Good night, Pug Lord.
Good
the
night,
third.
Pug Lord. Good night.
I love your name.
Lord of the Pugs.
Compulsion, Greater Invisibility, and 5th level, Dominate Person and Tree Stride.
I quite like that pull. I don't know if there's any other warlock that has that. I really enjoy that choice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I really enjoy that choice.
Me too.
Ritual casting. You can cast ritual spells. Super witchy.
It's extremely witchy.
Dude, that has to
It's
stay.
extremely
that
witchy.
survives, right?
Warlock's not good though?
You have to take Tome
Oh.
to be a ritual caster.
All Horned King warlocks need that.
Yeah.
Well, it's fundamentally important for one of the later features, especially if you take back to the of the tome. Wildcraft. At first level, you've learned to harness the magic inherent in the natural world. You gain proficiency with alchemist supplies and herbalism kits. Additionally, you gain proficiency in the medicine skill.
Medicine woman.
I enjoy that.
Yeah.
Cunning. Drawing upon the Horned King's Guile, creatures have disadvantage on Wisdom, Insight checks made to discern your intentions. A creature is immune to this effect if it is immune to being charmed. This was my attempt at being like hard to read as a witch. That sort of enchanting, there's something going on back here and you're never quite sure how to interpret their actions.
The Melisandre type vibe.
That was my intent here.
Kind of tricksy without it being, oh, I have high deception or I have high persuasion. Yeah, I like it.
Malediction. This is where things get bonkers. You have the ability to wither enemies who harm you. As a reaction, when you are hit by a creature, that should read, and because of the great feedback I've already gotten, when you are hit by an attack by a creature within 60 feet of you, you may respond with a minor hex. The target's next intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, you choose when you use this ability, saving throw is at disadvantage. The target's next melee attack, ranged attack, or concentration check is at disadvantage. Or, the next time you damage the target, it takes additional necrotic damage equal to your proficiency bonus, reducing their maximum hit points by the same amount. So you can choose one of these minor hexes.
I have a change.
Yeah.
I have feedback. I don't know if anyone's given this. I think it should be when you or the creature of your choice, not worded like that, but like a party member. Shouldn't it be something that you can use on every one of your turns?
Your reaction, yeah.
But you need to be hit by it.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where warlocks are not trying to get hit. So the idea is that if that's a core feature, you want to be ideally in a perfect world, you would never actually trigger that.
I liked it as a form of hellish rebuke, but I am open to that, what you're saying.
I don't know if that makes it too strong.
Well, certainly it makes it too strong.
I think the idea, well, you still need to spend a reaction.
Right.
So it's something that you can't do if you already have a reaction. You can't prepare a spell or whatever like that. Anyway, that's just.
But as an example, if you choose the minor hex, the target's next intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throws at disadvantage, I didn't put a time limit on that. Like, the idea being like, oh, I know that I can use this reaction to give an intelligence saving throw disadvantage, and then sometime before, in the next round or 2 or 3, my wizard might be able to use some intelligence, like, banger of a spell and knock down that creature. Like, there's a metagame balancing factor that I have to consider. So
it could be the end of your next turn.
Yeah.
To set yourself up to do something to them.
Yeah, just kind of make it like, oh, if you're in a woods witch and it's the found family or like your group, you're able to help people that are attacking your friends as well.
And we're gonna come back to malediction.
Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to.
No. This is how we do it. You're watching.
Yeah, you're watching how the sausage gets made.
And so another limiting factor, because I haven't finished the feature, is you can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, regaining expended uses after a long rest. So you don't use it on every fucking reaction. You use it on the ones where you really want to fucking minor hex somebody.
I think that makes sense.
That limitation means having it on more ways to do it. I think is fair.
Yeah,
could be fair.
That limitation suddenly makes it balanced. Yeah,
it wouldn't be too powerful.
Yeah, if you could do it on anybody.
There are modifications to the 3rd level feature where you can choose one of your pacts: Pact of the Blade, Pact of the Chain, or the Pact of the Tome. It's 11:30, I'm suddenly realizing, so I'm not going to go into each one mechanically, but for Pact of the Blade, you get a special weapon, obviously. It's slightly modified. There's a drawback, but the advantage is that it does an additional 1d4 necrotic damage, and the creature becomes cursed, having a disadvantage on all saving throws against your spells until the beginning of your next turn. So very literally being able to, I don't think that warlocks are terribly melee-y, so you really have to like go out of your way to use Pact of the Blade, but that's something to think about.
I mean, I think that having a way to incentivize Pact of the Blade being like a ritual knife, but using it for spells is really cool.
Okay.
And not just like,
yeah,
I'm not just a magic wielder.
I hate playing Jericho mechanically. Because College of Whispers fucking sucks. And my big feature is I can do extra psychic damage if I hit with my weapon. And it's if I could hit or use my sickle or something, but have it not just be, oh, I do more damage with my blade, I'm able to use it for spells or magic. That would feel a lot better to me.
To sort of tee you up for the next
Yeah,
mega
something
thing that you
to do something. Right, exactly right.
That's sort of where I'm
Granted,
going in this
technically,
direction.
I guess you're supposed to build high dex and have a rapier. I have a strength weapon. So...
Oops.
I just think it'd be cool. Yeah, like basically, yeah, it's
Sickles are strength weapons, right? They're not. No, they're not. Yeah, they're not finesse.
They're not.
Nope, they're strength weapons.
Pact of the Chain,
We'll fix all this.
in plain language, is a diet wild shape. It allows you to cast Find Familiar, and because you have ritual casting, you can cast it as a ritual now. Though you cannot take the form of an imp, pseudo-dragon, quasit, or sprite, you can take any of the Find Familiar shapes and essentially become the familiar. So you can actually take the form of a crow or take the form of an owl. And I felt that that was pretty hyper witchy. And this is a favorite aspect of me, of the feature, is when you speak you can speak in this form. Unlike Wild Shape, you can speak through your beak or whatever, but you are unable to cast spells with somatic or material components. So I went out of my way to go look at all of the Warlock spells that can be cast with only verbal spells, and that limitation leaves you with some really juicy, interesting options.
I love that.
That's very fun.
I love the idea of having, I can turn into a fucking crow, and it's not like I'm gonna send them up and I gotta stay within 100 feet and I'll switch back and forth with the eyeballs. Like, no, just be the crow. Just go be the crow.
It also is a little bit less burdensome on the DM when you're suddenly managing like a scout familiar at the same time as a party where they've also split, and like that's a lot of cognitive load. So I liked the idea of incentivizing you just go be the familiar.
Yeah.
So you get some extra hit
And
points.
the kind of DMs that ban Aarakocra are gonna not allow this anyway, so like who cares? If you're banning Eric, there are people that ban Yuan-Ti and Satyrs. The saving throw.
Yeah, advantage on
Because
magic.
of the magic resist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what it's like? It's like that scene in The Witch where all of a sudden it cuts to the rabbit. It's just like,
Oh yeah.
this just gets at that.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what we're driving towards thematically.
Yes.
Right.
You have a queen. Where's Kelly?
Pact of the Tome. I will read.
Where's Kelly?
Kelly. Oh.
Come on, Kelly.
have a queen. The crooked queen.
You get a grimoire. I arbitrarily called it the Elder Tome in this playtest material. It cannot be burned or destroyed. You may choose only one cantrip to add to the book, which is a reduction in the original Pact of the Tome's ability. But you can also use this codex to brew potions. As part of your long rest, you can produce a magical potion in an empty flask, provided you have an alchemist supply and provided you have alchemist's supplies and an empty flask, and then you roll 2d6. Go ahead and roll 2d6 for me. Damn.
11.
You get Witch's Bane, one of our custom magic items.
Let's fucking go.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was 11. I'm gonna pretend that was a 6.
It was a 12. It was a 12.
I'm sorry. I can't read
No,
that.
I
fucking
lied.
dice.
I lied as well.
It's 12. You get Witch's Bane.
Hey.
If you'd rolled an 11, you'd get a potion of mind reading. If you'd rolled a 10, you'd get a potion of greater healing. If you'd rolled a 9, you'd get a potion of poison. Now, because of how 2d6 works, I know that it's extremely likely for me to get 6, 7, or 8. 7 being the most common outcome of dice because of how fucking math works, right? So a 7, bread and butter, you're gonna brew a potion of healing. But at those extremes, we have the 2 custom magic items. You can, for Snake Eyes, you can get a draft of Ergot, and for 12, you get the Witch's Bane. And everything in between is are potions up to very rare. So rare potions, common, and so the common potions are in the center, and then mechanically they go out. That can be enhanced later with an invocation if we want to talk about it, but that's how we've themed the tome, is basically like your brewing tome, your like a recipe book, like a cookbook of things that a witch would be able to produce.
Yep.
Spellbinding. At 6th level, you are granted ancient knowledge to bind yourself with magical energies by performing simple rituals. This practice of imbuing yourself allows you to harness the essence of a spell using tools, recitations, and elements such as candles, ointments, salts, bones, or tarot cards. Tarot cards, hey.
Hey.
CrookedMoon.com.
As part of a long rest, again, we're leaning on the long rest here, the ritual idea, the overnight kind of aspects. You perform a brief ritual lasting no longer than 10 minutes. Choose a spell that you could normally learn when you gain a level in this class, but that you do not already know. That needs clarification. The chosen spell must be of a level for which you have spell slots. When you complete your ritual, you bind that chosen spell's arcane potential to yourself for the next 24 hours. This connection allows you to cast the chosen spell without expending a spell slot once per long rest, provided you can meet the spell's verbal, somatic, and material component requirements. If you have not cast your chosen spell when you take a short rest, you can perform another brief ritual to choose a different spell to bind yourself with. Basically, if you haven't chosen this as one of the spells that you have, but you have access to it, you can choose to add it on, and it's almost like a little extra spell slot. And that is the intent. And it's like binding yourself with magical energies, or talking to spirits, or binding yourself with spirits. That's the intent here. I like it mechanically. It'll probably change quite a bit at the end of this playtest, given how powerful it is to give a warlock an additional spell. But there are limitations there, and you have to be able to finish a long rest, and you only get one of them. So that's the intent there.
Very cool.
Live deliciously. This is the payoff for the Hex and Fly expanded spell list piece. Very simple. Once per long rest, the first time you cast any of the spells on the Horned King expanded spells list, damage cannot break your concentration on the spell. That's bonkers. If you cast Fly, you can't get knocked out of Fly. You will always have Fly for that.
That's very good.
If you cast any, and almost every single expanded spell, I think every one of them, Detect Magic, Alter Self, Greater Invisibility, Dominate Person. If you cast any of these and you're concentrating on them, damage cannot undo that concentration if it's the first thing that you cast.
So a DM would need to knock the person out or do something else to break their concentration.
Right.
I did that to Iris in Beneath Dark Wing. She had some crazy concentration spell. I had a Suffocate that just brought you to zero. That it just knocked you unconscious.
Yes.
That would break it.
Yep.
I think maybe a Dispel Magic, like to break the
Dispel Magic would do
right,
it.
Right.
You have Counterspell.
There are
you have
tools.
Dispel Magic.
There are tools.
You can. I mean, how hard is it to take down a Warlock? Just drop her to
Pretty
0 hit
easy,
points.
Yeah.
But the idea that you'd be able to do something and not have to worry about the usual way, the damage way, I have to make a concentration check right now, it felt like a very powerful 10th. I mean, so few people get to 10th level. It just seemed like a natural time to give somebody like a mega nuke.
Yeah, and it's not like it's on any spell. It's only that small handful of spells.
Yeah.
If people in chat are saying that it's broken, I felt like it didn't feel strong enough. So what the fuck do I know?
Me too. I feel like it's...
We play very different D&D.
I feel like if anything, we could throw some more in there, right?
Yeah.
And again, like it just goes to show our style of D&D probably differs from a lot of other folks' styles of D&D.
There are people ban Aarakocra, Yuan-Ti, and Satyrs.
Yeah.
They literally ban
Oh,
them.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love when I can be like, oh, Farron, don't you get advantage on that thing because you're a satyr?
Last one, and then we'll move on. Found Family. This is the 14th level Horned King feature. This is where you can, and this is why I said we were going to go back to Malediction. That ability to use your reaction to minor hex opponents. In Found Family, during your long rest, you can bestow a blessing onto 6 willing allies, where you gather and do a ritual together, and when that ritual is completed, all participants are granted the Malediction feature. So you're a wizard, you're a barbarian, you're a sinner rogue. Now, as a reaction, you too, up to your proficiency bonus, can have this same minor hex ability.
That's true.
And I liked the idea of it being like, I'm spreading the witchy
The malediction.
It's you're becoming my coven now.
Right.
You are sharing in my power. Here's something really that will protect you, that will bless you, and here's a boon, that sort of thing. That's extremely powerful. I do not think that will survive, but it was fun to think about.
I mean, it costs a reaction, and it's not like you can use it, or do the multiple uses still count?
You would have,
or do they only get one use each?
I think that's probably the limitation. Right now, it's just that you get the Malediction feature, and the Malediction feature says you can use it up to your proficiency bonus. By the time you're at 14th level, you and all of your allies would be able to use it
a lot of times each?
It's right here. 5 times.
Yeah.
That's powerful.
That might be
That's
too
too
much.
much.
But giving each person one.
One use of malediction.
But is that powerful enough for 14th level?
See?
Again, this is all in progress. You know, this is the raw early views.
First draft.
But the intent is the Coveney biz. I wanted to have a feature that, because that's why it's called Found Family, is you want a feature where by the time you're at 14th level, you've seen some shit.
Yeah, I don't think it's that
with
strong,
your allies.
Yeah.
And Found Family is a strong part of most D&D campaigns, right?
Yeah.
So it seemed like a cool reward thematically. That's all I'm going to talk about. There are other elements. We could talk about the invocations. We could talk about the magic items. But I wanted to go through the major stuff about the Horn King Warlock because it's there.
Go and review yourself on our Kickstarter page.
Yeah, you can download it now.
And drop all of your feedback and questions.
Are there any USB-C cables around?
We've gotten feedback on kind of the legibility. That is absolutely going to be addressed.
You need charge?
We just ran out of time to
USB-C.
adjust anything before the campaign ended, so we wanted to drop something. We just ran out of time. Kat Erickson said, did you guys think that you would be at this number at the beginning of the Kickstarter? Was it even a dream number? We had no idea what to expect, frankly. And we are at 3.280. We are about to hit midnight Eastern, and that's when our 48-hour email will go out from Kickstarter.
Oh, shit.
And that's when Europe wakes up to save the day.
So in 16 minutes, there's going to be a huge email blast to everybody.
To everyone that has followed the page.
Wow.
And we'll let them know that there's 48 hours left.
Oh my god.
And it's pretty huge. You know, there's people that are like begging for us to show off all of the minion miniatures. And it's like, it was a stretch goal. We only had one model. We didn't know we were going to hit this. It's one of those things where...
Here's some questions. Fumpkin Wimdy. Is there a way to sell my players to start at level 1 for the Crooked Moon because their players like to start at level 3 or above? I don't want to alter the adventure since it'll be my first time DMing, and the adventure is built from levels 1 to 13.
I think you can start the campaign at level 3, and they'll be a little bit overpowered for the Ghost Train adventure.
But the idea is that you get from 1 to 3 very quickly.
Yeah, you get to levels 1 to 3 very quickly.
Yeah.
It's basically you have like a little... You're going to do a lot of the Ghost Train at level 3, is what I will say. And so the idea is just to kind of get there, to get you acclimated to the situation, to have a little bit of fear of being... We just kind of want to recapture the magic of Death House in Curse of Strahd. Right? For me, playing at level 1 and level 2 was very fun. It wasn't a ton, but it was enough to feel weak.
It was one session.
It took one session to get from 1 to 3.
Yeah.
Right.
It was a 11-hour session, but, you know, it was still...
That's because you guys RP so much.
For folks that want to ease into it with level 1, that option's there. But we will put in the book, you can just start at 3.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good idea.
What if you could trigger it with self-damage, like cutting your hand to hex someone? When you take damage, you can spend your reaction, etc. Ooh, like a... Or like a...
Oh, that's pretty fun.
I love that.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely elements of, you know...
You need to avoid a moral hazard, right? You need to avoid this feature's based on something that you'd never want to happen. And then it's like, oh, well, I could only use this fun feature when this other bad thing happens. That's a balancing act that I think needs to be discussed and looked at of, you know... We'll sort of fine-tune that and see what folks think. I have a feeling like we'll probably adjust this feature based on feedback and, you know, just initial thoughts. Chronic Small Bean, would you guys ever consider an expansion to higher levels for the Crooked Moon?
That's a good question.
So, I know we talked...
I think that 13th level was pushing it.
for horror, you can't be literal fucking gods.
I mean, we did in Curse of Strahd. I guess there was a
We
conceit,
did,
though.
but everyone is on the same page that we're not going to break everything.
Yeah.
I'm sure that had we been metagaming it, we could have broken that campaign wide fucking open.
Yeah,
and
that's
totally
true.
ruined the ending.
Yep. No, we absolutely could have. Yes. Yes. Yeah,
You
I
know-
mean, it's difficulty.
That being said, I could see it might not be in the book, but I would love to get to a certain point where, like, let's say, to Mike's point, eventually on store shelves you can buy the Ghost Train boss.
Yes.
And it comes with a map pack.
I-
And then it comes with a boss fight of, you can run this fight at 3, 5, 10, 8.
I absolutely thought about, and we probably won't have room for it in the book.
Yes, I don't think there's room for that.
I don't think there's room for it in the book, but if I eventually do want to have, here's how you run it at this level, here's how you run it at this level, here's how you run it at this level,
Yeah.
to add that value. And so, like, maybe next Halloween or, whatever, I'll release kind of like, here are boss packs that you can run at various levels, and, if you already have the minion, like, the model.
We could include, like, a similar to the box of, like, how to pacifist run it. We could have, like, here's a rough box of, like, if you want to take it to 20, here's some guidelines that you can use. But, like, let the DM do a lot of the updates of, beefing up the stat blocks and changing things.
My intention was that we would have a handful of monsters that are technically stronger than the bosses. That would be like Ruby and Sapphire weapon from Final Fantasy VII, where they would basically be like not intricate boss fights, but just technically the CR would be a lot stronger, and these would be the ones that you would like hunt down after the campaign is over. And so maybe we can include a little short adventure hook for each one of them, and you basically go through when you level up, trying to fight these big like, monstrous.
Yeah.
Features, that could be it.
Could be fun. Because there's so much work to do. How are you planning to tackle all the things you added to the Kickstarter? How many renditions do you think it will take to get it to where you love it? I mean, we think that, like, there's tons and tons and tons of stuff that's in first draft right now, but we know that first draft rarely, like, survives, right? Yeah. So we're we've given ourselves lots of time to go through those.
Isn't it? What was it? There's the classic meme of, I forget what show it is, where it says, like, don't touch my trash! And it says, writers, when they send their editors their first draft.
That's really funny.
And to answer the second question, dozens, maybe hundreds of renditions. I mean, we're gonna be working this thing, turning it back and forth, turning it upside down, turning it inside out, looking at it from all of the different lenses. We're gonna be debating for months and months and months and months and months until we fall in love.
And what I'll say is basically the number one priority. Like I said, I've been working on the story and the adventure.
Yep.
In any gaps that I've been able to get, not working on the every day-to-day of the Kickstarter.
Getting the art done and getting the page
I'm
ready.
feeling pretty fucking good about it. It's pretty fucking keynote. But I think that basically once the Kickstarter ends and all of that day-to-day starts to kind of calm down, the day-to-day pivots to us workshopping all of the player options and tearing it all apart and rebuilding and tearing it all apart and rebuilding. So we already talk about nuking it and rebuilding it. That's just our creative process. And so, it's one of those things where we'll do that until we have all of the full menu of player options where we feel satisfied enough to launch the playtest.
We've said, not on stream, but we're gonna go into the woods.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to a cabin, not literally, but we're gonna go to a metaphorical cabin and lock ourselves in there until we knock this thing out. And we'll be working with lots of creative artists on things like layout, and there'll be a lot of back and forth. We won't be the only ones at the cabin, but as the day-to-day winds down, because we're no longer in promotion mode and getting folks to hear the good word of the Crooked Moon, then we'll be able to go to Valhalla to feed and slumber and write.
That's exactly right.
And write the book.
And write the Crooked Moon.
It'll be good. It'll be. I'm super excited for those, like, weekend long or like multiple days of just sitting in a room together and like actually we've been doing so much building and writing and building and writing and building and writing. We haven't done a lot of the let's shit all over it and destroy it.
Yep.
And the shitting all over it phase is extremely important.
It's how you get to it's the advantage process. I mean, I don't know if shitting all over it is the way I would articulate
That's
it.
how, yeah, back in my old job, that was a term that was used for certain things.
That's really funny.
Profound Narwhal, I'm going to refund this. I'm guessing that was hitting enters too soon.
I'm saying just curious, so we'll see.
A creative cabin orgy? Yes, that's exactly right. It's also a $40 million stretch goal.
Ovalman, the Ghost Train Metal dice set is not Kickstarter exclusive. It will be sold. It will be offered in our backer kit store and in the Adventurous shop after fulfillment. So don't worry about that. The only dice set that you will never be able to get ever again after November 1st is the Jack-o'-lantern themed dice, the Pumpkin King set. Is a special promotion that we're running for Halloween and the end of our campaign, ending on the 1st of November at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, and you must back the campaign while it is live, and you must be receiving a physical product, or else you will not receive these, and there will be no way to receive these.
How did Rich say that stretch goal joke and no one acknowledged it?
Which one?
Nothing. You missed it. Will you stream any more adventure one-shots from the book after the book is out? We might do one-shots occasionally.
I think one-shots is a good way to do it. Kind of monster of the weekend.
Yes, we will not just stream the campaign.
No.
We have Edge of Midnight for that.
We want you all to be able to experience it for yourself and not be prescriptive.
Someone on YouTube mentioned about payday hitting too late. So it doesn't charge your card until the campaign ends, and then it takes 7 days to attempt to charge your card if you don't have the money. So you do have 7 days afterwards if you get your pledge in before it ends. But obviously spend responsibly.
Echo Yanger got the deluxe box. Awesome, Echo Yanger. Thanks for getting the deluxe box. We have our final 48 hours begins in 5 minutes, folks. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. It's hard to believe. It is hard to believe. Holy shit.
We've shot up too. Holy shit.
We're at 3.281.
Oh boy.
We have some clown facts. Clowns mock themselves. Jesters mock others. Chlorophobia is fear of clowns.
Wow.
World Clown Week is in August. The word clown comes from Icelandic word kluni. And the first use of the word is from 1560.
It's going to be wild to be doing this so much to then be going back to not really doing hangout streams like this.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be weird.
We went so long without doing this sort of thing.
This has almost become a new normal over the last 4 weeks.
And then we're gonna go back to Patreon questions and
I'm ready to rest, but I will be a little sad for how fun the sprint has been.
We'll be getting back to the Patreon hangouts.
Well, so for me, right,
Yes.
what makes this hard is that these 4 hours 6 hours that we streamed today, the 7 or 8 hours that we streamed yesterday, that's already 13 hours that I didn't work, right? That I didn't get work done.
Yeah.
And so it's just
we are very behind.
There's only so much you can, and when there's a mountain of work, and it all just depends on how much time we can take to do it. That's what makes these hard.
Yeah.
I think we'll eventually get to the point where maybe there won't be mountains and mountains of work, but not for a couple years, I don't think.
When we say work, we mean debating on the most mechanically interesting ways to express a witch subclass and...
get back to the bookkeepers about some questions that they had.
Certainly all of the logistics and additional stuff.
Getting our backer kit store ready.
So I was working on our backer kit store right before I had to switch gears and get ready for the stream. So that's what we mean when we say work. And
we'll definitely be taking a break from streaming campaigns after the campaign ends, a little bit, right?
Well,
Is it a week?
so here's the thing. We have Icebound on Friday.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to play...
On the 3rd.
I think we're going to play Icebound, finish Edge of Midnight, and then we're going to take a week off. So we're going to have like a week and a half of sessions after the campaign ends. Then we're going to take a week off. We're taking our week off. Is, I believe...
We're going to call it Sanity Week.
Yeah. Yeah, we need some time off. And it won't be time off for me personally. I'll be working, but it's just... it frees up a lot of hours.
Yes.
From our week. And we'll be able to relax a little bit, hopefully build up our immune systems. We have some more questions.
I need to hit the gym again.
Profound Narwhal.
Start exercising again.
Do you plan on writing a short story companion to the Crooked Moon? It'd be really interesting to read.
God, if I had time, I'd love to.
If we had time or pages.
Oh, companion. Companion would mean not in the book.
Just like a PDF we'd release?
PDF, yeah. It would be a separate thing.
Like a novelized Revenge of the Sith sort of deal?
I don't hate that idea.
You don't have time for that.
I don't. It's one of those things
where I love it, but that would be just countless hours.
Yeah, I don't have time for it.
I'd love to have Mike novelize a shit ton of stuff.
It's one of those things where like all of these ideas, and there's one door that stuff can actually get through to actualize, and basically you really need to decide who gets through.
Yeah, no, it's... Mike won't be novelizing until a publisher comes to us and say, like, here's a gigantic advance of, like, and then Mike go into the woods and write it, and then it's in Barnes & Noble and all that, right? Like, we're at the point where that's the only way it's going to be worth the hours it would take to do. But
yeah,
one day. Snuggy! Hey!
Snuggy!
Welcome.
While you're here, I've literally kept this notification up for ages, because we totally missed your...
Did we
get this?
Right? We said hello, yeah.
Well, thank you for your tip from way back when at the beginning of the campaign. Yeah. Incredibly generous. I want to make sure that we got that, so I'm clearing that.
Oh, finally. You may have been away when
I may have been gone
when
we got it.
Away.
Thank you. So generous, goddamn.
Regardless, we love you, and we'll see you at PAX.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, if you missed our non-announcement that I made,
it's not an announcement.
It's not an announcement. It is not an announcement. You will want to be at PAX Unplugged. You will want to be at PAX Unplugged if you are an Evantress fan.
Yep.
You will want to be. So if you have the means and you are interested in conventions, PAX Unplugged is very fun. It's very different from Gen Con.
It's extremely different.
And it's fun in its own way.
And it's only 3 days.
Which
sucks. But it's cheaper if cost is a factor.
Yeah.
Because it's only, one fewer hotel less.
Go to PAX Unplugged. We'll be doing a hangout.
Go to PAX
Unplugged. A really fun hangout.
Alyssa, on YouTube, will it be possible to purchase the STL files later on? Yes, it will.
Yep.
Will the STL files be pre-supported? Yes, they will.
Yes, they will.
We will also offer unsupported STLs.
Oh, we do that?
If you care to. Yeah, we definitely have to. For folks that say, I want to do my own fucking supports. Or I have this crazy program that does it really well.
Oh.
So we'll have both options. But we definitely know that supports make it a lot easier for folks. Zodin Soji. This is from MacBooks. Watching you guys stim openly via dolls, or is that sort of like just like playing with stuff?
Oh yeah.
Dolls or hair is honestly so comforting, knowing that there's people out there with my interest that won't judge my stims to give me hope finding others here in Lake Charles. Wanted you guys to know how much of an impact you've had on me in the few short months I've known you. Love you all so much. Well, thank you. Yeah, I've been a fidgeter forever. Question, when you start putting together campaigns, is there a limit on how far ahead you plan? Asking specifically for the Crooked Moon. Meaning a Kickstarter campaign? Or starting a story, like a D&D campaign? If you're still here, Zodin Soji. That was 2 minutes ago, so...
I don't think there's a limit. I think if you have an idea, extra time can't hurt. You can overwork the dough.
Well, so that's what I'm wondering is, you write the whole story, but then in session 2 they do this, that totally, derails the campaign, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Story. Oh, this is from MacBooks. That's right. Well, you always say outline, right?
Yes.
I think that's the answer. Is that Mike? And again, why don't you answer this? I shouldn't answer for you. What the hell are you talking about?
The email went out. I just got it 2 minutes ago.
Oh, the email went out.
2 days left to back the Crooked
We just
Moon.
went up like $2,000 in an instant.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, 2 days left to back the Crooked Moon, Folklore and 5e, Legends of Advantage. And this is when fucking Europe wakes up. It says, "Oh, D&D in it." Draconic Girl. Do you already read it? It's a day 2 on backer. I'm super hyped.
The question was how far ahead do you plan?
Oh.
In terms of a story, so that you're not like wasting work, right? In terms of like how much do you prep ahead before you start the campaign?
I mean, it depends on the story.
And the context here was for Crooked Moon, so you're prepping a module. I think for a module, reading and rereading the book before you ever play is a good idea.
Yes.
That's what I would recommend. Because then you will have a mastery of every bit of information
Read it twice.
in that book.
Read it all over the place. Read it very thoroughly. D&D in it.
I wouldn't go through and like make all the maps for every single thing, but at least have the knowledge because you've read it a couple times, and maybe make some notes, and then pick a few like important things and highlight it or whatever. Now you can read this.
Draconic Girl, it's day 2 on back. I gotta get out for
shit.
Draconic Girl. Enjoy your collector's coin. Enjoy your name in the book, immortalized forever. I was wondering if you could pick 2 of your favorite new subclasses to multi-class. What do you think would be the most fun or thought-provoking? Outside of mechanics is what I'll say.
Come again?
So 2 subclass that you would multi-class from the Crooked Moon. That you would not thinking about mechanics.
I'm not thinking about mechanics.
Thematically.
Blood Sorcerer and Castigation Paladin would be really fun.
That's really fun. That's very, very fun.
Very like a Marius.
In that order?
Abbott. I don't know what order I'd do it in. Start at 3 and just have both of them. The Warlock and the Druid. Or the Warlock and the Cleric.
Yeah.
The
Bard and the Rogue.
Bard Rogue could be
Bard
really
Rogue
fun.
could be very cool.
Ranger Fighter could be really cool.
Yeah.
If you're like an old protector that has like the grim.
Yeah.
That's a Ranger Wizard. I love that. Wizard Sorcerer could be cool. You could have some fun theming like connections. Blood Queen style.
I think Fighter Druid could be fun. I don't know how that would play mechanically.
Oh, fuck the mechanics. I
Yeah.
think that's really cool. I like that.
Philosopher and Path of the Experiment.
Yeah.
Oh!
That's very fun.
Yeah!
I like that.
Yeah,
Almost
you
like an
could
Armstrong.
really-
Like a Louis
literally
Armstrong. Yeah.
You could literally Edward Elric your arm into like... Yeah.
Or like have giant fists with your face on it.
Oh yeah.
That, like sparkles.
Yeah.
Major
We're at 3.285, folks. Oh, we are going up. Or is that going down?
No, we're flying. I think we're flying.
D&D in it.
Can you go to Tabletop Analytics? I just want to see what we ended the day at.
It's 12 of 6. Aren't we gonna get another boost?
No, well, the day's over because it ends at 11:15.
Yeah, but I just refreshed it.
Scroll down. No, scroll down. Scroll down. Nice.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aero Conductor, I'm gonna miss being able to interact with you guys so much, but you guys need some rest. Y'all are so lovely people.
Thank you.
Gryla!
Yes.
Thank you.
What? Mr. Witchmaster.
I mean, this has been really fun. It's been.
Yeah.
This is almost like early to mid 2019. This streaming schedule a little bit.
Yeah.
Where we were just having all of these hangout streams and still playing a lot of D&D. And our audience back then was tiny. So it's been a lot of fun, but yeah, we do need to lighten it up a little bit.
Yeah. We need to return to Valhalla.
Danny from YouTube. Do you know if the plushies jack up the shipping prices substantially because of their size? I don't think it'll be substantially, but they will affect your shipping because of dimensions. That being said, dimensions do affect shipping, not as much as weight, and they're very, very light. That may vary from across region and country, and we won't know the final prices obviously until every person's scenario is different, their order is different. That being said, just unfortunately with shipping, every item you add, no matter what it is gonna affect shipping in some way.
Yeah.
I don't think if you get all three, that's a pretty big package, right? The all-in box is gonna be a big fucking box, probably because of these guys. We might even have to ship them separately or in like another box or a bag that's part of it. Anyway, we're still figuring all that out. But stay tuned. Good question. What are the silliest character concepts you can think of on the spot for the Crooked Moon from Transflare?
Silly.
A plague monk named Dr. Poison.
Oh, that's mine. That's exactly right.
Yeah, I stole Mike's.
That's a good one.
What else?
I think
You could have some
a
goofy
rogue
experiments.
named Lewis, Harvestborn rogue,
Thank you.
sinner rogue
That was
named
gonna be mine.
Lewis, and he's kind of like a gambling king, like King Dice or something.
Oh, that's
Or
really
a prince,
fun.
yeah. That's. I think he'd be silly.
A Path of the Experiment Barbarian that turns into like Gumby.
That's fine.
Or like Stretch Armstrong. Like straight up rubbery.
That's fucking hilarious.
Or no, like Clay Fighter 63
Plastic
in the third.
Man from DC Comics.
I'm trying to remind myself.
What are the worst Crooked Moon subclasses you can think of?
No. None.
Oh, meaning
what-
not
what is-
of ours.
Yeah, just
Not
like
of but like if you were to create a bad subclass for the Crooked Moon, what would be the worst?
Oh.
So, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because it's like you can think of anything that doesn't fit the theme of folk horror,
Yeah.
and it would qualify.
I would like to make a subclass where you become a giant artificial intelligence orb. And you float around doing orbular logical AI things.
That was literally the original idea for the psionic wizard. You turn into a logical orb of pure magic or pure logic. You didn't see this?
No.
Yeah, you literally turn into a giant floating logic orb.
Where?
As in
It's
Unearthed
like a
Arcana.
subclass feature.
In Unearthed Arcana, the big wizard feature at level 3 is that you go into like logic mode, and you turn into a giant floating glowing orb of
funny.
logic.
That's
Fuck.
fucking
No
hilarious.
fucking way.
That's fucking
Yeah,
hilarious.
it was really funny.
I don't know why that got cut.
The other way that we can go is if the theme is so specific that it wouldn't make a good subclass. That's another way to have a folk horror bad. Bad folk horror.
I can't really think of
subclass.
anything. Like some cape shot.
Oh shit! Hold on, I want to read the full name. $20 super chat from the Helljack.
The Helljack.
Have a pizza on me, you madman.
you.
Congrats on the success of the Kickstarter. I just backed it myself, physical book level. As a D&D freak myself, I'm proud as hell of you guys. Well done. Thank you so much, Helljack.
Helljack.
That really means a lot.
Really appreciate
We
it.
will definitely be getting that pizza in the next few weeks. You helped pay for our Chipotle tonight,
Yeah,
so thank you. This has been this has been wild. This has been, yeah. It feels like we're flying now. Maybe not. It might just be because I'm looking at it.
Yeah, maybe.
The Madman 12 says we are so close, TM, to beating Ryoko's. How close are we?
I don't know. It's 2-3-3-3, something like that. 2-3-2-3-3-3.
2327?
I don't know.
232?
I don't know.
Didn't we just hit 16,000 backers like yesterday?
Yeah, we're
And we're at 17.6 almost.
17, yeah.
rocketing
Holy
past
shit.
Pluto in a very short
The
period of
48
time.
hours,
We're
the
leaving
final
the
48
solar
hours
system
are pretty wild,
and
dude.
entering the galaxy.
You know, I was gonna call out that. Look at that countdown for final hours. The fact that that starts with a 1.
With the wand.
It's been such a long road.
It's gonna be.
It's been such a long road.
2 point.
Didn't I say that? I said that exact number. 3.327.
3.327. I'll never remember that. By the way, though, check out Ryoko's guide. Not
It's
sponsored.
fucking amazing.
Not sponsored, but Loot Tavern puts out some damn good shit.
Yeah, and
There's a reason.
There's no competition. It's
No.
just for us to be the, it's just,
Yeah.
There's a reason
It's more
why
about being the
Ryoko-
top D&D.
I back the deluxe Ryokos, I'll say it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
The cover.
I can't wait.
The cover of Wrath of the Kaiju, which is their adventure, is so fucking sexy.
I love
And,
this.
you know?
Sloths with ADHD. One character idea I had was a Grim Harbinger Ranger that's pretty much Shaggy and Grim
my
and Scooby-Doo.
God.
That's fucking perfect.
Yeah, it's
and you can
actually-
explore like haunted houses and shit. Oh,
And you specialize in eating Dagwood sandwiches.
I fucking
Which I
love
learned-
that idea.
Which I learned.
Oh, it was Keeley that said it. Sloss has got some great fucking ideas.
Sloth's a great idea. I know that he could play I know you could play that character very well, Sloth, after playing D&D with you several times.
Yeah. Dr. Morgan was a big in Dr. Morgan and Old Fart Canyon.
Oh man. Did I play Jamity in Fart Canyon?
You did.
I played Jamity. That was fun.
Sloths, who did you play in the museum one? Was that the orc? You were the orc mobster?
As we were Briggsy and you were just being a little shit.
I was pre-curse Briggsy because I wanted to try out a rogue hexblade multiclass, and I fucking loved it.
Oh yeah.
I loved the rogue hexblade multiclass.
Yeah.
Man, we've had some fun Patreon one shots.
Yeah.
I'm excited to finally get back to
Ruby
that.
Dinosaurs get to enjoy quarterly one shots with us.
MacBook says watching the pledge amount go up after your update, after you update your pledge is strangely satisfying.
Slimy yet satisfying.
Small Bunny Cats asks, "How y'all holding up? I've been popping in and out because I'm desperately trying to catch up on Witchlight. Yeah, don't hang out. If you're trying to catch up on stuff, we're just sitting here.
We're just shooting the breeze.
We are doing well. I'm sick of being sick. Is what I'll say. I'm sick and
Yeah.
tired of being
Hey.
sick and tired.
I don't know how I escaped.
I don't get it.
I don't.
But
Normally,
I'm glad.
normally I'm the one who's chronically
No,
ill.
but thank God, at least you are healthy,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm
we
doing
would've-
all right.
well, you're doing all right, but you have your day job, right? And like Andy's out of it, and I'm like half in it. I've been sick for 13 fucking days. My nose is runny. My voice sounds all weird. I'm coughing all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm still managing it,
Hey,
but like, fuck.
everyone was giving me shit for pounding those liquid IVs. Is all I'm gonna say.
That's what I did. Well, I was already sick. The problem is I was already sick
You and Andy were
before
already sick.
I got on the fucking plane.
And Andy were already
Before
sick.
I got
That
on
was
the fucking
problem.
plane, I was
That
sick.
The problem. That was the problem.
When I did my pre-flight ritual of 2 pints of beer with an
Yeah, I'm
anxiety
sure that
pill.
helps. I don't mean to be an evangelist, but I also don't drink alcohol. I
Well,
don't
look, I
poison
can't
myself,
fly
so-
without heavy chemical
You gotta
assistance.
do you, man.
I
You
can't
you
do
gotta
it.
Do you,
I
man.
need to turn off my logical,
I will say.
or my not my logical reasonable brain. I need to turn off my reptile lizard brain. Yeah, no, liquid IV. It's just there's so much sugar.
It's way too much.
I wish there wasn't fucking sugar in it.
I should just make snake juice.
Yeah, we should
And,
get the
like,
fucking snake
yeah,
juice packets.
Yeah, just get those.
It's the same shit. It's
Yeah.
literally liquid IV minus the sugar.
Minus the
That's all it
sugar.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mikey's just built the. Well, hey, I mean, there have been times where Mike's been laid out for multiple
Oh no!
months.
So I'm literally losing my hair. When you have physically traumatic events, you like 6 months later you start shedding.
You have a
I don't
shed
know if
from
anyone's
stress.
experienced that. It happens after childbirth and other things. It's happened to me previously, but from like my bout of very bad chronic illness at the beginning of the year, it's like delayed by 6 months or so. So I was laid out for like
I
2
didn't know
months.
that. Yeah.
Like 2 full months. I was like basically out of bed maybe 3 to 6 hours a day.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Maybe 3 to 6 hours
was
a day.
bad.
Yeah, it was not good.
Honey, lemon, and ginger beer. That's
3.288, folks. 007, James Bond. If only 006, so it could be Alex Trevelyan. Someone drop your $1 pledge. I'm kidding.
Chronic Small Bean, are you hydrated? Right now, I'm definitely not hydrated. Normally, we have a ton of seltzer in that fridge. We haven't had a spare second to go to the fucking grocery
water,
store and
yeah.
stock up. It's been every
I
fucking.
should have grabbed
source-
some on the way in.
When I was in
Next time.
when I was in the
time.
hospital, speaking of me being fucking chronically ill, when I was in the hospital last year from Gen Con, not when I was in the hospital this year after Gen Con. I hope I don't get a trifecta hat trick next year.
Please, you cannot be in the hospital again after Gen Con.
But it was last year where they were like, "Oh my god, you are like deathly dehydrated," and so like,
well, I think with Andy, they found that he was dehydrated.
He was super dehydrated too. Yeah.
So you know,
drink water, kids.
Hold on, I want to read. Sloths was more Giovanni. Barbarian orc monster from the museum shot.
I remember.
I had to look up the name of.
Oh my god, that's so fucking funny.
That was fun.
We were all
Andy was Thaddeus Teuton.
Thaddeus Teuton.
Thaddeus Teuton.
I declare Thaddeus.
And ironically, he solved my puzzle instantly, which was perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Celise says I have to be heavily dosed with Dramamine in order to fly because I get motion sickness.
Oh, they sold that. I saw that at the store.
I think I would rather have that than just the horrible, uncontrollable like anxiety.
Yeah.
And so what I had this time, because they wouldn't give me the Xanax, was something that was like an antihistamine that was still for anxiety.
So
it wasn't as effective, but it helped.
So Richie and I grew up with very crippling terrors of flying.
Yeah.
I lost mine completely.
Yeah, I don't know how you did that.
I started flying for work. And for me, I just associate it with like, it's like taking the fucking metro. And so the plane will be like this, and I'll be like,
it's not like I'm thinking about it like, oh, I should be scared right now.
Oh,
it's totally uncontrollable lizard brain, right?
It's anxiety. It's just how it works.
Yeah,
But it's just weird how the same thing happened to me with driving. I was like literally petrified, and in one moment, it completely left me.
Interesting.
You know, it just happens with fear, right?
How do you find out what number backer you are? It's in your email, your confirmation email, right?
Yes.
So
we are 17,599. Can we get to 17,600, folks? Can we get to 17,600?
Ace Ninja Viking, not a question, but I feel for you, Rich. Having just got over a bug of the same symptoms, I'm still chasing the cough out. I nuked mine with elderberry and garlic oil subs.
Yum.
So maybe those could help you and Andy. Hope everyone feels better. Yeah, what Andy has is way worse than what I have. And so I think...
we just hit it, 17,600.
17.6? Oh my god. So yeah, he's getting lots of, he's hopefully on the mend. Hopefully he's feeling better very soon. For me, it's just, I'm fine, right? It's just, it sucks, feeling poorly, but I will definitely hydrate as soon as we're done here. Good night, Vagrant Moose.
Yeah, let's answer Nuclear Blues question.
Oh.
Favorite band of ginger beer? Mine's Fever Tree. If you like ginger, you should try it. I've not had that. I'm a Black Seal man.
Black Seal.
My Dark and Stormies was made with Black Seal as much as possible. I have not had ginger beer since I stopped drinking, I don't think.
Ginger beer by itself's pretty tasty.
Yeah, I remember enjoying it. I like a good ginger ale.
Bedford's says
it
has to be ginger.
I like root beer.
So we have syrup because we have SodaStream, and we have a regular ginger ale syrup, which is fine. But there's a spicy ginger, and they call it spicy ginger, but what they really mean is that it tastes like fucking like raw ginger in seltzer, and it's delicious.
Really?
It's so fucking good. I gotta make it.
Waterloo's ginger and lime is very good.
Seltzer. Ginger seltzer.
I've really enjoyed. I fall in love with Waterloo. I feel like a fucking yuppie. Like
Polar had a holiday ginger something.
They did.
Ginger cranberry or something like that.
Their holiday shit is so good.
It was so good.
It's actually tragic because it's literally only available for like a month or two.
Yeah. It's kind of expensive.
Yeah, it's overpriced.
Yes, it's in your backer email, I think, is what someone said. Hydroxyzine. Not Stalin. 100 bits. Thank you so much. How much more until you guys are the biggest D&D Kickstarter? Let's someone do the math for me.
I'm not.
I'll do it.
I'm not a good math magician.
Hold on.
3, 2, 3.
Woo! We are going up. We've already gotten 6 backers in like the past minute and a half.
Yeah, that's insane.
Let's fucking go.
Y'all are just
I'm just gonna do it.
Oh, let me.
I went into our backer get back and the ads.
Doing well.
Let's just say with the daily ad spend is pretty good.
39,197.
31,000.
39,000.
We could hit that in 3 hours.
We could hit that in
2.5 hours.
Yeah. We're already at 3.29.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Europe's waking up.
Europe's waking up, and the emails in their inbox, the Kickstarter's email in the inbox. We obviously going out at midnight on Eastern is probably not ideal strategically, but we are banking on the 8-hour remaining email going out at 4 p.m. Eastern.
That could be
on
good.
our final day.
That could be really
as
good.
opposed to 4 a.m.
Waterloo.
I'm just curious. Hold on.
Inky Mame is currently drinking a Waterloo.
12 p.m.
Won the war.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Since we've talked to all the subclasses and we've answered questions, I'm trying to decide if I should pack up or if we're gonna be on for just a bit longer. What are you thinking?
I think we can wrap it up pretty soon. What do you think?
Yeah.
Maybe in 7 minutes.
If you guys wanted to stay up till 3, then I was gonna pack up. I just wanted to check in.
What are you thinking?
No, I don't think we should stay.
I don't think I'm late. I'm not making it till 3.
No.
I need to.
If we weren't going so fucking ape shit, do we lose anybody? Or no?
No, we're up to 6 or 7. Oh, we were at 2-8. We were at 329 though.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So we dropped and then gained, but it wasn't It wasn't a full replacement.
Yeah, if it wasn't a crazy.
I'm waking up in 8 hours, so
Oh, you poor bastard.
probably less than that because I'm gonna wake up and answer a bunch more of these comments. I almost got to the inbox 0, and then just as I finished the last comment, we got 2 more long essays. So.
Good night, Snuggie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging. You're the best. We'll see you soon.
We're like another few hours away from the subclass being perfect.
Oh, wow.
Based on all the feedback we've gotten.
Awesome. Yeah, respond to all those. I appreciate it. I mean,
Small Bunny Cat, since you're shooting the breeze, how's Cremy enjoying his Feywild honeymoon? You know, ironically. Well, it's ironic. Since it's ironic, he's having a good time.
And you're checking both the update comments and the regular Kickstarter comments?
Right now, I'm just checked the update comments.
Oh. I think most of the comments should be there.
I think he's relieved that he's on a different plane of existence from Gideon's other wives.
In the comments right now.
I don't know if there are much pertaining to the actual playtest.
Oh. Did you do this?
If I respond.
Oh, yeah, it says Mikey.
I always sign my name. Or try to sign my name.
Yeah, the regular comments aren't playtest specific.
Okay.
Everyone's
Caleb just got an all-in box.
That's very kind.
Look at that. The god Caleb, if you're watching, thank you so much for getting the all-in box, Caleb. Absolute fucking legend.
Wow.
The all-in box is really decent fucking work.
Rogue Roller, I was curious, do you guys have any ideas as to what will be in the VIP mini clown expansion?
Yes.
We do.
It is going to basically be like a handful of fun, wacky, irreverent stuff that you can add in either to the Chuckles Carnival of Chaos chapter. It's not actually going to be called that. But like the festival chapter. Or kind of run on its own. It's going to be irreverent, it's going to be comedic, it's going to be non-canon. So all of like the dude, like, you know, maybe that's where Torbeck will show up. Maybe that's where like it'll be for fans of Witchlight.
Meatballs.
Getting killed by meatballs. Honk Knights.
Yeah.
Wizard Felt. It is the madcap clown fans of Witchlight.
Won't be super like balanced or playtested.
Yes, it's not going to be playtested.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. And it's going to be funny.
Yeah.
And that is the Honk Legion mini expansion. It's to basically, because a lot of people were craving, like, oh man, I want to have all the stuff that I remember from Witchlight that's so madcap silly. We thought there would be a great way to have a VIP exclusive Honk Legion mini expansion. So.
I'll answer the question from Ripa Wildthorn. Real quick question.
Who's asking for IV 999999999?
Oh, who is asking? Yes, thank you. The Witch's Bane description states that the damage is halved on both a failed and a successful throw. Is this correct? I thought it might be a typo since I also noticed it's missing an A in the same sentence, equal to the DC and gains the poison condition. Yeah, a section of that got lost in translation. So it's supposed to be that you make the save against the total damage at the beginning of every one of your turns until the damage is 0. So there's a whole section in the center that didn't make it into the playtest material, and I'll need to figure out why that was. But the way that it's supposed to work is, let's say that the damage total is 30, right? You are going to save against it. You might take 15, or you might take 30 depending on whether you succeed or fail, but it's still going to halve down to 15. And then at the beginning of your next turn, you're supposed to take another save, and you take half or the full amount of that total, and it just whittles down like this. It's like this, you're being hurt a lot, and then you're sort of like easing off of the poison of it while being poisoned throughout. But somehow that did not make it into the PDF that we're sharing, so I'm gonna have to look into why. And that's a really good thing for me to learn, because the way that we are doing this process is everything goes into like a master unformatted document, and then it's supposed to map perfectly to the template that we're using. And I'm thinking that there may have been some gap in the templating, which we're gonna have to solve and make sure is 100% rock solid when we do this for real.
We have 450 pages of this.
And when we release the playtest, the full playtest, it will have 10 eyeballs on it at least for
as opposed to one eyeball.
As opposed to one eyeball. So it will be, yeah. And so we appreciate all the feedback, and we'll be very clear. We talked a lot about playtesting at GameholeCon, a shit ton.
Well, obviously, just in the crowdsourcing alone that we've gotten in the last 3 hours, I already know immediately how to go and make like 1,400 changes that none of us caught doing our initial review.
Yeah. Well,
sorry.
I already told you that I haven't looked.
That Rich and Andy didn't catch. I'll leave you out of it. You're fine.
I also didn't look at it.
But I have comments from you.
Oh, I looked at the first draft when it was totally different.
It was not totally
different.
Derek and Andy. I will kill you.
Derek and Andy are owning the.
Yeah, I'm owning it.
The mechanics, and Mike and I have been very busy with other things. And so.
Andy is giving. We work primarily on the subclasses that you got to witness on stream, and the custom spells that came with that, and all of that. The Horn King is definitely my baby, so that's why I want to hear all of it. I want to hear it all.
Oh man, we are climbing. 17,613. We are at 3.291.
Back to the Crooked Moon. You have less than 48 hours.
Less than 48 hours.
Holy shit.
Less than 48 hours. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Oh, by the way, I need those ads. Final hours. Did I get those?
No.
Final hours. That's all I need for.
Do you want them for tomorrow?
If I get 12 of them in tonight. I don't know how easy it is. Well,
we're gonna stream until Derek finishes these ads, and then we'll find someone to read.
You fuckers.
Does it take a long time? Or would it be quick?
No,
I think you just literally...
It'll be instantaneous.
You literally just swap, instead of ending soon on, you do final hours.
I know. We talked about
it. You got it. Thank you.
This is, someone did say that they wanted more sausage streams. I wonder if there would be anything that we could stream that would be sausage-esque.
Sausage-esque?
Like how the sausage gets made, like behind the scenes... Like us talking about the Warlock here at the table, about like almost a behind the scenes view of how we kind of like have these discussions.
The same set of ads, right, from last time?
Yep. Okay. Yep. Actually, just get all of them, but I'm just gonna go quickly check to see which ones are actually worthwhile.
Where did I put
Because we very 99% of the time we keep all of the business discussion off of the channel.
But when you're spending so much of
so many fucking hours,
so many
all our
hours
waking hours
on stream, you kind of have to sometimes. Oh my god!
Do you have a phone charger over there, Mike? Any USB-C at all?
There must be some under the table.
What's that USB plugged into your computer there? What about that? Is that one?
No, this is my fucking.
Neither of those.
This is a $20 headset.
These loose cables.
And this is better than the fucking $150 Corsair headset that I bought. You don't need much more than this. Let's see what's doing really well.
I think this is Apple.
The Hypno-Volfin's doing very well.
This is dumb fucking Apple bullshit.
Warlock Girl, Rogue. Oh, so all of them. Oh. All of them are doing well.
Oh,
okay.
This is Android.
Oh, the youngest pig bro. I miss him.
Sausage!
Not the youngest pig bro! I love how we all independently came up with like pig-related
yeah, that's the beauty of D&D. Come on. We're at 3.292, folks.
Oh, I guess I put it in that folder, didn't I?
Honestly, we are a stone's throw
He was just our 42-year-old kid brother.
Oh, that was funny.
That was really funny.
I made a joke that literally a recurring joke that no one would get.
Poor sausage. Any shot for a super low-key hangout stream every 1 to 2 months?
Silas?
I think, honestly, if once Derek's full-time and, the 4 kind of, not core members, but the 4 of us that really, the 4 workhorses of the, I don't know how else to say it. The four people that really work on this stuff. Once we're all full-time, I think that there's definitely a possibility where we'll probably be together a lot more often, just working on stuff. So an occasional hangout stream.
Impromptu.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be scheduled, at least not until we have more time to focus on streaming more. Silas Cloud, Silas Clouds. Are you going to play through the rest of the subclass, or was it just this one?
We are going to have
a full playtest.
And a much more proper playtest.
Yes.
Where it will be... We want to just put out something in the format of what the book is currently looking like. That's just a little more polished in terms of visually, but not necessarily it hasn't gone through the ringer in terms of getting shit all over and deconstructed and reconstructed. We're going to have an actual playtest of it. It's just going to be in Google Docs or something plain text. And we want folks to play it and, tear it apart and give feedback.
If we had more time, I would have deconstructed and reconstructed the Crooked House.
Oh, I would have deconstructed and reconstructed a couple subclass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would have really, done this to a lot of stuff. We just haven't.
Next Project Hemispheres, we will have a good amount of playtest material available.
Someone get a true resurrection on that kid.
We're gonna go to our local cleric.
Yeah, we'll just take him to a local cleric. It's easy.
The 4 workhorses of the apocalypse. That's really funny.
That's very funny.
That's really funny. That's funny as fuck. So that means which one's war, famine, pestilence, and death?
Oh, that's really funny.
That's really funny. Andy calls us the A-Team, where I'm obviously howling Mad Murdoch. Richie's obviously
Hannibal.
Hannibal. Andy's obviously Face, and Derek, of course, is BA Bad Attitude Baracus. No, there was actually a 4-man group, a 4-person group where we actually slotted in perfectly. I can't remember.
It's A-Team, right?
There was the meme that I made, and it doesn't include Andy, so it won't work, but the Ed and Eddie meme that I edited for the 3 of us, and it was just fucking perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That worked perfect.
Yeah, but it's gotta be 4.
No, I know.
What else? What was the other 4? God, it was fucking funny as fuck. Chip and Dale. Richie's Chip. I'm Dale.
Yeah.
Derek is Gadget. And Andy is Monterey Jack.
Chip and Dale,
I feel
rescue ranger.
I feel like that's pretty
Chip
good.
and Dale when there's danger.
What are the 4 horses?
You know
4
it never
4 horsemen
fails.
is war, pestilence, famine, and death.
Yeah, I don't really know the themes of those, though.
Yeah.
That doesn't really work. Mike's definitely not war.
No. Andy or Rich would be war.
It's either me or Andy for war.
Derek's famine, I'm pestilence. And it's between you two of war and death.
I would need to look into the significance of them.
That's funny. God, there was one that was fucking perfect, and now it's gonna kill me.
What was it?
I can't remember.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember. Oh, look at this cool GIF.
Yeah, I think
Another design
Andy's war and
studio.
Rich's death.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Because death is the final, right?
Yeah, yeah. Andy's definitely war.
The
and
buck
you're
stops
definitely
with death.
Yeah. I see that.
Derek's here.
What's up?
Hi, Derek.
How you doing?
Hey.
When did you get here?
I've been here this whole time.
Are you serious?
I didn't know Derek was here.
Oh yeah, Derek's.
Hi, Derek.
What's
Everyone's
up?
saying, or one person said hi, Nikki.
It's endless nights.
Hello.
Yeah, I like that.
Last chance in what? Final hours?
Last chance and final hours.
Final hours.
Final hours and last chance. And I'll do a little bit of wizardry. And we'll see how it goes.
Death is tied to Constitution.
God, there was something that was so fucking funny. Oh well.
Oh, King of the Hill?
I feel like all of us kind of like are pieces of different characters.
Yeah. Yeah, there's really no... Yeah, we're all pieces.
I'm like equal parts Bill, Dale, and Boomhauer.
Yeah, you really are. You really are.
I'm like literally the Venn diagram between Bill, Dale, and Boomhauer. Like completely in the middle of the Venn diagram of those three characters.
You really are. That's actually really funny.
With not a shred of Hank.
And I'm like just Hank.
You're just Hank.
I'm just
You're
Hank.
the Hank of the group, absolutely.
God dang it.
Am I a King of the Hill character?
No. I feel like we don't really match up. Really
There's
well to that.
there's not really any... I don't think Derek is anyone. Andy definitely has some Dale in him, for sure. And you're just you're all three.
I'm equal parts Dale, Bill, and Boomhauer.
Oh, Madagascar Penguins.
Oh, the Madagascar Penguins!
That's right.
If I
Do
knew...
they have different personalities?
Yeah, they
Oh,
do.
they do.
God, I wish I knew more about it, because I guarantee you the You're the one guy, you're Skipper, or whatever, whoever the
I'm
leader is.
the one, yeah, the leader.
Yeah,
of course.
oh, boys,
Boy,
we got
yeah.
the penguins of Madagascar.
That's so fucking
and then Derek
funny.
would be the he's like the can someone give us a breakdown of the can someone copy and paste that, and you gotta do the Madagascar wiki, not the general wiki. You gotta find the people who are passionate editors of the Madagascar wiki and give us a quick summary of each of the four penguins.
I did see during our one shot someone said that Briggsy was King Julian and Vincy was whatever the
Mort.
is it Mort?
Mort,
Is that
I think it's
Andy
Mort.
Richter's character?
I don't know.
Yeah, Mort. Is Mort Andy Richter's lemur character? Or I guess he's not a
Morty.
lemur, he's
I don't know what
Bush
it is.
Baby or
Bush
something?
Baby, yeah. Skipper, Kowalski, Rico, and Private. Holy
God,
shit,
that's
that's
so
fucking
funny.
funny.
So
Yeah, Derek's Kowalski.
so does that mean I'm Skipper?
You're Skipper, yeah. I think so.
And then who
Kowalski.
Alrighty. You have them.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
the insane, but the thing is Andy's not really an innocent baby.
No, Rico would be Andy.
But you're not an innocent baby.
No, no one's innocent. We're all not innocent. People are saying that I'm Rico.
There's the link.
No, and then Chloe said you're private.
Someone's saying I'm private. People are saying I'm private or I'm Rico.
Derek's Kowalski, for sure.
Yeah.
Which franchise are we talking about now?
Penguins in Madagascar.
Never seen it.
You know what I'd be curious about? Go to Penguins of Madagascar on Archive of Our Own and see the top ships and how many thousands of fan fictions. Kowalski.
Good night, everybody.
Rico's the crazy pyromaniac. Which Ninja Turtle?
Did we get Silas Cloud's question?
Ninja Turtle is
Yes.
actually probably pretty accurate.
No.
No?
It's a specific dynamic of four characters.
Yeah.
Slitty Goose asked about supernatural characters. I have not seen Supernatural.
I think the A-Team has been the closest.
Yeah. Honestly.
Derek is so...
Especially Derek with BA Bad
I pity the fool.
Not Elf Mohawk. Oh my! There was one. I will think of it. I will think of
and
what
then
group
post
is
it.
fucking perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I think Leo, Richie, Donnie, Derek, Mikey, and Raph, Andy is pretty
That's
solid.
actually pretty close.
That's what I said. Isn't
Yeah.
there a leader, like a
Yeah,
nerd,
you're right.
a wacky goofball, and a fucking like...
I honestly couldn't think of what Donatello and the other. I couldn't think of anything besides what Mikey did.
Well, I think
the other
later
turtles.
iterations have given them more
Personality.
have like pushed them in their
you're,
own corners.
you're supposed to be Michelangelo?
Yeah.
So you're Mikey Angelo?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he goes by Mikey, literally.
And then Leonardo and Donatello are different. I can never tell them apart.
One's the like nerd, and the other one's the leader. That's what makes them different.
I
don't know which one's which.
I'm pretty sure
purple, you're
Leonardo. I'm
blue,
pretty sure
and
Leonardo's
Andy's red.
the leader,
Leonardo's the leader.
and then
Donatello
Donatello's the
is
one
the
who's
tech.
like.
Because
Yeah.
Leonardo da Vinci's like the king
Yeah.
cheese of all of them, yeah.
And then he's the tech.
Thank you.
We're at 3.293, folks. We're almost at 2.394.
Darling Creepshow with the raid. We're going to hang out for one more second with Darling
Darling
Creepshow. Thank
Creepshow
you.
with the mega raid.
Let's get a shout out for Darling
go
Creepshow.
follow
She has
Darling
wonderful
Creepshow.
content.
Hey, you know what we haven't done tonight?
What?
Trailer.
The
So
trailer.
what we're going to do is going to show you this trailer. If you're just joining us and you're still watching, thecrookedmoon.com, we are in the final hours of our Kickstarter. It ends on November 1st, midnight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want these beautiful free jack-o'-lantern dice, if you want these pumpkin dice, the Pumpkin King dice, you cannot ever get them again after
Fuck.
November 1st. You got to back the Kickstarter campaign, The Crooked Moon, at thecrookedmoon.com. Get yourself some cool shit, but also get these dice for free. And that's how you get them. It's pretty rad. So if you like folk horror, if you like D&D, thecrookedmoon.com.
Hygiene's Handbook just supported this morning.
Oh, thank you. Let's roll that trailer to show all these lovely people.
We're going to roll that trailer. We'll be right back.
Hungry woods, reaching high, snatch the light out from the sky. Leafy sighs, creaking bones, pray you don't get found alone. Crickly crack, the branches pop, it grows the night that never stops. The tree that leans with twisted grin, her limbs are thrown, her soul is sin. Underneath the crooked moon stalks the king on cloven hoof, in pale decay and empty gloom. He comes for you. Six horns his crown, his kingdom all. For life delicious heat his call. He carries six of sword and seal. Once wayward souls the fallen kneel. Run, run, don't shrink and cower, and join us at the witching hour. Skip and singing, thrashing light to smother the shrieks of endless night. Dance beneath the crooked moon, and rising rapture hand in hand. From pale decay and empty gloom, we'll comfort you. May our light embrace you too.
So if you enjoyed that, just think of everything that's in the fucking Kickstarter campaign.
Crookedmoon.com.
Crookedmoon.com.
Our very first Kickstarter.
It's our very first Kickstarter. We are launching a publishing wing. We are on track to be the biggest D&D Kickstarter of all time.
Yeah, we're on track.
We will hit it tonight, basically,
Yeah,
potentially.
overnight.
In the next couple hours, overnight. We'll hit it overnight. and we're first-time publishers. So if you like folk horror, you like what you just saw, we'd really appreciate your support, and you'll get cool fucking pumpkin dice. Look at this.
There's a lot more.
Look at this.
Go to our Kickstarter
Look at
page.
this. Look at this GIF.
GIF.
Look at all this GIF.
Look, you have a limited time to make the decision. You've got
Look at that.
1 day, 23 hours, 12 minutes, and 26 seconds to make this visit to the Kickstarter page and check out the tarot deck, check out all the other sets of dice, to check out the special edition book, the minis that we're on offering. Hey, we've got fucking plushies. Let's go.
Someone asked if there's a cost-effective way to get the hardcover book and the GM screen. You can do that by pledging at the hardcover tier and adding the GM screen on for I think about $20.
And then you will get a free set of dice
Yes.
if you do that.
Or if you wanted to go for the standard box, that includes the GM screen, a set of dice. You'll still get the free dice with the Pumpkin King, and then you get some decks of cards. You get a map pack. You get some other cool stuff too. So you have a few options there.
We are at 3.295. Unbelievable. We are humming, folks.
Wow.
I will, even though we're going offline, I will probably be asleep by the time we do it. Maybe I'll probably be up listening to a Song of Ice and Fire YouTube.
Oh my god.
Or Sopranos.
You should
YouTube.
send me some of your favorites.
I literally have watched every single video of every single Song of Ice and Fire YouTuber that has more than like 100 subscribers. It's what I fall asleep to.
Paul Hunter Bun got the all inbox. Everyone should get
Let's
the
go.
all inbox. Gotta
Let's
give it
go.
up. A lot of folks are commenting on the song. It's on Spotify. Look up Crooked Moon. You'll see it credited under Legends of Antris. The Blasting Company, who did the soundtrack to Over the Garden Wall, sung by the amazing Leonie Evans. An absolute banger.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
We
So-
we collaborated to make that song for the trailer for
Very
this
fun.
purpose.
And so more is to come. We have another stretch goal at 3.5 mil, and then we have a secret stretch goal, which we may or may not hit. We'll reveal it if we hit 3.5 mil.
Wow.
So
We might hit 3.5.
Wow.
we'll see. So we are going
Final
to raid
stretch goal.
GGMNF. I just saw them. They're at the table. They have like 9 viewers.
I love that.
They're having a Halloween session. GGMNF. They're at the table. I saw that they're in English. So
Thank you again, Darling Creepshow, for the raid.
Thank you so much, Darling Creepshow.
Really appreciate
Everyone
it.
spread the love of the Avantis fam to this group. Spread the love.
We're going to get some sleep.
We're gonna get some sleep.
We'll
We're
be
gonna
right
rest
back
up.
here tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Edge of midnight.
Edge of midnight
That's
tomorrow.
the current plan,
Oh,
unless
wow.
everyone's sick
That's
and
the
dead.
current plan. If everyone's dead.
That's my favorite edge.
Yeah.
Well, second favorite.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. We love you.
Bye.
We'll see ya.